Killing frost, healing frost. The killing frost allowed the Stewart family to go home each year. They welcomed its white etchings on the picketed lawns of their summer homes, for they knew if the frost had at last come to these modest quarters, their trio of 7 dormered houses at Sunbury, it must too have frozen the great rice fields at Tranquil, the family plantation 8 miles inland. The frost promised life and a possible victory over the sickly season. April to August, when the family retreated to Sunbury, a seaport town on a bluff over the Medway River. To remain at Tranquil during the summer months meant ague and, most likely, death. When the frost finally arrived to kill the grass and singe the pecan leaves tawny brown, when the crawling ricelands became hushed and frozen, devoid of insect song and bite, the Stewart family, like all of the planter families in Sunbury, gladly bade the torpid, death-dealing heat farewell. This was more than a change of season. The frost gave them entrance once again to their swampland plantations, to a life of gentility and winter playfulness that was at its wildest when the rice paddies and cornfields lay fallow. The Stewarts found it a strange mystery that when the fields and paddies that gave them their riches died, the killing fever that plagued them through the summer months passed on as well. For the most part, ill health seemed to retract its deadly scythe as soon as God brought the cold stasis of the frost. This kindness of the Lord was celebrated with a joy that nearly equaled Christmas. Most Sunbury families, animated by joyous anticipation of the coming winter, packed their clothes weeks in advance. Satin gowns and silken shirts were folded and placed inside great banded trunks. Horses were groomed and carriages painted fresh for the yearly passage back to their real homes. So it was with the Stewarts. Just one more frost-bitten night in Sunbury, and on the morrow they would return to Tranquil, their true home, the place they loved more than any other. On this November night, Daniel sat on the edge of his bed and stared at the dark panes of the dormer window that faced toward the Medway River. The reflected lamplight put some gold into the brambly thicket of his auburn hair. The burnished reflection in the window made him look like a kindly angel lit by the fires of his own halo. Deeply cut muscles ran down his neck to his chest, shoulders, and arms the way wild rivers slice through rock. In the shallows of his flesh were scars that rose like ugly islands between his veins, proof that the heart, though shelled and bombed and wounded, somehow manages to find safe passage through wars and go on. As for pain, one brings it in tow. Daniel's green eyes already bore the watery glint of age, but shone with a resilience strong and adaptive as the ocean. If he could only teach himself to sleep well again. An old musket wound through his bicep made the bed covers heavy to lift as a slab of granite. The absence of wind from St. Catherine's Sound presaged a frozen morning, and he dozed off in the middle of being thankful for cold nights. The cry of Sarah's 4-week-old infant woke him while the window panes were still dark. He swung his feet to the floor, a bit resentful they'd placed him, 17 years old and a tried soldier, in the children's room. His grumbly mood ebbed when he came to the child's crib and saw her trembling. He remembered almost freezing one night beside the St. Mary's River down in Florida. One hot afternoon, a storm blew up, and when the initial squall had passed, there came an incessant cold rain that made his teeth start chattering as if a woodpecker had nested inside his mouth. He'd rooted into the riverbank like a wild hog, trying to scoop out a place for himself, burrowing into the sand in hopes of finding a bit of deep-hidden warmth, a sunken bit of heat the Florida sun of the previous afternoon might have left buried inside the earth. He found the ground beneath was cold as the ground on top. Worse, his wallow soon turned into a mud puddle. He'd lain there shivering, cold rain splashing into his nostrils, until along came Colonel John Baker, his commanding officer. Baker had taken off his own coat and laid it over Daniel so he would not freeze. That act of philanthropy kindled thoughts in Daniel as to how he should behave if he ever saw someone plunged into suffering at too young an age. He looked at his niece's tiny face as she squalled and turned red and blew all manner of tears and nose drippings and slobber about. Gravely concerned, he searched for the cause of her discomfort. The wobbly flame of a candle holder, grasped by the hands of his brother-in-law, William Quarterman, a strong man with an exhausted face, lit the door. "Is she all right?" "She's all right," Daniel assured him, "except there's been a hurricane in her drawers." "Oh, dear Lord, I'll ring for the nursemaid. Don't wake her. I'll tend to it." William was horrified. "I could never ask you to. You should never lower yourself to. It's no worse than changing bandages on a battlefield. Far worse if you ask me. The British and all the wounds they might inflict on us aren't bad as a caterwauling banshee of a child waking you up 3 in the morning. And this is our 4th. I tell you one thing, Daniel Stewart. I love Sarah, but this baby is our last. Mark my word. I've marked 3 times since the first time you swore to me, brother. The tally sheet weighs heavily against your claims." "How can I answer?" William leaned his thick shoulder against the door jamb. The molding crackled. "Your sister is beautiful, willful, impossible to resist when she beckons." Daniel pretended to rub his eyes while he sent up a quick silent prayer that his sister and brother-in-law would learn restraint and prudence. "Hurry back to bed," he said to William. He couldn't restrain himself from offering some advice. "When you get there, attempt nothing but sleep. Sarah will want to know about the baby." "She's all right, William. I'll have her changed and dry before you're back under your own bedsheets. With the mercy of Providence, she won't explode your eardrums with her crying or put your eye out with an ill-timed squirt. This is a girl child, brother William. She may deafen, but she hasn't the anatomy to blind me, as you say. Go to bed." William turned his thick body from the door, and the candle flame wavered beneath his jowls in a way that made his young face look heavier, wrinkled, and weary. "God bless you for tending to her, Brother Daniel. Good night." Daniel took the soiled diaper from the child and washed his hands in the wash basin. The task done, he fell back into bed and would have slept till the second coming of Christ, were it not for his nephew, William Jr. The 7-year-old thumped onto the mattress where Daniel slept and whispered with a child's sour sweet breath, "The frost came last night." William Jr.'s stage whisper woke 5-year-old Melissa, who woke 3-year-old John. They climbed from their pallets onto the bed, their bed before Daniel had come to visit. None of them were cognizant of the special nature of the occasion except William, whose bony elbows poked hard as they thumped down on Daniel's chest. The boy could have been no more excited if it were Christmas. "Will you in October catch the alligator? Can I go? Will you teach me to sit a horse like you after we get out to Tranquil?" Daniel gave the boy a reciprocal poke in the ribs, enough to set him laughing and squealing and raising a ruckus that started the baby crying again. He said, "These are dangerous skills you wish to learn, but I'm willing to teach you anything if you prove you're quick enough." "I'm quick," William said. "I've serious doubts." Daniel gave the little boy a skeptical look, rose from bed, and went to the window. He pointed to the front lawn. "If you can run down there, pick a leaf off the chinaberry tree and get it back to me before the frost melts off it, I'll teach you to ride. Shall I have my own horse? Bring me a frosted leaf, young sir, and you will get a horse. Fail, you get a mule. And I'll see to it he's slow of foot as you. Ready? Mark. Set. Go!" At the starting signal, William ran down the stairs shoeless. Thus Daniel procured himself a moment of peace in which to shave. He might have reminded the child to take his shoes, but thought it would be far more cruel to pamper him by warning him. Painful times were coming, and young William might find himself a soldier before he was a man, just as Daniel had. He watched for a moment as his nephew skipped across the frozen lawn. He looked on sadly as the venom of the cold worked its way from the ground up to the boy's knees. The playful skip turned to a limp, and Daniel knew William's bare feet must be aching all the way up to his shins. The search for the frosted chinaberry leaf was no longer a boy's wishful, fantastical lark. When Daniel could bear the sight no longer and tears came to his eyes, he scooped his big hands into the wash basin and scoured them over his face. Broken blisters and peeled-back skin raked his cheeks like pumice. His hands were no longer the hands of a gentleman. Though he was a gentleman, a wealthy one, Daniel felt with great conviction that cruel days lay ahead. The hands of any gentleman who wished to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness would have to be bruised, scarred, and calloused as severely as his own. He felt confusion as well. What if the war, the conflict he'd barely tasted in a few skirmishes in Florida, came to his homeland? What was expected of him as a patriot? How might he bring honor to his country and his family? He took up a silver mirror and ivory brush and glanced through the window at the favorite nephew he'd sent out into the cold. A trickle of new whiskers dripped unevenly to the hinge of his jaw. He wished the scraggly hedge on his face would grow into a man's beard worth the time it took to prune. His best friend October, who had a beard dense enough to trap a horsefly, often assured him that if he kept up his daily shaving, his facial hair would thicken to something handsomer than the cattail fuzz that drew derisive snickers from his family each time he let it sprout. The straight razor his beloved father had bequeathed him seemed too dangerous a weapon in Daniel's rough hands. He arranged the soap and talc around the wash basin and began to scrape his jowls clean of his fledgling mutton chops. His younger nephew and niece were now bright-eyed awake. They ran about in circles behind him, playing wobbly children's games that caused them to bump the backs of his legs. He was not yet adept at shaving, so he tried to place the blade to his flesh at intervals, when the children were least likely to cost him a nostril or a slice of chin. While the razor nipped at his face, baby Sarah began crying in a voice loud enough to loosen the wooden pegs that held her crib together. Daniel heard her with ever more intensity as he watched William Jr.'s painful journey to the chinaberry tree. As soon as he saw the boy pick the leaf he'd been assigned, Daniel halfway dried his face and rushed to the staircase, hoping to meet his nephew on the front porch, while there might still be a crystal of frost left. Brother-in-law William Quarterman met him as he reached the top of the staircase. "Does the baby need more care?" "She does, brother, and begging your indulgence, I've stood watch over the flood all night. Might you be willing to take a turn?" "Felonia!" William thundered to the slave woman downstairs. "Get up here! See to this child!" Daniel ran from the top of the staircase to the landing, which was lighted by the coffin window, so named because it allowed a coffin to negotiate the staircase landing by being set on end. Some mornings of late, particularly one such as this, when the first frost brought a brittle gray pallor to the light and made the windows seem thin as ice floating in the rice fields at Tranquil, Daniel could not make his way past the coffin window without a breath-stealing wound to his lungs. Perhaps it was the grave-like shape of the window, the hollowed-out rectangular space of cold glass. Daniel had only to pause and look out, and emptiness grew inside him. Normally, he hurried downstairs to avoid the memories. Today, he lingered. His mother, Susanna, his father, John, his baby sister, Anne. The Stewart family had lost many of their loved ones to the sickly season. Quartered in Sunbury, in fine homes built as a precaution against sickness, the ague had still crept up from the marshes and taken them. A cool draft of air raised goose flesh on the back of Daniel's neck and caused him to shiver. Young William had left the front door ajar. A chill wind swirled up to the landing. Daniel was glad for the fresh air as he paused, and for once appreciated the view offered by the coffin window, the dogwoods already red and speckled and dying, the elms that suffered their death stroke last night. All of them would rise again next spring. He wondered when he would feel resurrection in himself. When would the grief, the suffocating hollow inside his heart, fill with happy memories for those lost? When would his guilt, his certainty that he'd failed to show his father enough love, that he might have been kinder to his mother, when would the pain of those mistakes be lifted? The frosty morning sent another breeze up the staircase that chilled Daniel's face, damp from shaving as it still was, and reminded him that this landing, with its numerous sorrowful and glad memories of kin carried down in commencement of their journey to the cemetery, or kin gone upstairs to the joy of the marriage bed, had at least procured for him a nephew that he loved dearly. Daniel mopped the last bubbles of frigid lather from his jaw to his shirt sleeve and hurried down to the porch to meet William Jr., who handed him a green leaf that was sharp-pointed and serrated as an arrowhead. Daniel took the leaf, admired it. The warmth of the child's hands had turned the frost to dew. "I'm forced to admit it," Daniel lied. "You run quicker than ice melts." He scrubbed his bristly paw over the boy's fine hair. "I'm good as my word. We'll see if we can make a horseman of you as soon as we get back to Tranquil." In the Whistler's kitchen. There was never exact certainty as to when the first killing frost would settle, so the family plans for relocating from Sunbury to the plantation were difficult to decide upon and often in dispute. Daniel would have much preferred they leave their Sunbury home soon as frost was evident. maybe stop for a modest repast of hoe cakes along the way, and find themselves safe back at Tranquil by nightfall. Sarah Quarterman, mother to his nephew, William Jr., was not inclined to move quickly. If it were not bad enough that everyone spent days packing and no less than 3 fine carriages and 4 ox carts were required to move their possessions from Sunbury to Tranquil, Sarah had the temerity to insist that the entire family partake of a sumptuous breakfast before their departure. This meant that Daniel's second oldest sister, Susanna Fox, who was in the process of closing her own summer house, had to slow down in order to help prepare victuals for everyone's homegoing breakfast. The delays inflicted on the Fox household were echoed in the Quarterman house, since both would be required to remain in operation for an extra day. The fires in the kitchen fireplaces had to be kept lit. Iron kettles and skillets would have to be cleaned and put away for winter. At the Quartermans, tables would have to be set and cleared, dishes and cooking utensils washed and packed away. Same for the good Silver. While they should be on the move to their winter dwelling as early as this morning, they would instead be cleaning up the mess from having stayed a day too long. Daniel had always wished to love Sarah, but she didn't seem safe to love. The appearance of her was beautiful as a siren. She had shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair and was large-bosomed. A scattering of freckles adorned her arms, but there were none on her face. She often proclaimed herself blessed to have a countenance so fair and cursed to have a smallish, rounded nose. But really the most blessed and terrible things about her, by far, were her beguiling green eyes and her voice. Sarah spoke with a cool soprano, pitched high but never shrill. Family historian, self-proclaimed rememberer, her heart sometimes appeared to be made of flowers, pressed dry. But her hungry attachment to old regrets and grudges fired those dead petals into fuel for a life force that could be intimidating. She sounded sweet but hid a personality that was sometimes not so mellifluous. After 4 childbirths, her body remained trim and hard. The unfortunate thing was that Sarah had grown hard in many other ways. She was as proud of her ability to trick people as she was of her lasting beauty. Their father's darling, she'd excelled in everything he'd asked of her. As a scholar, she was perfect. As a musician, even more so. Perfect pitch. Every lesson in culture their father ever paid for had been rewarded tenfold by Sarah's demonstrations of excellence. But in spite of her beauty and alluring charm, Daniel abhorred his eldest sister's way of doing things. He preferred to move quickly and lightly. She was not happy unless there was a royal send-off and a shindig. When she at last got underway, she wanted to take the very nails from the walls along with her. There were other reasons Daniel felt enmity toward his sister. First, he knew her to be resentful that their father had left Tranquil Plantation to their stepmother, Mother Adele Nichols Stewart. Yet in spite of her ill feelings, she'd invited Mother Adele and little Elizabeth to stay under her roof for the summer season. Mother Adele, already burdened with the travails of running Tranquil alone, was more than happy to leave her Sunbury house closed for the year. In actuality, it was the home of her daughter, a place the family referred to as Elizabeth's house, since Daniel's father had bequeathed the home and the lot on which it stood to the only daughter he had by Mother Adele. Little Elizabeth, only 2 years old at his passing, and now only 4. Daniel sometimes wondered if Sarah was being so kind to their stepmother in hopes of regaining a part of Tranquil for herself and her growing family. When he allowed himself to think this, his conscience haunted him. His father would have expected him to keep the family peaceful and loving toward each other, and Daniel knew he shouldn't turn cruel toward his sister. This was part of the reason he'd chosen to stay in Sarah's summer home, and not that of Susanna, his other sister, and her husband, John. His sleeping arrangements would have been far more comfortable in the house next door, and would have involved no changing of diapers, but the peacemaker in him said it was good to stay close to his young nephews and nieces and take a part in their rearing. The businessman in him, not the least of the gifts he'd inherited from his father, told him it would be quite unwise to give Sarah the ear of his stepmother for too long a period. Sarah had ways of persuasion greater than most, and she needed watching. Though Daniel wished to keep his strained relationship with his oldest sister amicable, he had no intention of allowing her to talk Mother Adele into bad ventures or into a division of property that might prove unfair to his other sisters and himself. As the frost melted, a caravan of ox carts and carriages began to array itself on the front lawn. The open door brought a chill and welcome breeze from the porch. Daniel stood at the breakfast table with his stepmother, Mother Adele, his sisters, Sarah and Susanna, and his brothers-in-law, William Quarterman and Joseph Fox. He remained mindful of his peacekeeping duties and resolved not to grouse, though he found the fare and the table setting altogether excessive for moving day. While Daniel would have been glad for nothing but hoe cakes, the mahogany table groaned with silver platters of ham wreathed by bacon, some crispy, some soft. Wrapped in cloth to keep them warm, biscuits lay nestled in sawgrass baskets. The adults encircled the mahogany table, while the children took their place at a side table. All stood and waited for the blessing to be said. "William, will it be you or Daniel who asked God's blessing on our food this morning?" Sarah Quarterman looked from her husband to her younger brother. Usually reticent to pray aloud before others, Daniel held fresh in his memory the last time his brother-in-law said grace. It had been a 15-minute entreaty that, were it not for the eternal patience of providence and the obvious truth that supernatural beings have no need for food, would have embarrassed God himself with stomach growls and gut grumblings, even louder than the poor mortals forced to listen patiently while the feast grew cold, their barren insides yodeling and howling for William's blessing to come to a swift end. On this hurried morning, Daniel was determined to save all of the hungry souls at the table from a repeat of William's harangue. He said, "The Holy Spirit has filled me with gratitude this morning, sister. I wish that I may be the one to speak our family's thanks." He offered up the prayer as his faith had taught him, reverently with sincerity and brevity. When he, his stepmother, his sisters, and all the rest were allowed to sit down and eat in less than 30 seconds, he was even more thankful. As Daniel pulled his chair to the table, Mariah, the house girl, clad in a new shawl and a satin dress he recognized as the ones he'd given Sarah as a birthday gift only 2 days ago, raised the lid from a bowl of fresh cooked rice. "Will you have some, Master Daniel?" she asked. "I will, but you would never feed me so generously as I'll feed myself." Daniel took the bowl of rice from her hands and spooned out a large portion. A mound of fresh butter stood center of the table like a golden island. He carved a generous wedge for himself and dropped it to melt lava-like down the hot rice in his bowl. Rice was his favorite breakfast. Before eating, he held up the chinaberry leaf William had brought from the front lawn. "Your little William brought me this, Sarah." He winked at the boy. "The frost hadn't melted when he handed it to me." Sarah glanced pridefully at her 3 children, all of whom stood patiently at the side table. She called to them, "Blessing's been said, children. Take your seats." She apportioned William, the oldest, 3 strips of bacon, a cut of breakfast ham, a pile of rice large enough to break his spindly legs if he consumed it all, and the largest biscuit. Melissa, the 5-year-old, got a spoonful of rice, a crumb of biscuit, and no meat. 3-year-old John was allowed 3 strips of bacon, a pile of buttered rice nearly as large as his big brother's, and a piece of biscuit that his mother reached over the side table to him. He poked his finger into the warm bread and giggled, but gave no thought to eating it. He gummed his bacon a few times before he threw it on the floor. Appointed to help with the feeding of her brother as Sarah returned to the adult table, Melissa fed spoonfuls of rice into his idiot mouth, and Daniel was glad to see her occasionally steal a bite for herself. Both would have gone hungry had the little girl not shown initiative against her mother's favoritism and her younger brother's drooling wastefulness. Child-rearing, so far as Daniel was concerned, held little romance. He had no children of his own and felt certain God would never curse him so. From what he'd observed, it would be a kinder fate to die in battle with the British than to raise a family. Sarah's constant fertility amazed him, for she seemed not to enjoy motherhood. She had married William Quarterman when Daniel himself was just 5, but marriage, instead of encouraging maternal instincts, had hardened Sarah. To this day, she clutched books to her bosom more readily than children. She adored history and was not tolerant of bad spelling. The slaps to her young ones reminded Daniel of the way she'd punished him for small mistakes when he was their age. A great lover of art, possessed of a beautiful calligraphic penmanship, Daniel was born with a talent for drawing. Unfortunately, when he attempted to write, the words that sounded most glorious to him often led his pen astray in a hopeless attempt to capture the music of their syllables. Sarah had always been so unforgiving. No matter how beautifully he formed the letters, She smote his hands with a hickory branch each time he'd misspelled. The frost-laden wind blew across the porch through the open front door and gave Sarah a shiver. She nevertheless went on enjoying her iced tea, touching her lips to the floating cubes, ringing at the rim of her crystal goblet. She pulled her shawl tight about her neck to stay warm. Her main extravagance was having ice shipped in from the polar caps so that she might imbibe cold drinks through the warm months. The tea had arrived from India at a time when the fiery Georgia summer had at last burned most of the flora to red and orange and yellow embers. Daniel was of the opinion that Sarah enjoyed her iced tea in the same manner that she enjoyed the dying leaves of autumn, appreciating the chill and the beauty and the good taste of good times, but always suspicious of felicitous things that, however delightful, melt like ice on the tongue. She craved permanence more than any man or woman Daniel had ever met. Perhaps she harbored some mad desire to quash all of nature, control it to the point where none other than she played tricks or dealt surprises. Sarah's property, lot number 116, was only 3 rows back from the Medway River and Lamott's Wharf. The family had scarce settled into their meal when a crowd of sailors and harlots came carousing down the street, singing a tune called Sally in Our Alley. Joseph Fox, Susanna's husband, said, "I'll close the door so the children can't hear." "Leave it," Daniel said. "Children should not be so protected as to be ignorant of the world beyond the front porch." "You were protected, were you not, Brother Daniel?" Sarah asked. "I was 11 when you were born, and I recall many years I spent trying to protect you." As his sister gave him a look designed to turn him into stone, Daniel plunged his fork deep into his hot buttered rice and left it buried there. His appetite ruined, he pushed back in his chair and stared into his sister's eyes, feeling envenomated. Always quick to remind him how much he owed her, Sarah never missed an opportunity to give insult. She was the kind of woman who'd received a great deal of attention from her father, her siblings, her stepmother, her suitors, and her husband. All of them doted upon her, but she appreciated their attentions not at all. Not once had Daniel given Sarah a gift that caused her to express gratitude, yet she expected accolades for the least kindness she bestowed. "Now, I've thanked you many times, dear sister, for your kind ministrations when I was a helpless child." Daniel stood and pushed his chair back from the table. "As much as I would love to remain and enjoy this leisurely repast, I feel duty-bound to ensure that our family enjoys safe passage back to Tranquil." "Will you need assistance?" Joseph asked. "I'll send word if I do," Daniel replied. "Enjoy your breakfast." He leaned across the table toward Sarah. "If your sister-in-law doesn't harry you from it." In typical fashion, Sarah did not look up from her plate, but Daniel noticed a snaky smile curl her cheek, like a happy cottonmouth sunning on a log. God, she could be maddening. Though Daniel often prayed on the matter, he could not get a clear answer as to why his sister was such a traitor to him. What made her so willing to wound him? Daniel hurried across the foyer into the frost-bitten morning. The street beyond the picket fence was at last empty of sailors and harlots. He crossed the porch and headed round the house to the Whistler's kitchen. The cook saw him coming. A white face approaching sent up the alarm, and they began to whistle so as to prove none of them were stealing mouthfuls of food. Daniel stepped inside, pursed his lips, and picked up their tune. While he whistled, he sliced a bit of cake and passed it around. He took up a carving knife and sliced a wedge of ham, passing it to each of the women in the kitchen. He went on whistling while they enjoyed the pecan-smoked meat they'd butchered and cured to perfection. They savored the taste of their hard work while Daniel whistled, and none was the wiser. Though Daniel did not belong among them, and though numerous questions deep in his heart made him believe the people of the kitchen had a plethora of reasons to despise him, they showed him much kindness. He visited often and tried to understand who they were. When they were sad, he grieved along with them. When they spoke with each other of the patriot cause, of liberty and freedom, he wished that those unalienable dreams would someday come true for them as well as for himself. The lone man among them had often heard him say that liberty should be for all people, black or white. Vociferous as always, the man spoke his mind. He said, "I hope you gon' be that generous with the food on this side of the room." The whistle still on his lips, Daniel raised a finger to his mouth in a good-natured attempt to shush his old friend. He and October were the same age exactly, 2 17-year-olds who'd grown up together, although October seemed to have grown up faster and aged more. Anyone comparing the two would have mistaken October for Daniel Sr. by a full 10 years. October leaned against the wall of the kitchen opposite the fireplace. His eyes had a glow brighter than the hottest coals therein, a playfulness, a love of every man he saw. He was full of certainty that hope was in no way ridiculous. This corona of faith gave his brown eyes a fire that drew people closer. They shone with warmth and comfort. Daniel sliced 2 great wedges of ham, along with another 2 of hoe cake. He placed all of this into a pewter dish beside a pile of rice he spooned out, high as a beach dune. He laid the bounteous repast in October's lap. Sadly, all that ever touched October's lips was 1 forkful of rice and the smallest possible triangle of the pecan-smoked ham. October dropped the rest to the floor when little William burst into the kitchen and yelled, "Uncle Daniel, there's a man who's come about the British." The man, Daniel did not recognize him, stepped into the kitchen. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I announced myself to your family at breakfast. They indicated I should speak to you. The child outran me." "He did as he was brought up to do," Daniel said. He collected William to his side, put his arm around the child's shoulders and hugged him. "What do you need?" "Colonel Butler has sent me for you. The British have invaded Georgia and are marching closer." "Invaded? When?" "The 19th. Colonel Butler is asking all available men to muster quick as they can. We shall get to Fort Morris soon as we—" "No, sir, not Fort Morris. Midway Meeting House." "The church? They're attacking by land?" "They are, sir. Straight from their own fortifications in Florida. They're sacking plantations, taking prisoners as they come." Daniel looked to October. "You brought our best mounts when you rode up from Tranquil?" "They're in the stable," October said. "Saddle them. I'll be back soon as I've talked to the family." The family, already alarmed by Colonel Baker's messenger, fled from the breakfast table like a covey of frightened quail. Each of them ran in different directions to pile their furniture and valuables atop the ox carts. Mother Adele stood beside one of the carts, watching as the butler struggled to help the house girl load a heavy leather-banded trunk. When Daniel came to her side, she took his arm and looked up, tears in her eyes. "This fall season is supposed to be our time to heal. How can they make war on us now? Our wounds and illnesses count little with the British. Little matters except they conquer our lands and keep us enslaved to their taxes. They're destroying plantations as they come north, Mother Adele. They'll reach Tranquil long before they get here, so I must beg you to stay on here in safety while we try to beat them back." "I will not. If they come to burn your father's plantation, they shall not do so with clean conscience. There will be to oppose them this aging woman and her young daughter. We will demand of them decency, mercy. If the blackguards have neither, my child and I shall go up in flames together. May the red coals of our bodies bear witness to their crime." "Your oldest daughter shall be there with you as well, Mother," Sarah said. She'd overheard his conversation with their stepmother as she and her husband came struggling down the steps with a leather trunk of their own. "I'll take my children back to Tranquil, too. If the British massacre the lot of us, it'll only be one more injustice the Stuarts have suffered at their hands. And there have been a multitude. The militia is mustering to fight, and I must join them," Daniel said. Mother Adele's fingers rested in the crook of his elbow, and Daniel squeezed them, hoping to convey love and respect and strength in one touch of his hand. "I cannot ride along to protect you. Neither can William or Joseph. The British are taking prisoner all men they find on the plantations, conscripting them to service in the British Army. I implore you not to go back. Not a man of us here can go with you to see you safe passage." Mother Adele looked to the south as if she could hear the approach of the invaders and could just as well discern the whispering eddies of the North Newport River where it brushed the grounds of Tranquil Plantation. She said, "I don't much care if the journey is unsafe, so long as it takes me home. I understand you cannot escort us, so we women and children must go by ourselves." "It saddens me you won't heed my advice and stay here," Daniel said. "Father would have wanted me to keep you safe." "So you shall, by being the brave son he raised." Adele touched Daniel's cheek. Her fingers had a roughness uncommon to ladies of the day. They were calloused in the palms, same as his own. Daniel hadn't known his birth mother as well as he knew Adele, and he couldn't imagine anyone who would have loved his father or himself more. He took her rough hands into his rough hands. A tacit understanding, a prophecy, passed between them without a single word spoken. The bitter gall of these hard times was about to worsen. Adele lifted his hands and kissed them. You are not of my blood, but you dwell so deeply in my heart. I like to believe you are my own. Had I two wishes, my first would be to watch you grown to manhood, living in a peaceful countryside. I am grown, Daniel said, that you are. But this war, though it gave us 2 blessed years, respite, is coming again. My second wish, and I cling to this more dearly than the first, if you must be caught up in this awful storm of men murdering others, I pray you outlive it and come back to me. You are my only son, beloved to me as if I'd borne you. I knew my mother but a little while, Daniel said. From what I remember, she was a kind and good woman. I've known you much longer, and no matter how perfect she may have been, she could not have been kinder to me than you. It's an infinite blessing to have 2 mothers in one lifetime, even greater when the second loves you as much as the first. We might have weathered our sadness and found bliss, Adele said, but now there's a war. There is, Daniel agreed, and I'll prosecute it against these execrable British till they'd sooner share a bed with a rattlesnake than have St. John's Parish for a colony. I've instructed the servants to polish your father's guns and sword. You'll find them in the foyer cabinet, where you left them after you came back from Florida. Thank you, Mother. I'll gladly carry Father's weapons again. It is to be hoped with more of a chance at commendation this time around. The British seem more eager to fight now than they did in days previous. I care not so much that you fight valorously as in a way that brings you home to us. Guns and swords are the least of what your father left you. I much prefer your smile, your bright green eyes, your wit, the way you rein a horse with one hand and nibble ripe persimmons with the other. That's the best thing your father left you, his joie de vivre. Perhaps I shouldn't tell you, but your father, on his deathbed, he wept that the ague had weakened him to the point he couldn't wield the weapons himself. He was far sadder that you, only a boy then, his only son, would be heir to these bloody tools. Mother, Daniel squeezed her hand. I'm sure Father wished for me a great number of felicities before illness befell him. But while he yet breathed healthy, he taught me his sense of duty. He gave me a fair idea of how honorable men must behave in troubled times. Yes, he did. I adored him for the way he brought you up, though I believed his tutelage was a bit too harsh. You must forgive me for being soft-hearted and cowardly, for not defending you more. Gladly, Mother, but if that's all the wrong you've done me, I've kept a portion of your father's last words to you secret, Mother Adele interrupted. I've questioned my conscience for 2 years as to whether I should have done. I confess now I'd no right to deprive you of his wisdom. Is it a reproach of some sort? Did I fail him in some way? Daniel asked. Mother Adele shook her head. Nothing like that. He left you warlike words to go with the weapons. They seemed too harsh for a boy of 15. Bad enough to watch you go off with the militia at such a young age. I feared if you read them, they'd get your blood up to a point where you'd get yourself killed. I'll just as likely be killed if I sit on the porch and sing ditties for the patriot cause. Please, don't mock me. I understand now why your father wouldn't rest till you were trained as a soldier, because I'm beginning to understand what manner of tyranny approaches us. Be patient a moment. Let me find the letter. Mother Adele dug through the jumble of valuables stacked on the ox cart. After considerable excavation, she removed a small cedar box, cracked the lid, and removed a folded piece of paper, which she handed to Daniel. Read for yourself and know that I withheld this from you in hopes of keeping you alive for your sisters and myself. I confess to my weakness, my disgust for war and murder. But I will not repent from my love for you as my stepson, or my wish before God that you may live out your full years, as your father did not. Daniel took the note. He first off noticed the handwriting had gone trembly, as was the case with most of the poor souls who died with the fevers and chills of ague. But the letters, shaped as they were with a quill pen, specially whittled at the tip so as to produce both a fat and a thin-line calligraphy, were proof enough for Daniel that his father had written them. September 3rd, 1776. My dear son Daniel, I have left you many lands and pastures and horses, as well as people to see over them all, and were my body not failing and my pen not recalcitrant and doltish, I should have put it in my will to give you life and liberty, as Jefferson so beautifully describes it. I have not the power to ensure that you, my only son, shall have even one of the many things I wish to bequeath you, for my body is failing, and I am soon to meet God. Had I the strength, I would surely have sacrificed my last breath in the fight to give Adele, your sisters, and you your freedom. Since I do not, I must leave you a brace of pistols, a saber, a musket, and some long rifles. How you wield them in my stead will determine if you and your sisters shall live free of British rule. If you do not wield them with skill, dearest son, you shall have no legacy, no country, no freedom from British tyranny. The bones of your ancestors who suffered in the name of God so that they might call out to the Lord in a way of their choosing shall be defamed. Your grandparents sailed the fiery ocean so that they might love the Lord God after the manner of our faith. If you do not stand and fight, their journey as well as their desire to bring the word of God to the southern colonies will have been wasted. I have given you as much as I can equitably give, dear son. My wish was to make of you a powerful man, one who, like the real God of our fathers and the imaginary Greek god, Zeus, could smote great wonders. I would gladly have bought for you the forge of God, if God had only viewed me a worthy purchaser and allowed me time. You are only approaching the age where you might be called a man. Nonetheless, an awful burden falls on your young shoulders, that of sacrifice. I know I need not remind you of our talks, and I trust you'll never forget your life belongs first to God, second to your country, third to your family, and last to yourself. I pray 60 more years pass before you and I meet again in heaven. But I beseech you, my beloved son, do not shy from the blade if it appears that your time will be shorter than you or I wish. Your loving father, John Stuart. The handwriting grew larger and wobblier as the letter trailed off. Daniel folded it and said to Adele, "Thank you for giving me this." Adele closed her eyes and nodded. "Please forgive my dishonesty. As I say, my treachery was done in the selfish hope of keeping me alive, along with those small bits of my father which reside in my person. You've succeeded at both thus far." Daniel folded the letter and placed it in his lapel pocket. "It is well you kept this from me till now, for now is when I most need it." He kissed his stepmother's cheek. "There's no dishonesty in you. I fear I must be equally as candid. There's about to be a battle. There may be many to follow. I don't hold much hope of surviving, but I'd entreat you to pray for those of us who go to fight as well as for those who come to fight us. Pray for the British? How shall I do that? Pray that all the soldiers who don't come back to their earthly homes shall easily find homes in heaven." Daniel kissed her cheek a last time and whispered, "I must go with all haste. Tell the family, especially the children, I love them. And would you tell little William? Just say I remember my promise to him. I'll be back to keep my word." He motioned to October, and the two of them went inside the house to take the weapons from the gun cabinet. Long rifles, musket, and sabers, well-oiled and polished, just as Mother Adele had promised. October had wisely hitched their mounts, a black stallion called Yemasei and a mean-spirited, man-biting gray filly named Shrew, to the picket fence at the north side of the house. The spot October chose was closer to the backyard than the front and hidden by tall azaleas. Thus they were able to mount and gallop away with no further goodbyes. They rode into the street north of Sarah's house, turned left, and galloped across Church Square, where they encountered the same group of sailors and whores as had passed the house earlier that morning. They were still singing "Sally in Our Alley," though their voices had grown hoarse, and the rum in their heads had revised the refrain to "Thally and the Mallard." Daniel and October raced past the drunken party and spurred their mounts onward to the Sunbury Road, where they turned west and rode hard toward the Sunbury-Darien-Savannah crossroads, where Midway Meeting House stood. As they galloped on the cloud of sandy davits kicked from the hooves of Yemasei and Shrew, Daniel called out to October, "Tranquil might be destroyed already, but there'll be blood and fire both before we let 'em take the church." "We'll drive 'em all the way back down to Florida," October yelled. Both men spurred hard. The stallion and the filly gasped smoke into a frost-burned morning that was primed to ignite. As Daniel and October cantered west on the Sunbury Road, they saw a group of 5 horsemen gallop from the woods onto the road ahead of them. They spurred the filly and stallion to a greater speed in order to catch up. The riders turned out to be members of the St. John's Riflemen, the militia group Daniel had first joined in 1776. One of them called out, "Good to see you, Stuart. Hope you brought your share of powder and ball." Daniel was gladdened when he recognized the speaker as Colonel John Baker, the man who had given him a coat and saved him from freezing and pleurisy when their little band of patriots had made the mistake of invading Florida to chase after the British 2 years previous. "We have brought with us powder and ball and a number of fine weapons from which to discharge both, sir," Daniel called back. He and October slowed the filly and the stallion to a trot and pulled alongside the group. The breath of their hard-run horses smoked like a campfire, and the horses were, indeed, the only warmth to be found on this cold morning. "You shall need the weapons you've brought," Baker said. "It would seem all the British we not long ago pursued into Florida are washing back over us like a foul tide. There's a lot of folks running and a lot staying. What is the case with your people, Stuart?" "Most definitely staying. My stepmother is headed back to our home at Tranquil as we speak." "My God, some of these women march into the face of the enemy faster than we who claim to be soldiers. I fear others of our friends, too many, believe the time for exodus has come. I am told a great multitude has run to the Ogeechee River with hopes of crossing north to escape the British. Our duty, as I see it, is to take care of those who've stayed. Those who've run without a shot fired seem quite adroit at seeing to their own safety." He put his hand on the pommel of his saddle, ground it shiny and clean of road dust with the worried wrenching of his grip. "Stuart," he asked, "your plantation is on the South Newport River, is it not?" "It is," Daniel said. "This is a mighty force they send our way. They leave many houses burning as they come. Your Tranquil may not last out the week. They may burn my father's home, sir, but each ember will be borne back to them with stinging lead," Daniel replied. Perhaps Colonel Baker thought Daniel overconfident. If so, he refrained from admonishing him. Had he done so, Daniel would have accepted his rebuke without changing one word of his boast. He knew himself to be a prideful young man, but he was not a green soldier. This was his second journey into war, and he had no boyish dreams of glory. He had instead the kind of wiry certitude that comes only from survival. He learned that a person is never so alive as when they're close to dying, never quite so comfortable as when at risk. From this wisdom had grown a new faith. Daniel had come to believe that the Lord God, who laid claim to all vengeance, had appointed him a warrior, just as he had chosen Joshua in the Bible. He welcomed the idea that his foreordained purpose on earth was to make war on the egregious wrongs done by the British. He hoped to become the spark that fell on some distant battlefield and ignited into the one conflagration, the great firestorm that would roar to the center of the British Army and destroy them. Soon they arrived at Midway Meeting House, where Colonel John White, commander of the Georgia Continentals, had thrown up a breastwork across the Savannah-Darien Causeway at right angles to the church. Colonel Baker and Colonel White met on the church steps and exchanged salutes. "Join me inside, Colonel Baker, and bring any subordinate you wish to be apprised of our strategy." Baker turned on the church step and cast an eye to the live oak, where the 7 men who'd ridden with him from Sunbury were hitching their horses. He looked the men over no longer than a second before he called out, "Stuart, come inside." "Would appear Colonel Baker values the youngest of us more than the tried and true," Jacob McFeaster said. A tow-headed 20-year-old, short in stature, McFeaster refused to look Daniel in the eye as he muttered his criticism. Neighbors, planters on a lesser scale, the McFeasters had borne an enmity toward the Stuarts for decades. Jacob's younger brother Esau, the more brazen of the two, glared at Daniel and said, "Or the richest," with no ready reply to their taunts and no time to enjoy a fist fight that might have allowed him to beat apologies from the McFeasters for their rudeness. Daniel tucked his hat beneath his elbow and went to join the colonel. Stepping inside the church vestibule, he saw a group of officers plotting war strategy atop the remembrance table. "Hurry, Stuart," Colonel Baker whispered. The elder man hooked Daniel's elbow and pulled him along. "We shall need your knowledge of the land south of here." A little more than 2 years after he'd lost his sister to marriage and his father to death, Daniel rushed down the same meeting house aisle. This was the church where he'd been raised. His sister's wedding arbor and his father's coffin came back to him with equal clarity. Young though he was, he accepted that any poignant memory must always be desecrated by men in some way or fashion, for men will not allow beauty of any sort to last without seeking either to own or attack it. Such was the case as war once again tramped closer. Daniel's grandparents, like the Israelites of old, had escaped from a land of persecution to the New World promised land they believed to be ordained and promised to them by God. They'd sailed the ocean to settle that land. They'd broken the stony ground, made it fruitful. They had created a new Eden, and every man and woman of them believed that the Eden lands of rice and indigo and corn they planted and raised should always belong to them, and after them, to their sons and daughters. These planters hoped to discover God's secret for creation. Following his example, they sought to raise a paradise from the swamp, and having succeeded, they became possessive. Though they were the king's subjects, they reasoned that these bounteous lands, made so through their own suffering, had provided more than enough riches for the crown. The land was theirs. Their exports of rice and lumber and other goods to England were copious. Yet greedy King George could not stay himself from levying more taxes against them. When they stood up to his detestable tyranny, he sent warships. Most who'd settled St. John's Parish, including the town of Sunbury and the plantations to the south and southwest of that seaport town, felt obliged to defend their blessing and birthright. They saw this latest British invasion as yet another test of their faith and will. A coward could swear allegiance to the crown and suffer no loss of life or property. There were no cowards inside Midway Meeting House this noonday. Just a council of war. Colonel Baker and Daniel took a place beside them. Doing as he was ordered, Daniel took up a quill pen, and soon his calloused fingers were artfully marking the map parchment. He drew arrows to the bridges around Newport and made notations about other plantations in the vicinity of Tranquil. He poured the best of his memory into the quill. All of his superiors were impressed by his minutely detailed account of the terrain. The dire emergency of the enemy's approach bade them act quickly. A battle plan was drawn up. Daniel's hand helped to form it, and as he laid the quill down atop the rose petals fallen on the remembrance table, he was glad to know he would have a hand in the fighting. November 20th, 1778. 60 horsemen thundered down the white scar of Sandy Road, a treacherous path damp at the center with carriage ruts, brown with brackish water at the ditches, lit at brief intervals by groves of straight pines that threw the skyline wide open and brought heavens of sunlight pouring down. These bright vistas fell away quickly as they galloped beneath vine-strangled live oaks, pouring deep shadows. The plan, drawn up at the Midway Meeting House, called for Colonel Baker's force to reconnoiter, ascertain the enemy's strength, then fall back to the breastworks built at the church. The Patriot riders wound through the bright and shadowed places of the road, ambushed on occasion by the early leaf fall. Dead leaves flicked glowing and soft as burned paper across Daniel's wind-blown cheeks, until his band of 60 mounted militia galloped free of the jungle to a savanna near Tranquil, his boyhood home. His beloved mother Adele had already left Sunbury. The entire ride, his sole prayer was that she and the family had returned safely to the plantation. The wide expanse of savanna after the tunnel of forest, the white clouds moping like a herd of sheep grazing the fringes of the horizon, were the kind of natural beauty Daniel had come to expect with each homecoming to Tranquil. He had often paused here to admire the river rippling through the marshland, the fiddler crabs enjoying the sandy crook of elbow the river made as it bent, flexed, and punched toward the ocean. Smoke. He saw it far across the savanna, where the tops of the long-leaf pines had always mushroomed above the lesser growth. 4 black plumes rose toward the clouds like tornadoes. Daniel well knew that God occasionally saw fit to sully so clear a day as this with a storm, but the pillars of smoke and fire spreading along the Newport River, over the homes of his neighbors, were clearly man-made. He'd barely accepted the smoke when he heard the music, a keening melody that sent the gulls and pelicans circling to quieter places on the marsh. Though the sound of bagpipes stirred sweet reminiscences in his heart, Daniel knew he must take up arms against this music. Each note was sounded for the king. Daniel, by virtue of his father's example, had come to see the king as a prideful man who wished to deny other men their right to commune with God as they chose. And if the censorship of many generations of prayer were not egregious enough, George III, the name of the tyrant in the decade present, desired to force unfair taxation upon the descendants of those people who had crossed a deadly ocean so that they might freely worship the living God in their own way. Close behind the music of the pipes came the percussion of the redcoat drums. Colonel Baker turned his horse, faced the men who rode behind him, and called out, "We must close on the bridge over the South Newport. The enemy shall soon be crossing the river en masse. Our first need is to determine his strength. Our second, fight. A quick delaying action and get back to our main body at Midway. We must afflict his progress with no thought of winning. We must spill no drop of our own blood if it can be helped." Colonel Baker paused to gauge the energy of his men. Their countenances, not so much afraid as worried, raised his ire. "What's wrong with you?" he yelled. "I speak to 60 men and cannot tell if one of you has heard me. Answer me with a clear yes, if you understand." "Yes, sir," the men answered. "Stewart," the colonel beckoned. Daniel guided his filly, Shrew, a few steps closer to the colonel. "Sir, this force shall soon be within reconnoitering distance of the enemy. At my behest, you will take your man," the colonel pointed to October, "and scout ahead of this party in their direction. We pray your intimate knowledge of this country will bring you safe back to us." "We shall be off this moment, sir," Daniel said. He motioned for October, who spurred Yemassee closer. "No, you will not," Colonel Baker said. "I shan't deploy you till I position our main body, few as we are, on advantageous ground that will allow us to watch the redcoats. I intend for you and your man to go out scouting as soon as we have done so. We attack only if an opportunity to severely damage the enemy presents itself. What I need most from you is guidance to a place within striking distance." "Do you wish to strike or be struck, sir?" Daniel asked. "You become impudent with me, Stewart." "No, sir. I'm just saying it would be better for us all if I took October and rode ahead of the main body. We could secret ourselves near Newport Bridge, ride back, and give a full accounting of the enemy's progress." The colonel stared to the south, where the redcoat bagpipes warbled their spiraling music, less a melody than a dirge. Colonel Baker reined his horse, watched the smoke plumes rise high above the tallest pines on the horizon. After a moment, he turned to Daniel and said, "You're a smart lad. You have your father's sense as well as his scruples. I believe it prudent to heed your—" Rifle fire struck from the marsh grass beside the road. A ball hit Colonel Baker on the point of his shoulder and drove him back with such violence his head struck against the flank of his horse. By some fortuitous blessing, he had his reins wrapped around his wrist and managed to stay in the saddle. William Goulding and Captain Cooper were hit by the same volley. Good horsemen, neither was toppled by the enemy's fire. "Ambush!" Daniel called out. He grabbed for Colonel Baker to help his commander turn his horse. His finger slid down destroyed fabric into the sticky, warm, pulsing abyss augured into Baker's shoulder. The colonel bit his tongue to silence his pain, and Daniel saw blood course over his lower teeth. The two of them spurred back in the direction of the men who rode behind them. Their best hope was to stampede their small army into retreat before the unseen enemy could reload and fire again. If their first sally was a failure, their first retreat was a great success. With only 3 casualties, the militiamen soon rode back to the North Newport River, where, the next day, November 21st, Daniel saw the approaching Redcoat army for the first time. One of 60 horsemen, he sat his mount at the right side of Colonel Baker, whose wounded shoulder had responded overnight to a pint of rum internally administered. A poultice boiled from persimmons had stemmed the bleeding, while 12 stitches had served to mend the colonel on the outside. Thankfully, the musket ball had tunneled through without breaking bone. Daniel felt blessed to have the colonel still beside him as they watched the redcoats march toward the bridge. Their bright flags and uniform tunics flared under the autumn sunlight. Bagpipes warbling, drums beating, they came forth like a tumultuous band of popinjays, 500 horsemen in the lead, backed up by 500 infantry, dragging behind them 4 cannon. Daniel said to Colonel Baker, Surely these are not the same men who fired at us from the bushes yesterday. Yesterday we ran afoul of an advanced scout, most likely Indians. There's talk this British force joined with a group of Tories and Indians before heading north. Their aim is to cross the bridge, Daniel said. Should we not burn it? If we got close enough for that, we'd no doubt run into the same trouble we encountered yesterday. I wouldn't be fool enough to twice march my men into ambush. What then, Colonel? Daniel asked. Every man load his weapon, Colonel Baker called out. The 60 men in his charge dismounted. Hidden in a grove of sumac just north of the North Newport Bridge, they poured powder down the muzzles of their rifles, ramrodded cloth wadding to pack the powder, dropped a large ball of lead down the barrel, and added more wadding to hold the projectile in place. This done, they sifted gunpowder into the pan of their flintlocks, just enough to strike fire to the main charge when the flint hammered out a spark. Colonel Baker passed the word along quietly. Not a man of you is to discharge his weapon till the first horse hoof belonging to a redcoat touches the bridge planking. Ready yourselves. Daniel and the rest of the St. John's riflemen pulled back the hammers of their flintlocks as a group of cavalry in white-plumed leather helmets advanced on the bridge just ahead of the infantry. The first clop of British hoof sounded to Daniel like the last note of peaceful country existence he would hear for many years to come. 60 muskets boomed down on the bridge. 7 British horsemen fell. Their riderless mounts reared away as the bullets of the militiamen puffed sawdust from the planks and splashed bloody geysers from the river. The British troops formed a firing line, wheeled up one of their artillery pieces and trained it on the Patriot position. By the time they returned fire, Daniel, Colonel Baker, and the rest of their band were galloping away. A lone shell exploded in the empty woods close behind them as they retreated, but the Patriots suffered no further wounds. November 21st to 22nd, 1778. With one well-aimed fusillade to their credit, Colonel Baker's command withdrew to the Midway Meeting House, where Daniel found great comfort in the permanence of the sanctuary's white clapboard sides and black shutters. Such a large house of worship in so wild a swamp gave testament to the inexorable power of God's will. Here was proof that a lost and fallible people, through trust and work and worship, could find the wisdom, not to mention the lumber and nails, to build themselves a place of safe haven from the wilderness. Daniel's group of militia came back to the church grounds just as the twilight dew in front of the church steps began to harden the blades of Bermuda grass under the white sheen of yet another evening of hard frost. As they rode into the churchyard with 3 wounded, the whole weary lot of them yearning for good food and pleasant company, a most propitious sight arose before them. Campfires numerous as stars had sprung up around the meeting house. This meant their small band had been mightily reinforced. A few handshakes, backslaps, and salutes, and they were informed the 3rd and 4th Georgia Continental Battalions had arrived under the command of Colonel John White. These were joined by a formidable group of militia called the St. John's Rangers, who rode behind Brigadier General James Screven. The returning warriors were the prize guests at every fire, where Daniel and the rest took a moment to stare into the coals and wipe the road from their brows before they told their story between bites of smoke-roasted beef and draughts from whiskey jugs cooled in the church's well. Nightfall laid frost over the church lawn like icy coats of paint, and the coats grew thicker with each stroke of the clock. Daniel once again followed Colonel Baker down the church aisle, more desirous of warming himself with the lamps and candles burning atop the remembrance table than hearing war strategy. But the arguments of the war council were inescapable. They echoed in the church balcony, where Daniel had once enjoyed the mellifluous whispers of Bach's fugues for organ. Colonel John White, a stubby, white-haired man who stood just a bit taller than the baptismal font, was discussing strategy, or the dire need for one, with Brigadier General James Screven, a lean man with a chin sharp as a plowshare, beaten into a sword, and eyes as black as fresh-forged grapeshot. His dark hair was swept back in an iron-smooth wave from his rough countenance. If Screven had a gift, it was in the way he presented himself. He wasn't a man who strove to make a favorable impression. He was hard and taciturn and plain-spoken. There was but one reason to like him at all, and strangely enough, it was sufficient cause for the men who followed him to admire and even love him. He was honest, John White was more of a powdered wig than Scriven, but he was possessed of a jocular nature and a quick smile that shone as a kindly light when one felt downtrodden. His men loved him too, for no reason other than he recognized misery as soon as he saw it, and did what he could to make their suffering less. White drew back from the remembrance table whereon the symbolic body and blood of Christ had been supplanted by maps and plans drawn to break more bodies, shed more blood, strategies meant for the common good that would doubtless rob the holy spark of life from hundreds of men and women before this war came to an end. Colonel White smoothed the parchment of these plans and stood back from them to gaze on Colonel Baker and Daniel. "Sergeant," he addressed the soldier standing to his right at the remembrance table, "we have the honor of two heroes visiting, one too wounded to fight, the other too young by the looks of him. Go outside and fetch them some food." The soldier saluted, hurried to the church vestibule, and exited. "You are overly exuberant in your praise of us, sir," Colonel Baker said. "He is indeed," General Scriven said. "If you waste time pretending to modesty and gab away the advantages you have gained us by your valiant stand south of here. Come to the map. Tell us your opinion as to our next move." Colonel Baker smiled. "You speak plainly as always, General. I would remind you, my good friend, that we have only just arrived from the field and can offer little till we know the overall situation of our troops versus that of the invaders." "You've retreated all the way back to this church," Scriven said. "Your stand was a brave one, I grant. But our situation is horrendous. What more do you wish to know?" "There are some logistics of which Colonel Baker should be apprised," Colonel White interrupted, though he did so with a polite smile. "May I please inform him, General?" Scriven stroked his sharp chin to a finer point and gave a curt nod. White turned to Baker and continued, "I've sent 127 men of the 3rd Battalion under Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh to Sunbury to reinforce Captain Morris at the fort. I've kept some men of the 3rd and all of the 4th here with General Scriven's militia. Reports tell me we are to be attacked by water as well, so I've ordered our galley, Congress, to sail down to Sunbury. She will join with our other galleys to fight the redcoats who come by water. We had better find a way to slow this throng that marches toward us by land," General Scriven said. "These we know of. The attack by sea is yet a rumor." "Then be so kind as to give us your opinion as to how we should act, sir," Colonel White said. "Strike south," Scriven said without pause. "Attack them. Damage them before they make our churchyard a place of siege. There's a hill on Spencer's plantation, 2 miles south of here. That's the place to set up an ambush. Speak up, John. You know full well that's good ground where we might secret ourselves and whip them. Spencer's Hill is a rare bit of high ground in these swamps that we might use to our advantage," Colonel Baker admitted. "The foliage is still heavy enough to hide us." "Yes, I agree. Set up an ambush there." "Good then," Colonel White said. He stepped back from the remembrance table and looked to each of the men gathered in the candlelit midway sanctuary. "This is not my church by faith, but the fight you have put up, the bravery I have seen in you has made it my church. I pray you'll be able to stop the British before they bring their vandalistic march to this sacred place." "We'll be on the move before dawn," General Scriven said. "Colonel Baker, tell your men to get their sleep now. They'll not have much time." Colonel Baker appointed Daniel to tell the other soldiers of the Seine, John's riflemen, that they would be on the attack before dawn. October had waited in the church vestibule while Daniel attended the war council. The two of them walked to each of the twig fires that flickered small and dying beneath the still trees of the churchyard. The frost was invisible to the fire-huddled men, but they felt its constant touch on their backs, especially those of them who had exerted themselves gathering wood. They shivered as the cold needled through their clothes to harden their sweat into ice. Daniel, who was no stranger to the scourge of weather and bad sleeping conditions, thought it almost cruel to pass along Scriven's order to take sleep immediately or get none at all. Soldiers told to sleep so they can march early become insomniacs. With the way the men's eyes shone when he told them the morn might bring them to battle, Daniel felt he may as well have thrown lamp oil on each campfire. After they'd visited all of the campsites, Daniel said to October, "It's taken me a full hour to ruin everyone else's sleep, and I fear I've ruined my own in the process. I'm so nervous I couldn't piss on a quilt." "Ain't no quilts out here anyway," October replied. "Suppose we could stay out here and find a bed of leaves. Plenty of 'em fallen. Look over there at the cemetery. There's a couple fellas trying to sleep on tombstones. Hate to tell 'em, but rock stays cold no matter how long you lay on top of it. Why don't you and me sneak back in the church? You know that gallery in back? They don't object to a black man sitting up there on Sundays. No reason they should turn me away on a cold night like this. You know they'll let you in. You inspire me. Daniel took hold of October's shoulder and squeezed an expansive muscle that felt like tabby just before it sets. Too malleable to be stone, but hard and strong. Maybe they won't turn away the other soldiers either. Daniel returned to each of the campsites he'd called on earlier and found all of the soldiers to be quite receptive to October's plan. They gladly extinguished their fires and followed Daniel into the church. Once inside, they marched upstairs and made camp on the second-floor gallery, the same balcony where the slaves normally sat while attending Sunday services. A man was posted at the window to keep watch on the church grounds. The sentry endured no more strain than his compatriots, for as Daniel had feared, not a man among them slept. Daniel attempted to rest his head in the unforgiving 90-degree angle, where a hardwood pew was nailed down and squared perfectly with the ascending stair of the balcony aisle. He closed his eyes but could not keep them shut. Below, a single lantern burned atop the remembrance table. The flame gave barely light enough to see, but nervous as Daniel was, it seemed a conflagration. His hand drifted to the pew before him, to the psalter and the wooden rack carved to hold wine glasses on Communion Sunday. He found a glass that had been left behind and caressed the rim with the faint hope that he might produce the same eerie music he'd once heard a young bell play on crystal goblets. Beneath Daniel's dry, circling fingers, the wine glass made no sound at all. Its crystal was as cold and bereft of music as the silent frost painting the church lawn and cemetery and laying plates of ice across the great swamps. Daniel well knew he couldn't control the seasons any more than he could give orders to the British Army, and he still couldn't force himself to sleep. As he lay staring out of the gallery window, he heard a few snores, but imagined most of the men were like himself. Most would not be blessed with even the first wink of October shook him awake. "What time is it?" Daniel asked. "Your gold watches say 3 in the morning. October had drawn the watch from Daniel's pocket to the fullest extent of its chain. He tilted the face so Daniel could see. "Make all us look better if you'd stir these men and have 'em out front the church before the general calls for 'em." "You're right, I will." Word was passed quietly from soldier to soldier. There was little grumbling. Had there been, the acoustics of the balcony were such that one harsh word loudly spoken would have woken the officers sleeping below. The only noise arose from the gathering of backpacks and powder horns, the metallic clicks and leather creaks of flintlocks slung over shoulders, the accidental tapping of rifle butts against knife handles. Speaking in a hushed tone, Daniel told them, "Assemble in front of the church steps. General Scraven, Colonel Baker, and I will be with you soon." At Daniel's order, the St. John's Riflemen and the St. John's Rangers marched quietly down the steps from the balcony and formed themselves into columns. Their easy compliance surprised Daniel. He whispered to October, "I can't leave them standing out there to freeze. What'll I do?" "I say go tell the general and all them colonels their troops be up and ready to march before they is. Might shock 'em some, but it'll bring pleasure too. They won't never forget you was the man brought good news when there wasn't none." Daniel hurried down the aisle, passing the remembrance table and pulpit on his way to the pastor's study, where he fully expected all of the commanding officers, General Scraven as well as Colonels White and Baker, to still be sleeping. The officers were no more at rest than the men in their charge. Daniel found them studying a map spread atop the pastor's desk. Colonel Baker looked up, his annoyance hardly masked by the pipe smoke clouding the little room. "What do you want, Stuart?" he asked. "Only to tell you the men are assembled in front of the church and awaiting further orders, sir." "Are you saying they're waiting for us to come lead them?" General Scraven was incredulous. With no pause to hear Daniel's answer, he stood to button his tunic. "We have scarce few hours before dawn, gentlemen. If I possess a band of men willing to fight, I'll not keep them idle. We can pore over this map till sunrise. The most likely result is we'll end up prisoners of the British. I'm sure they'll be glad to help us interpret the meaning of their troop movements once we've lost the war. Thank you for shaking us into action, Stuart. Motioning for the other officers and Daniel to follow, Scriven headed for the door. In less than an hour, the St. John's Riflemen and St. John's Rangers banded together to ride southward on the Savannah-Darien Causeway. Out front of the militia, Colonel Baker kept his horse to the right of General Scriven, and Daniel stayed to the right of Colonel Baker. "We must get to the high ground on Spencer's plantation," General Scriven said. "See that bit of a hill there?" The general pointed to a rounded knoll topped with a deadfall of pine trees, wrapped in vine and briar. "Dense trees with honeysuckle beneath. We can ambush the enemy as he comes up the road." The sun was just rising to the left of them, and it gave all of its early morning rays to a clear orange sky that revealed the art of last night's frost, disclosing the white, powdery ice on leaves and roadside grass and reeds. Daniel looked to the hill General Scriven had indicated. The place where they'd hoped to set up their ambush was already alive with movement. Colonel Baker pointed and yelled, "There they are, General!" The redcoat infantry, secreted atop the hill, answered Colonel Baker's shout with a volley of musket fire. Not struck himself, Daniel pulled on Shrew's reins to stop her bucking. General Scriven was thrown to the roadbed, reins wrapped around his gloved hand. His scared horse tried to bolt, but was anchored by its fallen rider. The stallion ran in circles and left curled splashes of General Scriven's blood upon the white sand. In too much agony to hold on, Scriven released the reins. The moment his horse no longer shielded him, another bullet struck his torso with such force it rolled him from his side onto his back. Before the British could fire a third volley, Colonel Baker called out, "Retreat!" The Patriots turned their horses and raced back for the Midway meeting house. In their panic, they left their fallen comrades, General Scriven and Captain Abraham Strother, behind. The Rangers and Riflemen galloped onto the front lawn of Midway meeting house, scarcely able to slow their horses after 2 full miles of racing retreat. They charged to the front steps of the sanctuary with Colonel Baker in the lead and Daniel close behind. Colonel White had either heard their thunderous approach or had been apprised of it by an aide, for he emerged from the church doors putting on his saber, just as the men, who only hours before had ridden from these holy grounds an army, returned as a panicked rabble, having been handed as good a whipping as they'd suffered at Sawpit Bluff 2 years ago. The militiamen stopped their froth-drooling, steam-blowing mounts right at the church doors, as if the lot of them wished they could gallop inside and pray for the war to be over. Daniel, as fearful and worried as any man present, recalled the previous defeats he'd survived. Nausea roiled his belly. Only a few more blunders, and the British would once again own the country he'd dreamed would someday belong to his fellow patriots and himself. Colonel White took a moment to fasten his pistol belt and saber about his waist. When the leather was cinched to his satisfaction, he surveyed the wide-eyed militiamen and the lathered animals that carried them. From the first, Daniel had taken Colonel White to be a shrewd officer, and he made it his business to take a lesson from the manner in which Colonel White dealt with the frightened horde of plantation gentlemen, merchants, and small farmers assembled before him. The colonel came down the steps, walked man to man, horse to horse. He took note of their wounds and praised them for their bravery. After he grasped the hand of each soldier escaped from the recent carnage to the rank and file of the living, White climbed again to the top of the church steps, where he turned his gaze upon the officer who'd led them into battle. "Colonel Baker," White called out, "where is General Scriven?" "I wish I could report him with us, sir, but he fell wounded." "And you left him?" "We blundered into an ambush at the exact hill where we wished to set up an ambush for the enemy. They were there before us. Had we not withdrawn quickly, we would have been destroyed." "You were not destroyed, and you shall not be," Colonel White shouted. He cast a stern look upon Colonel Baker, who sat his horse well by Daniel's estimation, the only fault lying in his nervous hands. So jumpy that the militia leader could not rest them on his saddle pommel without their slipping off. White continued, "Were it not for your celerity of mind, Colonel Baker, this fine command would have been lost to the patriot cause. Your men should be grateful to you for saving their lives. They should also have faith that in the future you'll lead them from dangerous scrapes with an adroitness equal to that which you've exhibited today." Colonel White's praise was spoken mostly to enhance the morale of the men. Daniel recognized the intention of the speech, the undertones of which were apparently not lost on Colonel Baker, who was just about to draw a handkerchief from his coat sleeve to mop his sweaty palms. When Colonel White's flattery reached his ears, Baker straightened in his saddle and let go of the dainty handkerchief as if it were alive with plague, and wiped his hands on his tunic. He was obviously trying to appear as if he were the same strong leader that his fellow officer had just described. "God willing, sir, I'll do better next time," Baker called back to Colonel White. "But," his voice sounded dry and sandy, "I shall not claim any credit for saving the lives of these brave men who ride in my command. I helped lead them into a trap." It saddened Daniel to see his old commander take all the disgrace upon himself when there was blame enough to share, and he spoke up. "Colonel Baker once saved my life. He'll keep the rest of you alive if you listen to him." "Thank you, Stuart," Colonel White said. He drew a long, deep breath, and though his demeanor showed him to be anything but placid himself, he said to the frightened patriots, "We must all of us stay calm. The enemy's snare has failed. We're still here to oppose him, and oppose him we will. The next trap that's laid, the British will be the ones who fall in." From his place on the church steps, Colonel White surveyed the steaming plumes of breath that rose from frightened soldiers and animals too hard run, but his eyes were as hopeful as those of a man who strikes sparks of flint above wet kindling and tries to build a fire in a rainstorm. He called out to the gathering of soldiers. His voice resounded across the churchyard and roadway, echoed against the stones and crypts of the cemetery in which their ancestors lay buried. "Men of Midway and Sunbury, I pose you 2 questions. Will you run? No. Will you form yourselves into as cruel a snare as the British laid for you?" Daniel's voice raced ahead of his rational mind like a wild horse beyond his control. He shouted, "Avenge our friends or die!" Another soldier yelled, "Let the king's troops ride into our guns and see how their fortunes change. Hang together or hang alone." Yet another soldier called out. It was a more concisely stated version of the words Benjamin Franklin had used to persuade the reluctant members of the Continental Congress to take courage and sign their names to the Declaration of Independence. Spoken a little more than 2 years ago, Franklin's brave convictions were becoming a catechism for how to behave in these bitter times. For patriots, every coal of each plantation fired by the advancing redcoats was another outrage that burned like a linstock to an explosive place deep in their hearts, causing the hatred that served to feed this rebellion. Colonel White looked over his troops, smiling at their spirit. He said, "The British would tell us, stay at home, do not resist, comply with the demands of the king's troops, and your home will not be burned. Consent to live under the king's rule, and you shall be allowed to live in peace. These redcoat lies are little more than invitations to sit back and surrender our freedom. This we will never do. Trust each other. Have faith in your right to liberty. Stand together in your fight for freedom, and the king has not soldiers or ships enough to beat you." The men cheered wildly, and before they had a chance to calm down, Colonel White motioned to Colonel Baker and Daniel. "Come inside the church, both of you," he ordered. In the quiet of the church vestibule, Colonel White turned to Colonel Baker and asked, "Is General Screven wounded, captured, or is he dead?" "He was struck from his horse, as was Abraham Strother. We had no time to ascertain whether they yet drew breath, caught in the ambush as we were." "If I may," Daniel said, "go ahead. Speak up, Stuart." "General Screven was wounded by the first volley of the enemy," Daniel said. "He fell from his horse to the road. He was struck several times more. I saw the bullets roll him from his side to his back. I observed this because, to be honest, I was frozen by the unexpected enemy action against us. I'd be lying alongside General Screven had not Colonel Baker been quick enough to disengage our unit before the redcoats fired a third volley." "I believe you're right, Stuart," White answered. "Colonel Baker has behaved most judiciously. You and your fellows would surely be fewer in number had he not done so. It's admirable for a young soldier to show gratitude to the officer whose wisdom saved his life, though the encounter with the enemy was lost. What neither of you has done is answer my question as to whether or not General Screven and Abraham Strother are still alive." "I couldn't say for a certainty, sir," Colonel Baker said. "What about you, Stuart?" "I only know that General Screven was struck by more than one ball. We're within our rights to inquire about them. If our foe is a gentleman, he'll give us an honest reply." Major Habersham, Colonel White called the length of the church aisle to his aide. I need you to take down a letter. Gladly, Major Habersham called back. He was sorting the maps atop the remembrance table. May I do so down here, sir? Where I have quill and paper and a smooth place to set down your words. Disgusts me to plan the evils of war in the house of God, Colonel White said. He was speaking to himself, but Daniel overheard. Colonel White took note of his grieved expression. Young man, I'm sorry for this intrusion upon your place of worship. No need to apologize to me, sir, Daniel replied. A great army is coming to steal the unalienable rights given us by the Lord God. Any plan to prevent that theft is a blessing. Once again, they followed Colonel White down the aisle to the remembrance table, where they rearranged the baskets for communion bread, as well as the silver pitcher and wine goblets. All of these were pushed to the back of the table to make room for parchment and quill pens and inkwells and maps of St. John's Parish. Colonel White said to Major Habersham, when you've finished taking this letter down, I'll need you to deliver it to the British commander. Of course, sir, but I'm as new to this country as you. I'll need guidance to the enemy camp. I'll take him, Daniel said. I grew up here. I know the paths through the swamps. You're brave to volunteer, Stuart, Colonel White said. Colonel Baker, may I assign your aide to this task? The British are so dishonorable, they may take both of these men prisoner without giving us the courtesy of an answer. Colonel Baker looked over the holy sacraments cluttered with quills and war maps. He said, no. I refuse to send this boy. I'll accompany Habersham myself. You will not, Colonel White snapped. You're needed here. The company of militia you just saved need you to lead them. But it's not right to send this boy to... Colonel Baker, Daniel interrupted. You know me. You know what I've endured. You know I'm orphaned by the will of God. I'm wounded many times over by the wickedness of man. I take great umbrage that you still consider me a boy. You've witnessed firsthand my work as a soldier. Have I failed in some way you haven't specified? My apologies. Colonel Baker stood back from the table and massaged his weary eyes with his head bowed. A moment passed before he gave a long sigh and raised his countenance to those gathered around the table. Young Daniel here is indeed a good soldier, he said. He should accompany Major Habersham to the enemy lines. Daniel and Major Habersham rode down the Savannah-Darien Causeway, fully aware of the British muskets aimed at their hearts and entrails. A great deal of faith was needed to gallop toward the enemy, with no protection other than a strip of white linen tied around a Pennsylvania rifle, and a gentleman's agreement that the redcoats would hold their fire. Even if Daniel and Major Habersham were allowed to pass through the myriad pickets and sentries without being fired upon, there was still the problem of the letter they were riding to deliver. Full of ire at the time of its composition, Colonel White had dictated an accusatory, combative, and downright fractious message to his British foes. One kind of courage was required to compose such an insulting missive. Quite another was required to deliver it. As they approached the British forces, Major Habersham carried the letter while Daniel rode alongside him and waved the twist of bedsheet. They were neither shot at nor bayoneted as they passed through the exterior lines of the British Army. Finally, they were met by a freckle-faced soldier with a Cockney brogue who escorted them to the field tent of Lieutenant Colonel Jean-Marc Prévost, the younger brother of General Augustin Prévost. There is hot tea if you gentlemen wish it, Prévost said. Daniel took the British commander's demeanor to be reserved, yet more deferential than he'd expected. We have not the time for amenities, Major Habersham said. We have come to deliver with utmost haste this correspondence from my commanding officer. I see. Will you do me the favor of reading it? Colonel Prévost asked. Habersham would have done better to have accepted the offer of tea, for his voice was rattly with nerves. With numerous pauses to clear his throat, he managed to cough out the belligerent words that Colonel White had set down. Camp at Midway, November 22, 1778, sir. General Screven and Mr. Strother have been missing since the skirmish with your troops. I have sent Major Habersham to know whether they have fallen or are prisoners in your hands, and in the former case to request that their corpse may be permitted to be brought in for interment. I cannot avoid upon the present occasion to complain of the equally ruinous and disgraceful warfare carried on by the troops under your command. While your king affects to wish a pacification with America, His officers are heightening the resentment of the people by the most contrary to good offices. What advantages or consolation do you derive from cruel burnings? Are not the effects of war sufficiently calamitous for the community that you should transfer them to individuals and in a manner too without discrimination? Britons did not use to do so. It is their practice only in these latter days. Having fought in their service, I feel a right to remonstrate against it, and which I the more earnestly do, that I may prevent the horrors of retaliation. I am, sir, with proper respect, and so forth. J. White C.C. Lurt, Column, J. Provost, Commander of the King's Troops. After he had heard the contents of Colonel White's letter, Colonel Provost said, I fear your commander forgets numerous aspects of our enmity. He needs reminding of the multitude of American transgressions against properties of the Crown. You say you are Major Habersham, sir. Would you be willing to draft my reply to your Colonel White? If not, I can call for my own aid. I shall put down your words verbatim, sir. May I? Major Habersham indicated Prevost's field desk, a small table that bore a quill, an inkpot, and a chess set. Certainly, Major. Seat yourself and be comfortable. When Habersham had readied himself and dipped the quill, Lieutenant Colonel Prevost dictated his reply. St. John's Parish, November 22, 1778. Sir, I had the honor of yours relative to Brigadier General Screven and Mr. Strother. The former, I am happy to tell you, is likely to do well, from the report of the surgeons. The other, I believe, is dead. I shall give directions for his burial. When you come to consider that many of the troops under my command are irregulars, that many of them have resentments, to account for many acts which I heartily abhor, and that the calamities of war you complain of have been, by people under your immediate command, given us as a precedent at Burnon's Island, the destruction of every building and animal creature on the island of Amelia, and the murder of Captain Moore, and other in cold blood. You will own, I hope, that if the retaliation has been severe, it might have been foreseen and expected, and though more costly, it will less be felt than that of the poor people who lost their all. At the same time, I positively disclaim any approbation of such proceedings. My heart bled for the sufferers. Though authorized by the laws of war, I have forbidden in the strictest manner the burning of any houses, and wherever any people have been found to take care of their property, though known to be inimical to the king's government, I have left them in possession of everything belonging to them, and only required them to remain quietly and peaceably at their own houses. I have the honor to be, with respect, sir, your most obedient humble servant, J. Prevost, Lieutenant Colonel, commanding the king's troops in Georgia. So General Screven is yet alive? Daniel asked. He is most alive, thanks to the able care my surgeons have provided him. I do not find it convenient at this juncture to care for prisoners of war. So, if you wish General Screven's return, I shall gladly do all in my power to restore him to you. Daniel, who stood by the tent flap, gave a startled look at Major Habersham, who was still seated behind the enemy colonel's desk. Neither of them had expected to hear that General Screven had survived this morning's ambush. The white canvas of the tent assumed the coral hues of a quick-dying November afternoon. The silence was heavy, as if the frost-burned night had already fallen. If you have kept General Screven alive, Daniel said at last, you have our gratitude. I believe it shall befall Major Habersham to deliver your reply to our commander, while it shall be my duty to return General Screven to his kinspeople and friends, many of whom are friends of mine as well. Would you be so kind as to show me to his bed? Certainly, Prevost said, and I shall be glad to assign a detail of my own men to carry the general back to your lines. We shall be grateful for your assistance, sir, Major Habersham said. As to the remains of Captain Strother, since our encampments are in such close proximity, would it not be kinder to return him to the army he served and to his loved ones than to inter him on the field where he fell? Such a burial is not cruel for a soldier, Major Habersham. I dare say many of us shall find ourselves in such a resting place if these hostilities become more bitterly contested. Colonel Prevost sighed into the dusk just as the receding fire of the sun left the world so cold it made smoke of his breath. If you wish to take Strother's body back to your own camp, Prevost continued, there's no reason to deny you. He can scarce do any more harm to the crown. General Screven lay shivering in a surgeon's tent. His gaunt face, drained of blood and temper, was gray, blanching white. His cragged countenance had always resembled stone, and as he lay bleeding from his several bullet wounds, his hardened cheeks and jaws took on more lines, more whiteness and wrinkles. How often does a man have to witness the throes of death before he becomes a prophet of its next visit, as well as prescient about whom its next victim will be? Although Daniel had stood watch beside the deathbeds of his own loved ones often enough to proclaim himself a seer, he couldn't tell if General Screven was hardening himself to fight the pain of his wounds, or if the pallid creases around his mouth meant that the pain was too much. Daniel prayed for his survival. He admired the man's honesty, especially his gruff ways. The cause of independence could spare none of its great warriors. The general opened his eyes, hard, old, beautiful, stony eyes that recalled to Daniel lasting objects that he'd admired. The polished walnut stock of a rifle, a granite boulder smoothed by the river, a fine horse bridle of old leather, the sharpened blade of a hunting knife. He saw all of these reflected as he stared into General Screven's face and learned in a glance that men, no matter how strongly they might wish to stay in their earthly form, are not so lasting as walnut or stone or leather or a knife blade. Near the end of their lives, all men acquiesce to their impermanence. The best of them look back, seeking the few minutes from their past when they were heroic or beneficent. Such recollections, if they are to be found, sparkle beneath the watery sheen of an aging man's eyes like a treasure, shimmering and almost irretrievable beneath the surface of a lake that has deepened with years. "I'll not live another 3 days," General Screven said. Surprised the general had strength enough to speak, Daniel offered encouragement. "You will not only live, you'll be riding in front of the Saint, John's Rangers, when they next go into battle." "I want to see the church again," Screven answered. "Then I want to go home." The British colonel, Prevost, sent 8 soldiers under the command of Captain Middock to accompany the wounded General Screven and the remains of Captain Strother back to the Patriot lines. The bodies of both the wounded man and the dead man were placed side by side in a supply wagon, the rough-hewn bed of which was softened only because 2 British soldiers had the kindness to twist some thatches of broom sedge from the roadside ditch and toss them into the wagon before the 2 patriots were loaded inside. Daniel climbed onto the back and made his way forward to take a seat between his 2 comrades. He rested a hand on General Screven's shoulder to give comfort and let his other rest upon the shoulder of Abraham Strother. Daniel allowed his hands to take in the differences, warmth and pain versus a body gone cold and deserted by its spirit. Beneath his right hand was the warm blood of a man who was still struggling. Beneath his left, what had been blood early this morning no longer had the feel of blood. The stains on Abraham Strother's shirt had a strange, powdery texture that felt exactly like dust. The book of Genesis had taught Daniel that the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and Psalms told of being brought into the dust of death. At the moment, he was most comforted by another teaching found in the Old Testament. It said, "And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake." Captain Strother was no more dead than the oaks, sweet gums, and maples shedding their leaves into the wagon as they traveled north on the causeway. He had endured the pain of wounds and the coldness of passing, just as the trees had suffered the frost, but he would soon rise to another life. Daniel offered comfort to General Screven and sent up prayers for the soul of Captain Strother. The redcoat officer charged with escorting them back to the Patriot line, Captain Middock, rode next to the driver and gave him tutelage on how he might best control the horse till they were just within range of the Patriot barrier at Midway Meeting House. When they reached the point where there was danger of a Patriot ball striking them, Middock reached over the wagon seat and tapped Daniel's shoulder. "Will your people honor a flag of truce?" "They will if darkness doesn't prevent their seeing it." "Slow then," Captain Middock ordered the driver of the wagon. He took a white neckerchief from inside his tunic and tied it to the blade of his saber. He then stepped down from the wagon and walked ahead of the horse, waving saber and handkerchief above his head as they marched the last dangerous mile into range of the Patriot rifles and artillery. To the west of the causeway, the afternoon sun fell to ground calm as the leaves dropping from the hardwoods, and dusk came with a silent, windless hush that foreboded another frost-bitten night. a time of nature dying peacefully in the marshlands. For soldiers, darkness that falls quickly is worrisome, especially when there's business yet to be conducted with the enemy. General Scriven stirred beneath Daniel's hand just when Daniel most wished him to keep silent. "Are we in sight of the meeting house?" he asked. "We are, sir," Daniel said. He smoothed the general's hair to comfort and quiet him, and looked over the wagon seat toward the church, which was these days fortified with a barricade that jutted across the road. The white steeple, the church doors, the whole of the sanctuary were stained red by sunset. Would there were a way to paint those doors even redder, as the Hebrews had done in the Passover, and protect the house of God and all of those who'd found respite therein from the angels of death and destruction poised to strike from the marshlands. But this particular band of demons came not to murder the firstborn of each family. They were marching to destroy homes and churches, for they knew homes and churches to be the keepers of lineage and history and identity. If you kill a man's wife or child, you've wounded him to the center of his heart, but the wound will grow to a vengeful fire. If you destroy a man's house and his church, and then you kill his child, he has not even a place of memory to escape to. He has no home where he might heal, no sanctuary where he might pray for guidance, no cemetery where he might mourn and gradually chisel some purpose, some anger, some mission from the gravestones. Destroy the place where a man worships God along with the place he's built to protect his family, and you drive him into the wilderness with little sense of who he is or what incentivizes him to go on fighting. As they neared the barricade built across the Savannah-Darien Causeway, Daniel knew that this road, which ran alongside the Midway Meeting House, would certainly become the British Army's quickest approach to Savannah, where the Patriot forces not here to oppose and slow them down. Torches flared above the quick fortifications the Patriots had built. In the sanctuary, candles and lanterns lit the windows defiantly, surprisingly as if all the soldiers within discounted the possibility of a night attack. Dark though the dusk had become, Middock's flag of truce was seen by the Patriot sentries, and the supply wagon, with its honor guard of 8 British soldiers, was not fired upon, though it was twice challenged before they rolled onto the church lawn. There they were met by the commanding officer of the Patriot Army, Colonel White. Captain Middock saluted Colonel White. "Sir, we bring to your camp with great sorrow 2 heroes, one alive, the other gone to the angels." "Thank you. Please send my regards to Colonel Prevost for his courtesy. Do you by any chance bring a written reply to the correspondence I sent him?" Major Habersham stepped down and handed the Patriot commander, Colonel Prevost's correspondence. "I took it down myself, sir. If I may say, Colonel Prevost is neither conciliatory nor repentant of his wrongdoings." "Then he shall find us unforgiving in like measure," Colonel White said. "The light is bad here. I must go inside to read this." He turned to head for the church steps. "Colonel White!" Daniel jumped over the side panel of the wagon. "General Scriven is in here injured. Where shall we take him?" "God forgive me," White said. He hurried to the wagon and looked inside. "Get him to the vestry house quickly as possible. We can at least keep him comfortable till a doctor arrives." Daniel jumped from the wagon to help carry General Scriven's stretcher, though the church. They laid him on the floor in a room normally used for Sunday school classes. Pillows were brought from the pastor's study to support his head. Late in the night, Dr. Dunwoody arrived and went straight to work on the general. After the surgery was performed, the doctor emerged from Scriven's room with a blood-stained bullet extractor still in his hand. The instrument was wooden, handled with a brass cannula, the finest that Daniel had ever seen, though he doubted its quality made it any less painful. On the chance that General Scriven might overhear his prognosis, Dr. Dunwoody closed the door behind him, or so Daniel interpreted his actions. The doctor had the tired face of a caring man who was exhausted. "There's no more I can do," he said. "His bleeding is profuse. I've removed 3 of the balls that struck him. I dare not attempt to reach the other. If I do so, he won't last the night." The old surgeon examined the blood on his fingertips and rubbed them into his palm as if he were a planter testing a handful of soil to determine its potential. What he saw did not please him. If he's to live, General Scriven must be moved to a more comfortable environment. It cannot wait. Dr. Dunwoody lowered his voice to a whisper. "He may not survive the move, but he'll certainly die if he remains here. The Elliott's house in Sunbury might offer a good place for the general to recuperate, Daniel said. You're right about that, lad, Dr. Dunwoody said. I visited there a time or two to treat the occupants and offer cures for their maladies. Are you certain they'll receive the general in his wounded state? One can scarce trust one's neighbors in these times. Mr. John Elliot was a good friend of my father and my grandfather as well. He'd rejoice at the chance to help. We'd best not tarry, Dr. Dunwoody said. The general may rally if he wakes tomorrow morning to a river breeze and good linens and a cup of hot broth. Let's take him to Sunbury immediately. I'll ride ahead to get things prepared. Blankets were gathered from soldiers who offered to give them up, and General Screven was bundled in a fashion that might allow him to undertake the journey through the cold night without freezing. He would make the trip in a canvas-covered supply wagon given by the Patriots, who padded the bed with straw, showing the same philanthropy as the British troops who'd gathered broom sedge for the same purpose. Except the straw the Patriots laid down was better in quality and more generous in amount, a good 3 inches deep, to soften the boards for the general's broken body as they laid him inside. Daniel was one of the men who helped to arrange the general's stretcher and cover him with blankets. With Screven made comfortable as possible, Daniel jumped from the rear of the wagon. He was surprised when Colonel White caught his arm. You can't drive to Sunbury alone, lad, the colonel said. Not if you expect to keep General Screven alive. He'll need attention along the way. I won't be alone, Daniel said. He looked to a nearby campfire and called out, October! October was just finishing a leg of cottontail rabbit, the back and other leg of which he'd likely shared with 2 grateful soldiers who were huddled near the blaze with him. These 2 strangers were no doubt skilled at gathering wood, but not so adroit when it came to locating food to cook over the coals. Few were better than October when it came to making the swamplands give up a meal. When Daniel called, October tossed the rabbit bones into the fire and slid the leather rifle strap over his shoulder. He hurried to Daniel's side. You need me? Yes, to drive this wagon back to Sunbury, Daniel said. Will you hitch our horses to the rear? Done. October hurried off to fetch the filly and the stallion upon which they'd originally departed Sunbury. With the horses tied to the wagon, October climbed to the driver's seat and took the reins. What a capable man, Colonel White said. Good luck to the 3 of you. Thank you, sir, Daniel said. Will you make a stand here at the church? I think not. We'll withdraw. Hope for reinforcements from South Carolina. All is lost if I can't find a way to slow the British advance. You best get along before they press forward and close off the roads. As the wagon raced over the road to Sunbury, the ride was smooth, hushed. The white sands that appeared snowy at noonday seemed doubly so in the chill of midnight, when ice crept along the roadside ditches and frost layered the fields. October kept the whip to himself and let the horses run at a pace that suited their spirit. The team galloped faster than usual, as if they sensed the lantern-lit stable, the food and warmth that awaited them. If a good bed and a hot meal were the beast's motivation for hurry, Daniel shared it. He was starved. Sadly, the only heat in the wagon emanated from General Screven's brow, which Daniel checked continuously for fever. He found himself not disappointed. The old man who'd seemed so hard, so indestructible just last night, had begun to soften and crack and burn away like the last knot of hardwood that survives till the end of the fire, but must at last shatter atop the hill of coals. In the midst of wishing the horses would run twice as fast, or grow wings like Pegasus, Daniel was startled, annoyed, when October reined them in and called out, Whoa! He attempted to poke his head from beneath the wagon canopy to protest, but the cold-hardened calluses of October's great hand clamped his forehead and pushed him back inside. Shh, October said. Highwaymen. Looks like Indians with them. October reached down and clicked back the hammer on the long rifle hidden beneath the driver's seat. Daniel crouched within the wagon and looked on. 4 riders barred their passage on the moonlit road. He readied his own rifle. More riders, quiet as shadows, moved from the sumac, honeysuckle, and saplings at the road's edge to take up places behind the 4 horsemen who were blocking the way. The voice that hailed them did not come from those in front, but from the right and rear of the wagon. What business have you on the road this hour of night? Carrying a wounded man, Sue, October said, by order of Colonel Mark Prevost. I heard of that order. Must be the fool patriot general who marched into our trap this morning. Is he wounded badly? Struck 2 times, sir. Then I'm a poor shot. I fired at him 4 times. If he yet lives, I'm a damn poor shot. My intent was to kill him, and I think I shall do so now. The back flap of the wagon whipped open. Daniel shouldered his rifle and fired. Orange muzzle flame scissored the canvas to smoking shreds that twisted in the cold luminescence of the moon. Quickly as the smoke settled, Daniel saw how stupid he'd been. A brown Bess musket barrel that contained a round, not so foolishly wasted, was leveled at his heart. "Get outside," and the voice ordered. As commanded, Daniel crawled to exit the back of the wagon, but en route he left his rifle at General Scriven's side and, by grace of darkness, surreptitiously pushed the powder horn and the leather pouch full of lead shot and wadding close to the general. There was little chance the general would find strength enough to reload the weapon, but Daniel felt better for not leaving a wounded man defenseless. Such was his own state as he dropped to the ground between the filly and the stallion tied back of the wagon. The muzzle of the brown Bess jabbed his shoulder. The man who wielded it yanked him from between the horses, gave his backside a boot, and drove him to the front of the wagon. With a veritable firing squad of enemy weapons trained on him, October, perched on the driver's seat, had no chance to raise the loaded rifle hidden near his feet. "Driver, you step down as well," the man with the brown Bess called out. He rapped the coal barrel sharply against Daniel's ear. The blow stung. Daniel's ears were frozen to begin with. To have one of them boxed by an icy musket barrel was excruciating. His earlobe throbbed and fattened. The sensation of a warm finger stroking the back of his neck in curling stops and starts was likely blood, but he was too proud to reach up and check. "No call for that," October yelled. Soon as the first blow was struck against Daniel, he set down the reins and leapt to the road, where the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, exhaling clouds of breath that rose in tortured knots toward the frozen light of the moon. The men who had them surrounded were most likely Tory militia, and a trashy bunch at that. They wore no buttons of brass or any red coats borrowed from the British that Daniel could see. The Indians who rode alongside these Tories appeared to be Creek. "Do you fight for the British?" Daniel called out. "You're going against your own commander's orders to waylay us so." Listen to him. He pops off his gun too quick and now does the same with his mouth. The stocky assailant was faceless in the shadows of night. His hair was tarped under a rag that was tied behind his neck. His breath was a mixture of cloves and rotten teeth. "Name's McGirth," he said. "It's a name got me put in the stocks. Spat on for my love of country. You'll respect it before you go on your way. If you go on your way." Daniel waited for the Tory to finish. He said, "We're simply trying to save a rebel. And I care little if you succeed. He's an enemy to the crown and all the prosperity our king wishes to provide us in this great new land. Your prosperity will be small indeed if your king taxes every cup of tea you drink. That's all you want? A cheap cup of tea? Wouldn't you rather have the protection of our king from the French and—" McGirth indicated the riders who waited silently behind him. "From Indians less friendly than these? I want complete freedom from your king," Daniel replied. "I want liberty." "Liberty, he says." McGirth moved closer to October and looked him in the eye. "If he gets his liberty, you get yours? Let me tell you why I hail from Florida rather than Georgia. Let me tell you what these seekers of liberty did to me. I wouldn't take up their traitorous cause, so they dragged me to the stock center of the square and whipped me. Flogged me same as they whip you slaves. I wager you've witnessed such abominations." October paused, as if he were unwilling to answer. This troubled Daniel, who knew the true response to McGirth's question. "No man or woman was ever whipped at Tranquil," Daniel said. "No." October agreed haltingly, "But they was plenty whipped close by. Y'all could have done more to help than you did." "What?" "October, we've been close as brothers." Daniel sought his old friend's eyes. He found them full of hunger, a stare full of dreams those eyes had kept secret. "We have been close," October went on, "and I was fed well and well clothed. Never suffered the cruelties on my body this man say I has. Learned to hunt at Tranquil. You was kinder than most, Master Daniel, to share your reading lessons with me. So he didn't beat you bloody and taught you to read." McGirth was sneering. You owe him the rest of your life for that? If he gets free of the crown, you'll not be one whit freer. Do you want liberty for yourself? Join us and serve the king. No harm will come to Master Daniel or General Scriven. I should be glad to tar and feather them both, and McGirth pointed to a live oak not far from the road. Hang 'em from the sturdiest limb, but my orders forbid me the delight. All your former master here stands to lose as a slave, and perhaps the filly and the stallion tied back of the wagon. You'll need a mount of your own, and you might want to bring the other to barter for supplies. October, Daniel grabbed his friend's elbow. Will you desert me just as we come face to face with the enemy? Wouldn't want to see you harmed, Daniel, but I can't help thinking you was the enemy all along. I just didn't know it. McGirth laughed and patted October's shoulder. You speak the truth there, lad. You shall find your freedom more quickly serving the King of England than these kings of the rice bogs. Don't let this criminal turn you against the home where you were raised, Daniel said. His voice was angry, and he felt justified in being so. You gave me the memories of my life, might be the best I'm ever going to see. October looked Daniel straight in the eye. But can't you understand? Every time we flushed a covey of quail or swam a cold river, it was your birds, your river. I was there because I was told to. Not saying we didn't have happy times. I'm asking you to see how I felt. You owned the whole world I lived in. I couldn't walk a mile down the road without the dogs being sent after me. With those words, October tore himself loose from Daniel as quickly as he cut the ropes that held the filly and the stallion to the back of the wagon. He led both of the horses forward and removed the rifle from beneath the driver's seat. He gave Daniel a look of contrition, no hint of malice on his face whatsoever. Begging your pardon, he said. Might need this. Don't apologize to him, McGirth, now back on his horse, called down. That rifle he left in the wagon will serve him well enough. That is, unless the next bloke he runs into scares him bad as I did. McGirth found his own joke so hilarious he grabbed his belly. His laughter wobbled him in the saddle and clanked the stock of his brown Bess against the handle of the big hunting knife that hung over his thigh. The whole group of Tories and Indians roared as they remembered Daniel foolishly wasting a shot without taking aim. Daniel found little cause to join in their merriment. He watched October mount his horse and pause just short of the cackling renegades and Indians. Not only did October refuse to laugh at his old friend, but his eyes, always full of playfulness and hope, glistened with grief. He called out to Daniel, You always said liberty should be for all. No matter they white or dark, I pray your freedom come in the future. I'm taking mine tonight. Don't waste your prayers on scum like him, McGirth said. Your former master's going to land himself in bondage bad as any you've suffered if he goes on pursuing the path of traitor to the king. Your liberty is assured, lad, so long as you serve the crown. McGirth pulled a flintlock pistol from his belt, reined his horse, and sidled close to Daniel. The pistol leveled at Daniel's brow, he said, I show you mercy this night. Should I encounter you again on a field of battle? He pulled the trigger. His riders laughed once again when the flint sparked against an empty powder pan, causing Daniel to start. Take your insurrectionist general to Sunbury, then go back to your plantation. Resist the forces of the crown no more. McGirth jerked the reins and galloped away with his men in the moonlight. As Daniel watched them go, he could summon little anger at October's early attempt to gain his promised release from bondage. He felt less betrayed than abandoned by a dear friend, a friend who had much to learn about the wartime treachery of the British. October may have taken his freedom, but how long would the Redcoats let him keep it? Place General Scriven in the second-floor bedroom with the new feather bed. Elderly John Eliot Sr. spoke in a tone that was at once concerned and peremptory. At his command, 2 slaves hefted the litter and bore the wounded general up the front stairs. A female house servant held the door open for them and hurried them inside. With Scriven safe in the house, Eliot offered his arm so that Daniel might assist him up the stairs. Fond of the old man, Daniel took hold with a soft grip, cautious of bruising the wrinkled skin. Feathered about Eliot's neck were gray locks of coarse hair, and he was possessed of eyebrows gray and unshorn that looked as if, left untrimmed, their prickly tips might someday reach down far enough to blind him. The inner parts of his ears were overgrown with thick, white down. Daniel marveled that the old man was able to see or hear, but he soon found John Eliot Sr. to be neither deaf nor blind. He said, "I've seen the Lord's sun rise many thousand times more than you, Daniel, but I've never looked upon it with such bloodshot eyes as yours. You've had a hard few days of it." "Yes, sir. We only reached your house this morning because of the enemy's mercy. They captured us on the way here. They could just as easily have imprisoned us." He chose not to mention October's escape or the 2 horses he took with him. All of it was too confusing and embarrassing for Daniel to discuss at the moment, particularly with a man who'd known both his grandfather and his father. A man well acquainted with their propensity for winning battles both physical and financial without bringing hunger to the family kitchen or ignominy to the family name. "You must understand, young Daniel." Elliot paused to cough and pat his chest before he went on. "The cunning of the British. They would never encourage further rebellion by kidnapping a wounded leader so beloved as Scriven." Elliot leaned close to Daniel and whispered, "Particularly one so likely to die. Martyrs are the most dangerous enemy." A little boy no more than 5 or 6 years of age ran down the front stairs and shrieked, "Grandfather! They've brought a man into the house who belongs in the cemetery." The child, who had a curly dark head of hair and dark eyes to match, raced to bury his face in his grandfather's side, and the old man wrapped his long woolen greatcoat around the child so tight little was left to be seen, but the terrified look of compressed jowls and cheeks squeezed pink. The child's eyes, frightened though they were at first, began to glow with a certainty that safe haven had indeed been found. "Shh," old Elliot admonished. He bent down and placed his wrinkled chin atop the boy's head. "The man who just came to stay with us is like our Lord Jesus in many ways. He's been hurt by people who don't understand that he only wishes to do good. We wouldn't turn Jesus away from our door, would we?" "No," the little boy agreed. "So, if you've now come to the end of your hysterics, would you please shake Master Daniel's hand?" After a long wait, a hesitant and tender little hand crept from the dark wool of old Elliot's coat. Daniel reached out and took it into his own huge palm, which was bristly with calluses, yet smarting where one of the calluses had inexplicably blistered and torn. Daniel found that the child's hand gave warmth and comfort. Young John Elliot's touch had the strange effect of breaking the fever of hatred that had consumed Daniel's heart for so long. He heard a voice which came to him not with fire or lightning, but in a phrase sounded coolly and borne by his own breath, as if he'd learned to play a woodwind and taught himself to blow through its reed, a song to his own conscience. "Make war only to defend innocence such as this one. Fight a war only to end it." At first, Daniel thought this admonition was spoken to him in his own inner voice. Then he wondered if he might not have heard it from an angel, for the voice seemed more resonant than his own. "Nice to meet you, lad," he said to the boy. He kissed the child's brow and lifted his gaze to old John Elliot. "I can't stay much longer. I'd like to see General Scriven once more, after he's comfortable." The upstairs room prepared for General Scriven was beginning to warm with new logs of split oak, spitting orange, and hissing steam in the fireplace. The general lay on a big feather bed. Gold-fringed pillows bunched to comfort his neck spilled over his shoulders like epaulets. Daniel hoped for a few words, perhaps a bit of advice he might carry into the next battle, until he noticed the feather bed upon which Scriven lay was dripping blood to the hardwood floor beneath. He knelt at the general's bedside, offered up prayers, and before he rose, took a handkerchief from his pocket and touched it to the blood. He folded the cloth and placed it in the pocket next to his heart. He stood and shook Dr. Dunwoody's hand. "Bring him back to us, doctor. We need him." "I'll do everything I can," Dunwoody replied. Daniel exited the bedchamber, hoping for a miracle. As he walked down the front steps and headed for the gate, a small voice trilled behind him. He turned. Little John Elliot III caught him about the thigh and gave a hug. "Grandfather said I might one day be a soldier like you." Kneeling to return the hug, Daniel laughed. "You probably won't be able to avoid it. Please tell your grandfather I apologize for bolting away, but—" "There's grandfather now," the boy said. Old Elliot came from the side yard, leading a black horse, a thoroughbred that bore the sheen of its coat like the perfect brushstrokes of Rembrandt. The muscles of shoulder and breast bunched and rolled against each other in powerful waves. A painter might have captured the size of the hindquarters, their defined muscle, but never their energy, their life, the friction of sinew against sinew, the bursts of hot breath puffed from the horse's nostrils into the frozen grass. Reins in hand, cane stabbing the ground, the old man limped toward Daniel. The horse kept its head down in what appeared to be respectful deference to its master's infirmity. "I want you to have this horse," Elliot said as he approached. He offered the reins. "I refuse to allow you to ride off on one of those nags you arrived with." He motioned to the horses hitched front of the wagon that had been used to transport General Scriven. "I'm greatly in need of a good mount," Daniel said, "but you are too generous, sir. A loan of the animal would be more than—" The old man smiled and waved his hand for Daniel to be silent. "The horse is a gift, both to you and the cause of our freedom. His name is Cypress. Take care of him, and he'll serve you well." Cypress was saddled with the finest leather available in all the colonies. Brass stirrups hung loosened at his sides, beaming with reflected sunlight as the bright morning took a firm hold on Sunbury. "I'd give you a leg up, but both of us would probably take a bad tumble." "Not to worry, Mr. Elliot." Daniel grabbed the pommel and swung himself up. Once aboard Cypress, Daniel noticed that the rifle he'd left in the ambulance wagon had been recovered, oiled, and placed in a special scabbard that hung to the right of the saddle. Indeed, all of the weapons bequeathed him by his father. The saber, the brace of pistols, were slung over the back of the stallion in a new belt fashioned from the finest leather. The only firearm missing was the rifle October had taken as he rode away with McGirth. "I don't know how I'll repay this great kindness," Daniel said. Old Elliot lifted up his grandson so that Daniel might embrace the child. "Elderly arms a-tremble," he replied. "Help this boy rise from British subject to free American, and it is I who'll be indebted to you." Daniel reached down and took the cold, stiffening fingers of the old man, as well as the warm, pliable hands of the boy. His own hands, hard calloused but raw in places where the cold had broken his skin, told him plainly that nothing differentiated him from the old man and the little boy but physical strength. He possessed a power the old man had lost and the child had yet to grow into. One of the slaves opened the picket gate, and Daniel rode through on Cypress. Waving thanks and goodbye to Elliot and his grandson, he turned Cypress's shoulders toward the Medway River, whose waters lay blue and cold and wide before him. If he rode upriver, attempted to return to Midway Meeting House, and rejoin the Patriot forces, he might be captured again. If he were, he doubted that McGirth, with his band of Tories and Indians, would be so generous as to let him go free a second time. The smartest path would be along the edge of the Medway River to Fort Morris. Cold and calm though the Medway was this morning, the V's of its current raced around all manner of wreckage as it flowed south and eastward toward the great waters of St. Catherine's Sound. The current oftentimes crashed the flotsam of fallen trees against the beaches of Sunbury and brought lost skiffs from upriver without boatmen to steer them. These things the river did just as easily as it spun cracked mussel shells around at the edge of its waters. Daniel spurred Cypress in the direction of the fort. On his ride downriver, cutlasses of icy wind sliced through Daniel's coat. He knotted the woolen collar underneath his chin and held Cypress's reins in a gloved hand that was growing more frostbitten the faster he galloped. His journey carried him past 5 wharves: Lamott's, Kelsall and Spaulding's, Darling and Co., S., Fisher Jones, and Hughes's, and at last to a second wharf named for the Lamotts. The river, which smelled ripe with fish as a hot fish stew during the scalded months of summer, was now dead and cold as a pile of bleached oyster shells. But these 5 long wharves were proof that Sunbury, the seaport, still thrived. In Daniel's opinion, the commerce generated here on the Medway would one day outstrip Savannah. When the British were defeated, Sunbury would surely become Georgia's most consequential center of trade. To the right of his galloping horse, Daniel saw the first of numerous rows of opulent summer homes owned by planters like his forebears. Men and women who were wealthy, educated, and ambitious, but at the same time, God-fearing and hard-working. To Daniel's left, the deep river offered a bountiful connection between Old World and the New. The 5 wharves of Sunbury protruded into the river to ensure the going out and coming in of exports and imports. Sunbury gave the Old World foodstuffs such as rice and corn. To the saddlers and cobblers went the best tan leather. To the carpenters and shipbuilders, tar, pine lumber, pumps, staves, shingles. In return, the grateful old world reciprocated with staples brought from the great mines of Europe, as well as luxuries fetched from the globe, encompassing trade routes of the British Empire: salt, potatoes, flour, biscuits, and cheese. A world so nascent that it couldn't produce these basics in enough quantity was doubly glad to import chocolate, muscovado sugar, and loaf sugar for desserts, not to mention the rum, beer, cider, and cordials that lessened the pain of the sailors and the townsfolk alike. This morning, what struck Daniel as most strange was the dearth of sail upon the river. There was only one schooner tied up at one of the wharves. No other vessels were arriving or departing. A pair of continental galleys were out patrolling, but that was it. The lack of trade ships could, on normal occasion, be attributed to a late hurricane churning the sea lanes between the colonies in Britain, Bermuda, and the West Indies. However, the signs of a great storm, abnormal warmth for the season, increased winds, roiled clouds sweeping from the northeast, were all absent. The Medway was without wave, too calm, too silent. Dread burned inside Daniel's stomach. This unearthly peacefulness was to be feared as much as a hurricane, for likely it had more to do with the advance of the British fleet than a storm. November 23, 1778. A short ride due south from Sunbury's houses of luxury, with their white picket fences shaded by live oaks, brought Daniel to a treeless earthwork called Fort Morris, a bastion whose ramparts rose like a blister on the toe-shaped bit of land that jutted into the Medway River. The fort's eastern parapet, carved with embrasures for at least 4 18-pounder cannon, 2 brass, the other 2 iron, faced the waters of the Medway River. Captain Thomas Morris, the American artillerist for whom the fort had been named, had taught his men the art of using the heavy guns, but Lieutenant Colonel John McIntosh was the officer recently placed in command of the fort. It was he with whom Daniel hoped to gain an audience. After he'd tied a white handkerchief to the point of his saber to wave as a flag of truce, Daniel rode Cyprus around to the fort's curtain and straight up to the moat. Cyprus behaved with an air of entitlement, relaxedly putting his head down to sip from the 20-foot-wide expanse of water that separated his rider and he from the safety of the fort. Daniel, on the other hand, looked upwards to the parapet and the 2 menacing sentries who had their smoothbore musket barrels trained on each of his eyes. "Who are you? What business have you at the fort?" The portly one to Daniel's left called out. "I am late of Colonel Baker's rifles and have just returned General Scriven to Sunbury for medical attention," Daniel yelled in reply. "I see little chance of returning to Colonel Baker's side without capture, and thus present myself here to offer my services in any way I can." During the long wait while Daniel's message went seeking its way to the heart of the fortress, and Cyprus continued to drink from the moat and munch the sprigs of Bermuda grass that sprouted at its edges, Daniel wondered if the pair of nervous men atop the wall might lose control of their wits and blow his eyes through the back of his skull with their muskets. Cold though the day was, a salty ball of sweat rolled down his brow and stung his right pupil. He started as if he were hit, but instead of the holy light of heaven, blurriness. He rubbed the sting away and smiled inwardly at his jitters. Suddenly, the gates of Fort Morris swung open and gave the moat-swilling Cyprus a scare. He danced backwards a few yards, but, thankfully, didn't go into full retreat. A group of soldiers well trained in the task dropped a narrow footbridge across the moat. Daniel dismounted and led Cyprus over the wobbly boards into the fort. They'd just set heel and hoof on the parade ground when a giant wearing a kilt burst from a tent and boomed, "Stuart is as grand a Scottish name as mine own, and perhaps grander yet. I am told your father was one of those helped build this fort. What a great shame he didn't live to see her put to use." Though Daniel braced himself, Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh possessed a hammer-thrower's handshake that shoved him backwards. "I trust you've already made yourself useful to the cause of liberty, young Stuart. Be so kind as to tell me in what capacity." Upon regaining his balance, Daniel said, "I was a militiaman in the service of Colonel John Baker's rifles, an able enough horseman that he has of late used me as a messenger. The most recent duty given me was to escort General Scriven home, safe to Sunbury. He is presently recuperating at the residence of the Honorable John Elliot. My second in command, Major Lane, usually serves as my messenger," Colonel McIntosh said, but I could probably use another. He paused to think, allowing his club of a hand to stroke the line of pockmarks on the left side of his jaw. His thick, red fingers settled on a scar undoubtedly slashed across the cleft of his chin by a razor-sharp saber or knife. The mere act of touching his old wound seemed to cut short McIntosh's revelry and speed his decision. Yes, he continued, Major Lane will definitely have to visit the enemy encampment. If, by unfortunate happenstance, he gets himself captured or shot, I'll need someone else to deliver messages for me. Would you volunteer your life so foolhardily, lad? I would, Daniel replied. Excellent, McIntosh said. You are, no doubt in my mind, a Stewart. The Stewarts took a hard beating after Culloden Moor. Worse than any family I know of. You, if you dare still give your name as Stewart, you are the kind of soldier I need most. You know already the loss of land and fortune your family was made to bear in the old world. I do not think you so naive as to trust the English will show you or your kin greater mercy here in the colonies. So far as Daniel knew, his ancestors were English, not Scottish, but he saw no reason to disappoint the old man. I expect nothing but a fight, Daniel answered. Colonel McIntosh laughed. I will surely send you off to one. You shall first take up quarters with Major Lane. He spotted the major a few yards distant. Lane, the colonel called out. Young Stewart here claims to have experience as a messenger. I wish him to assist you in that regard. As you wish, sir, Lane called back. A young officer, Lane was flush full of hubris in Daniel's estimation, and a popinjay besides. His uniform was immaculate, his buttons and epaulets gleaming. His hair, which appeared to be his own and not a wig, puffed out beneath the posterior angles of his tricorn. His eyebrows, bushy, black, and threatening, looked like two panthers crouched to leap down and devour his nose. Whether he was angry or not, he looked angry. And if pride went before a fall, here was a man soon to make his swan dive. Will you be so good as to raise Stewart a tent next to mine, sir? Lane said to McIntosh. We've no tents left to raise, McIntosh replied. I propose the lad bed down with you. Sir, with all due respect, I don't have room for my own accoutrements. Major, when we have not enough between us, we share. Make room in your tent for young Stewart, or I will have it cut into blankets for all the men who are sleeping in the open. I leave it to you, my friend. Either share your quarters or take your full share of the cold. When nightfall came, Daniel found himself assigned as Major Joseph Lane's aide-de-camp, bedded down in the major's tent, but in no way a welcome guest. Major Lane put off allowing Daniel inside until well past sunset, ordered to sit by the tent flap with his saddle and other belongings until Lane invited him to enter. The cold settled deep into Daniel's bones. The muscles that sheathed those bones protested with cramps. His flesh began to twist and contort into unbearable knots of ice. He was rubbing his calves in an attempt to smooth away the spasms when Lane imperiously shouted, You may come inside, Stewart. Granted admittance, Daniel observed that the major had been blessed with a cot as well as a table that bore an oil lamp, a bottle of rum, a pewter mug liberally supplied by the former, and a silver inlaid chessboard with pieces carved from dark and fine wood. Comforts such as these gave Daniel hope that islands of respite were to be found even in wartime. Major Lane soon disabused him of this notion. Take a place over there, boy, Lane said. He pointed to a wavering patch of lamplit sand at the corner of the tent. Put your bedding down and keep quiet. You seem to think I'm here in the capacity of your servant, sir, Daniel said. Bedroll in his arms the rest of his equipment, 2 rifles, hunting knife, cartridge box, and canteen, strapped about his body with bone-wearying, skin-rasping leather belts. He walked to the corner of the tent Lane had allotted him and squared off. I'm here to serve a cause, not a man. I will not be... Lane rose from his table so calmly as to not displace a single piece on his chessboard or spill one drop of rum from his brimful pewter mug. You're my subordinate, and you will obey my commands without impudence. I'm well aware of your family's position in this region, Stewart, and I know of your service with the militia. But let me warn you, a man who did his duty yesterday and refuses today is bound to be flogged or shot on the morrow. I expect from you deference to my station as an officer in the Continental Army. And if I won't kowtow, if I refuse, you respect till you've proven yourself worthy? Daniel knew he was risking a whipping, but his sufferings up to now made him think himself worthy of a straight answer. He needed to be convinced this man was actually someone he should view as his superior. Your recent defeats should by now have proven to you that it will take a disciplined army trained just as well as the British to defeat them, Lane said. A disorganized rabble of a militia, riding about, firing random shots at the enemy, will not procure the land of freedom you and I both desire. Now will it? The last word went to Major Lane for no reason other than Daniel recognized the man's obtuseness and felt too weary to go on arguing with a mind so leaden. He dropped his bedding in the corner of the tent, but lay atop the covers, sleepless, while Lane emptied his pewter mug and finished his solitary game of chess. Eventually, both of them fell prey to the somnolence of the slow-ticking morning hours, when frost came yet again to silence insects, pour color into trees, and weave men tight as cocoons in their quilts. If a man were lucky as Daniel and owned a quilt. Daniel woke to a sentry whispering, "Major? Wake up, sir." Lane was hard asleep, cheek down and slobbering on his chessboard. The fallen pieces looked like a butchered army, only a few pawns and a rook left standing. Having failed at rousing Lane, the sentry poked his superior's arm, took a respectable step backwards so the major would not realize he'd been prodded, and crowed, "Sir, there's a message from Sunbury, sir." "What in the—" Lane jumped from his table, stumbled to the tent flap and flung it open only to be greeted by the unwelcome conflagration of sunrise. Dawn pierced his bloodshot eyes as if they'd been stabbed by a knife, or so it seemed from the way he flinched and held up his hand to ward off any further blows. "God's sake, what is it?" The bearer of the message said, "I'm one of Mr. John Eliot's coachmen. I brings a letter from Mr. John Eliot to Mr. Daniel Stewart." Quick to abandon his warm bedding, Daniel sprang past Major Lane into the cold morning and grabbed the letter from the coachman's hand. He broke the wax seal and found that Eliot had scrawled him a note sparse of word yet filled with reverence. "Daniel, I write with deep sadness to tell you General Scriven is lost to us. His immortal soul passed into the realm of Christ our Lord and the angels in the early hours of the morning. He favored us with no last words, but my prayer is his heroic spirit shall watch over you, who risked so much to see that he was brought to a place where his last hours might be passed in as much comfort as my poor house could offer. Your obedient servant, John Eliot." "What does it say?" Major Lane, whose curiosity finally outgrew the pain of his rum headache, stumbled out of the tent and grabbed for the letter. "General Scriven is dead." Daniel placed the message into Lane's hands and turned to the coachman. "Please tell Mr. Eliot thank you, and tell him I am in too much grief to formally answer his correspondence at present. I'll do so quickly as I am able." Daniel turned and went back inside the tent. If he were still a child, he would have curled up in the blanket he'd so recently abandoned. But there was no body heat left when he sat down middle of the woolen rectangle. No warmth, no solace. He reached out and placed his hand on the chilled leather of his riding saddle and dragged it to the center of the blanket and sat there with his legs folded under him. When he'd lost his beloved father at the age of 15, he'd felt an inability to breathe. His eyes had become a winepress of tears, a machine beyond his control no matter how hard he clenched his teeth and fought against the natural urge to cry. Now some part of the machine was broken. His emotions seemed frozen, steeled against showing themselves. Major Lane re-entered the tent, walked to Daniel's side, and, with some gentleness of mien, offered the letter back. "I'm sorry," he said. The chilled wax on the exterior of John Eliot's message would not reseal, despite Daniel's roughing it with his thumbnail. He creased the letter, placed it in his saddlebag, and said to Major Lane, "We should be sorry for each other. Our cause has lost a great fighter, a man who was not a weak-kneed Machiavellian backstabber, but would speak his honest opinion of you to your face. We'll be greatly desirous of such leaders in the coming tribulation. We disorganized rabble of a militia, as you call us, shall miss him." "I fear you're quoting some insult I visited upon you last night," Lane said. "Rum gives me a sharp tongue that charges stupidly ahead of a dull mind." "I apologize." Lane offered his hand. Daniel shook it. "Some of your drunken babbling was truthful," Daniel admitted. "Perhaps you cut too near the heart of things for my own comfort." I apologize for having judged you in your drunkenness. You seem a more decent and contrite man when you have a hangover. My contrition is genuine, as is my hope that I'll never be so drunk again, though I probably will be. Lane shivered and turned up the woolen collar of his greatcoat against the frigid breeze that blew through camp and brought along with it the damp of the Medway River. You and I need to build our breakfast fire. On this knob of sand? Where will we find the wood? Daniel asked. We may be forced to borrow from the good folk of Sunbury, Lane replied. Let's go to Colonel McIntosh and remind him of the fort's deficiencies in this area. With empty stomachs, growling orders to move on the double quick, the two men hurried toward Colonel McIntosh's quarters, full of hope that they would be the first to wake him and thereby get their plan of gathering firewood atop his daily agenda. To their surprise, McIntosh, dressed in his kilt, met them halfway. He said, I was about to send for the two of ye. The British have attacked from the sea with a large force and landed on Colonel's Island. By all indications, they will soon invade Sunbury. I didn't have reason to expect such rueful tidings so early in the morn. I fear I have more, Daniel said. General Scriven has died. I know, son. Your messenger was sent to me before he was allowed passage to your quarters. I hathen a dream Scriven would be gone from us when we stand so in need of his brave spirit. McIntosh, who appeared sick with cold, pinched his dripping nose. I need the two of you to set me right, he went on. Stuart, you know this region down to the streets of Sunbury, do you not? I do, sir. Good. You shall guide Major Lane on a reconnaissance in which the two of you will gather all possible information concerning the enemy. Go as close to his ranks as you deem prudent. Report back every detail. Find out all you can about Prevost's movements, but especially bring news about this horde that arrives from the sea. I send you as scouts rather than messengers, so take care the British do not catch you. They will likely view you as spies and hang you. November 24th, 1778. Daniel and Major Lane steered their mounts toward Colonel's Island with a great deal of caution, darting off the main road to every branch-hidden deer trail and pig path that wove a sandy stitch through the jungle. The ambush visited upon Daniel by McGirth and his band of Indians had taught him how foolish it was to travel the main thoroughfare. Since Daniel knew the forest pathways equally well, he guided his horse down these and bade Major Lane to follow. The detour took them deep into the woods to a tiny stream where they stopped to water their horses. As the animals lapped at the icy waters, both men heard the British drums and turned to face the road. Daniel had felt the British drum beats before. Their thunderous vibrations hammered his chest, his throat, his lungs, his gut, made his mouth into a desert. Yet his orders were to reconnoiter the enemy, and he would do so until the redcoats either drummed him to death or hanged him as a spy. Let's tie our horses here, Daniel said to Major Lane. He pointed to a cedar tree. Keep out of sight of the road. If we stay to the evergreens and honeysuckle and don't go crashing about in the dry leaves, we may be able to get close to the road's edge without being noticed. Daniel had learned heel-to-toe stalking in happier times when his father and the other men of Tranquil had taught him to hunt. A boy began with squirrels and rabbits. Then he moved on to wild turkey, alligators, white-tailed deer, buffalo, and black bear. All game was sought after for the table, even the alligator, which was a damnable cattle-murdering pest abhorred of God, but delicious all the same. Hunting any of these creatures required stealth, and Daniel's father, though not the best shot at Tranquil, had been a far better stalker than the other men. He bequeathed Daniel a set of hunter's commandments that were 3 in number. I, bathe before you hunt, so you will not smell. Place your clothes in a cedar box 3 nights before a hunt, and cover them with branches of cedar and pine to give them a fragrance like the forest. Second, be quiet from the moment you arrive in the woods. Walk upon places bare of dry leaves wherever possible. As you walk, move heel to toe. If you feel a leaf or twig about to crackle underfoot, keep your weight on your heel and step backward. Third, move slowly. How slowly, Father? Daniel remembered asking. Take this piece of hard candy in your mouth. If you reach that oak, his father had pointed to a tree 50 yards distant. Before the candy dissolves in your mouth, you're moving too quickly. Today, though his dry mouth lacked a piece of candy to help him pace his footsteps, Daniel savored the advice of his father as he and Lane crept up to view the thunderous march of the invading British. The sun was bright in the sky, and the hard frost had begun to strip the hardwood trees of most of their leaves, so it was just as he'd told Major Lane earlier. The best hiding places were in the groves of honeysuckle, the billowing cedars, and the sapling pines. The noisy parade of redcoats marched by on the sandy road not 20 feet from Daniel and Major Lane, who ducked their heads to stay out of sight. Just north of them, a shout of praise, "Long live King George!" went up in response to the British drums. The cheer was followed by a multitude of war whoops, shrieks, and battle cries. Wild hooves crashed the dry leaves of the wood as another legion of demons, ill-clothed rabble, quite different from the uniformed British, burst from the forest 100 strong and galloped in the direction of Midway Meeting House. Though he wished to fire on them for the sentiments they expressed, as well as for the mayhem they would surely visit upon his kinspeople and congregation, Daniel stayed faithful to his orders. His rifle remained lowered and quiet. "Count their strength," Major Lane whispered. "I'll try to take note of their artillery." The sandy road milled with the largest enemy force Daniel had ever seen up close. The British soldiers marched so near to the hiding place he shared with Lane that he could count the dents in the stocks of their brown bess muskets and just as easily number the buttons that held their red tunics together. The infantrymen came first, so Daniel arrived at his estimate of their strength faster than Lane, who had to wait for the artillery wagons that brought up the rear before he could make any sort of veracious report on the big guns they carried. When at last the redcoat horses dragged the artillery by, Lane stood ready with a pencil and a bit of folded parchment on which he attempted to sketch every detail. With every step, the enemy troops were closing on Sunbury, on the home where Daniel and his family took their summer respite, on the house of old John Eliot, where General Scriven had just this morning passed away, on the streets and wharves and shops and kitchens and smokehouses that held the best memories of his life. Daniel grew impatient at his companion's meticulous drawing and notations. When the supply wagons, the tag end of the entire invading force, came even with their position, Daniel could hold his tongue no longer. "Major Lane," he began, keeping his voice low, calm. "Sir, it would seem more important that we impede the redcoats' progress to the town rather than paint their portrait as they go to sack it." Lane was stubborn. "I've promised to bring a detailed report to Colonel McIntosh, and that's what I'm going to do." His patience gone, Daniel said, "You'd better be quick to dot your I's, sir. It looks as if the British are about to discover us." The news startled Lane so badly he crammed the point of his pencil through the parchment and broke it off in the knee of his white breeches. "How do you know?" "Be ready to run." Daniel stood and fired his rifle at the rear of the enemy convoy. He drew no blood, but the blast tore a large hole in a sack of cornmeal that spilled its yellow innards to the road. The British Army, well trained in the appropriate response to attacks from the rear, wheeled about a small contingent of its own and let loose a volley of 3 or 4 shots. Unbeknownst to them, their target was nothing more than a puff of smoke. By the time they returned fire, Daniel had grabbed Major Lane and dragged him safely into the deep wood, where they leapt upon their secreted horses and galloped the hidden trails back to Fort Morris. Speeded by the exchange of gunfire with the British, Daniel and Major Lane raced to the gates of Fort Morris in the darkening hours of afternoon. Lathered as their horses, they found themselves slowed by a group of soldiers carrying lumber inside the fort. Strangely, there were several mountainous stacks of new wood piled around the gate. "You men clear the way," Major Lane called out. "We have important news for Colonel McIntosh." Though the growing chill foretold another night of frost, the overworked soldiers were sweating dirty rivers into their eyes. Obeying Lane's command, they dropped their burden of rough-sawn planks a few feet short of the moat and trudged away from the gate with stares of fatigued hatred and murmurs of insubordinate grumbling. They saluted Lane and Daniel with the removal of their tricorns, but it seemed they did so more as an opportunity to mop the sweat from their faces than to show respect. Daniel spotted Colonel McIntosh, still colorfully dressed in his kilt, atop the eastern parapet. He and Major Lane galloped to the parade ground, weaving through the soldiers' tents. When at last they came face to face, Colonel McIntosh read their quizzical stares and answered most of their questions before they had an opportunity to raise them. I have requisitioned the wharves of the town for lumber that would have been exported to England in better times, McIntosh said. I wish a barracks to be built for the men as well as a mess hall for the officers. We few in command can endure our tents a little longer. If our men have good sleeping quarters, and we officers have good eating quarters where we can privately discuss battle plans, morale will be good. As for our strategy, it can help but improve. I am greatly relieved the two of you got back without injury. Tell me all you have learned. I recorded the artillery pieces of the invading force with great accuracy, Lane said haughtily. Stewart here did his best to get down their strength in numbers. The big guns they're bringing consist of... I had better hear from young Stewart first then, Colonel McIntosh interrupted. It matters little if they approach with 1,000 field pieces if they haven't men enough to fire them. As you wish, sir, Lane reddened, but deferred to Daniel. Go ahead, Stewart. There are at least 180 British, Daniel said, and perhaps a larger group of renegades and Indians rode off toward Midway Meeting House. You saw this other group? Mostly heard, sir. I can't be exact about their number. Their war whoops made more noise than a group of redcoats 10 times their strength. I believe it to be a force under a man called McGirth, who... I know of him, Colonel McIntosh said. A Tory, may he be damned for shaming a good Scottish name, and thrice damned for fighting against liberty. If he rides toward Midway, there is little I can do to stop him, not with the infantry you describe approaching us here. Tell me about that force, Stewart. They are 180 strong, and you say they come with artillery? Major Lane knows more about their artillery than I, Colonel. First, can only say the redcoats attending to the guns well know their business. How would a lad like yourself know that? The colonel asked. I saw a group of redcoats around a swivel gun mounted on a cart, Daniel replied. One held the linstock and worm, another the sponge and rammer. They were readying the gun for action, and they appeared as competent an artillery team as I've ever witnessed. A great flash of mirth crossed the colonel's face. He wasn't a man who allowed himself to be made small by his adversaries or his infirmities, and his jocularity stretched the saber and smallpox scars on his face into runes that told of past victories. The magic of him, the thing that most inspired men to follow him off to the next battle, was not the triumphs he'd enjoyed, but the smile he wore with his scars. He bestowed this genial warmth on Daniel, clearly proud that a 17-year-old boy could provide such a fine, detailed reconnaissance. On the other hand, he showed a somewhat less beneficent side of his demeanor to Major Lane, whom, Daniel deduced, the wily colonel had come to see as something of a glory-grabber, more peacock than soldier. His contempt was barely concealed by the manner in which he addressed his second-in-command. He asked, Now that I've been informed the enemy has soldiers who are expert in bringing his artillery to bear, will you be so kind, Major Lane, as to tell me exactly what type of ordnance he possesses? When Lane spoke, his thunder had been stolen so completely that his voice came out soft and stuttering. This swivel gun that Stewart mentions. He is correct, sir. Since Lane had nothing to add to Daniel's observations, he foolishly appended, There are only 2 guns, sir. Not 1,000, as you suggested earlier. The remark hung frozen as the cottony puffs of Lane's breath in the chill air. It was allowed to hang for some time before Colonel McIntosh answered, You haven't a much sense of humor, Major Lane. I had thought you knew I was exaggerating when I gave so ridiculous a figure as 1,000. Of course I understood you were joking, sir. Lane forced a weak smile. Colonel McIntosh returned a glower that left the smile dangling in Lane's mouth like a rotted signboard. Lane tenaciously tried to offer some information that mattered, but the more he talked, the more foolish he sounded. At any rate, he concluded, I've little else to report other than that these 2 swivel guns are mounted on carts. I would surmise they're guns taken from the ships upon which they landed. Thank you, Major. Had you not informed me, I should have believed the British now swim the ocean with their cannon and endeavor to carry their artillery overland on their backs. Prideful though I am, I don't consider myself man enough to face so mighty a foe as that, Colonel McIntosh said. Enamored of his own joke, the colonel pinched his scarred mouth and trembled with laughter. Daniel wished to laugh also, but he bit his tongue. Colonel McIntosh's sarcasm was obviously not humorous to Major Lane. He gave a weak smile, but his eyes shone hot with anger. Daniel knew this bit of merriment at Lane's expense would not be quickly forgiven. November 24th, 1778. By nightfall, the strength of the British invaders became less a matter of conjecture, for their campfires burned in plain sight, well within range of the fort's parapets. The Continental artillerists inside had been trained by Captain Thomas Morris, who sent to ask if Colonel McIntosh would give his gunners permission to fire a nighttime fusillade at these bright targets the enemy had so kindly presented. Mindful of saving ammunition, lest there ensue a full-scale assault on the walls of the fort, McIntosh authorized 3 shots, the bombardment to be directed at 3 separate enemy campfires. He further ordered the riflemen atop the walls of the fort to crack away at anyone who came near the moat without properly hailing the sentries. Colonel McIntosh, Major Lane, and Daniel joined Captain Morris at the embrasures carved into the wall. There, Morris's disciplined cannoneers had already aimed the snouts of their 18-pounders and stood awaiting orders. At the colonel's nod, Morris called out, "Battery 1, fire! Battery 2, fire! Battery 3, fire!" The tripartite boom was followed by the orange arc of 3 shells that rose and plummeted and burst in the heart of the enemy's campfires, dismantling them from logs to kindling. All 3 targets exploded into a downpour of red coals, visible to Fort Morris's artillerists, who let loose a cheer. McIntosh slapped Morris on the back. "Congratulations! You have fired the first shots and placed them accurately. We did well naming the fort after you." November 25th, 1778. The men of the fort bombarded the enemy's fires a few more times at night with the 18-pounders, but as the moonless pre-dawn gave way to yet another frostbitten sunrise, they found their nighttime bombardment had been unsuccessful at driving off the redcoats. The British not only remained steadfast, but dared to send a messenger on horseback within hailing distance of the fort. He approached from the Sunbury side under a white flag and was granted admittance. He bore a letter from the British Colonel Fuser, which under armed patriot escort, he delivered to the tent of Colonel McIntosh. The young redcoat dismounted his roan horse and handed Fuser's message to Colonel McIntosh, who motioned to Lane, his second-in-command, as well as Daniel, Lane's newly appointed aide, to come listen. McIntosh said, "Our rival, Colonel Fuser, sends his warmest greetings. Come closer, lads. Hear what he has to say." Sunbury, November 25th, 1778. "Sir, you cannot be ignorant that 4 armies are in motion to reduce this province. The one is already under the guns of your fort, and may be joined when I think proper by Colonel Provost, who is now at the meeting house. The resistance you can or intend to make will only bring destruction upon this country. On the contrary, if you deliver me the fort which you command, lay down your arms, and remain neuter until the fate of America is determined, you shall, as well as all the inhabitants of this parish, remain in the peaceable possession of your property. Your answer, which I expect in an hour's time, will determine the fate of this country, whether it is to be laid in ashes or remain as above proposed. I am, sir, your most obedient," and so forth. L.V. Fuser, Colony 60th Regiment, and commander of His Majesty's troops in Georgia on His Majesty's service. To Captain Thomas Morris, commander of the fort in Sunbury. P.S.O.S. Since this letter is closed, some of your people have been firing scattering shot above the town. I am to inform you that if a stop is not put to such irregular proceedings, I shall burn a house for every shot so fired. Upon finishing, McIntosh appeared more amused than angry at Fuser's threats. He said, "'Twould appear Lieutenant Colonel Fuser believes Captain Morris to be in charge of the works here, rather than myself. Perhaps I too would be inclined to think so, had I been dodging Morris's well-directed cannon fire all the blasted night. I'll take subtle note of his error in my reply. Stewart, do you write a good hand?" "I do, sir, but my spelling is poor. You and Major Lane are made for each other. His handwriting's so ugly the geese regret they gave their quills to the cause. You take down my reply. Lane, watch over Stewart's shoulder. See to it no one word is garbled. The 2 of you together shall deliver this back to Colonel Fuser. He is kind enough to grant us 1 hour to reply. Be sure you do not put this message in his hand until 2 hours at the very least have passed. Major Lane, there are some words I wish conveyed to Fuser that I shall now dictate. You will speak them to his ear directly. Am I clear? You are, sir, Lane answered. November 28, 1778. To call the town deserted was as erroneous as claiming there were no seabirds on the Medway River. As Daniel and Major Lane rode the quiet streets alongside the wharves, they spotted the occasional white flutter of gulls, while the subtlest glance toward the landward side of the street revealed frightened rustles of white curtains and drapes and shears. Though Daniel and the Major were by no means the only patriots left in Sunbury this morning, they were inarguably the only ones fool enough to ride on horseback along the streets, and toward the British Army at that. They soon located their adversary. A haggard British officer who identified himself as Captain Wolfe rode out with a detachment to challenge them just south of Kelsall's and Spalding's wharves. He and his soldiers honored Daniel and Major Lane's flag of truce, same as the men of the fort had honored that of the Redcoats. He hailed them with, "Do you bring a reply from the fort?" "We bring a written reply to your commander's entreaty, plus a verbal response our commander deigned better delivered by word of mouth." "I see. You will follow us to Colonel Fuser's headquarters," Wolfe said. Dirty as Wolfe was himself, he managed an air of disdain, as if the two patriots had offended him with a bad smell. "You may deliver whatever impudent news you bring to the colonel in person. Praise God you have drawn that lot and not I." The band of redcoat horsemen led Daniel and Major Lane to the wharf farthest inland, the second one that was called Lamotte's. Close to there, they found that the invading British had occupied at least 6 family dwellings. Daniel was grateful to see that the chimneys of Lyman Hall's residence, just a short walk up the beach from the enemy's position, showed no smoke. The windows and doors were undamaged. The Redcoats obviously had no idea Lot 33 belonged to a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Else the house would have already been vandalized or razed to the ground. This bit of good fortune seemed but a slight respite from evil, since the Redcoats had obviously taken over the merchant Lamotte's house and requisitioned his goods without offering so much as a pound for lodging. It was also doubtful they had paid for the puncheon of rum they had bashed open to slake their greedy gullets. The cask lay bleeding its last vaporous drops to the street in front of the merchant's office. A squad of British soldiers wobbled around, singing too loudly, proof of where the rest of the rum had gone. A white sail Daniel knew to be a Patriot galley fluttered beyond the shoreline. He wished he could give her a signal and bring her guns to bear on this mob of brigands and vandals, but she was anchored well offshore, far away from Lamotte's wharf, riding the high water. For the Patriot sailors who crewed her, this was a blessing. The wharf, every ballast stone and oyster shell, every log of live oak and palmetto that formed its lengthy protrusion into the waters of the Medway, belonged to the Redcoats now. Overnight, they'd moved in artillery enough to destroy the galley if she closed within range. Daniel and Major Lane dismounted along with Wolfe and his British contingent, tying their horses amidst the sacks of peas and rice and corn left to rot in front of the wharf master's building. All commerce had frozen to a standstill so the war could be fought. Exports as well as imports, food for Europe, goods for America, all went to waste while people both sides of the ocean lost their fortunes and went hungry. The air within the warehouse swirled with the fragrances of the colony's labor, the redolence of leather and skins. Cow hides, alligator hides, bear and buffalo hides all mixed with the rich scent of great pines that bled tar so the king's ships might have oakum to stay afloat. These workaday smells swirled together with those of exotic imports, coffee, cheese, rum, but they didn't form the same nose-pleasing potpourri Daniel once enjoyed as a child, when he'd come to the wharves with his father to barter Tranquil Plantation's goods. The odoriferous anomaly his nose experienced on this visit was one of dust and rot and mildew. Lamotte's warehouse, once a storage place of wonderful smells, had moldered into pallets of commerce refused exit, piled alongside tiers of comfort not allowed entry. In the midst of these stagnant wares, Daniel and Major Lane found Colonel Fuser, and though it was bright daylight, the ruins of trade piled so high as to blot the sun from the warehouse windows. Fuser sat at a table lit with a candle as if it were still evening. He seemed to be a mercurial man with enough energy to light any house of shadows the army required him to inhabit. Despite the copious supplies piled around him, his breakfast was meager, a hoop of molded cheese, a broken scattering of stale biscuit on a pewter plate. The only thing inviting in these miserable confines was a pot of coffee, steaming profusely in the dank, cold, moist air. A gentleman when it came to table manners, if not when it came to threats and blackmails uttered in his correspondence. Fuser stood quickly when Daniel and Lane entered. He invited them to partake of a mug of warmth and a biscuit. Well disciplined in the art of politeness, Daniel attempted to step forward and accept this hospitality. He thought better of it when the back of the major's hand plowed into his empty belly. Lane said, "I think not, sir. Your ultimatum demanded a hurried answer, and it seems pointless to allow social amenities to further delay our response. I am Major Joseph Lane, 3rd Georgia Continental Battalion, 2nd in command of the fort. I bring this reply on behalf of Lieutenant Colonel John McIntosh, who is my superior, not Captain Morris, as your correspondent supposed. Sincerest apologies. My intelligence had it that Morris was in charge of the fort's artillery, so I assumed—" "Morris has the artillery," Lane interrupted. "You're not mistaken in that. It was his shot and shell had your army dodging last night. We have not dodged so much as your gunners might think, Major Lane. You may own your fort a day or so longer, but—" He paused to grind on a bit of molded cheese. "Our armies converge on you. The ships of His Majesty's Navy are soon to arrive. Your fort is a trap. The lot of you had best run before—" "Sir!" Major Lane interrupted a second time with a vehemence that gave Daniel a scare. "Will you read Colonel McIntosh's reply, or shall I read it to you?" "You read it." Colonel Fuser returned to his seat and took a sip of the coffee he'd captured. "The light in here is poor. I would sooner you ruin your eyesight than I mine." "So be it," Major Lane said. "I hope your ears don't get ruined by what they hear." He commenced reading. Fort Morris, November the 25, 1778. Sir, we acknowledge we are not ignorant that your army is in motion to endeavor to reduce this state. We believe it entirely chimerical that Colonel Prevost is at the meeting house. But should it be so, we are in no degree apprehensive of danger from a junction of his army with yours. We have no property, compared with the object we contend for, that we value a rush, and would rather perish in a vigorous defense than accept of your proposals. We, sir, are fighting the battle of America, and therefore disdain to remain neuter till its fate is determined. As to surrendering the fort, receive this laconic reply, come and take it. Major Lane, whom I send with this letter, is directed to satisfy you with respect to the irregular loose firing mentioned on the back of your letter. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient, and so on. John McIntosh, Lieutenant Colonel of the Continental Troops. Lieutenant Column, Lieutenant V. Fuser, of His Britannic Majesty's troops in Georgia. With an air of grave seriousness, Lieutenant Colonel Fuser pushed his breakfast and his deliciously steaming mug of coffee aside and rose from the table. "This disturbs me," he said, "and greatly reduces how much mercy my forces can show to yours, regardless of whatever magnanimity I might feel toward you as fellow soldiers. Before I pass final judgment, your commanding officer says he has entrusted you with a special message to me regarding the firing on my troops from Fort McIntosh, is it? No matter. I pray this personal message is an apology of the highest order." "The fort is called Morris," Major Lane replied. "As to the shots fired upon you, Colonel McIntosh wishes you informed that every shell has been fired to keep your forces from ransacking the patriot town of Sunbury. It would appear from the looting and gluttony I've witnessed here today that our volleys have fallen short of their intended aim. As for your promise to burn a house for every shot we fire, the Colonel has informed me to tell you that if you're so contemptible a blackguard as that, if you're so greatly at odds with the idea of a code of honor on the field of battle, you in no way frighten us, sir. You instead rouse in our hearts a vitriolic savagery that will far exceed your own. Colonel McIntosh sends me to warn you, and I quote him as nearly as I can, that as soon as you burn a house at one end of our town, you may be sure we will apply a torch to the other and let the flames meet in the center by a mutual conflagration. Your commander is an imbecile to put such idiocy into your head, and you are a fool to come here and speak it." Fuser pointed to Daniel. "Can you not empathize with this boy you bring with you? Are you so blinded by your hate for the king that you fail to see you are destroying this boy's every chance to pursue happiness in the future? Before Lane could answer, Daniel said, "Boy though I am, I've fought the king's rule 2 years already, and I'll go on fighting to old age if God lets me." "He likely shall not," Colonel Fuser snapped. Turning to Major Lane, he said, "Your commanding officer obviously has a penchant for spoken messages, so you may tell him no terms and no quarter. That is what he may expect if he does not surrender within 3 hours of this moment. Get this message to him with all haste. Your lives depend on his speedy reply and compliance." "I'll deliver your sentiments, Colonel," Major Lane said, "but I can tell you beforehand that Colonel McIntosh's response won't be favorable. It had better be, or McIntosh will find himself struck by a coordinated onslaught of Royal Infantry and Navy as has never before been witnessed upon this earth. Tell him that if he exhibits no reason, he need not expect mercy." The two men, for Daniel had begun to judge his own abilities with accuracy enough to believe he was now more a man than a boy, exited Lamette's warehouse, certain both of them would be killed before sunset. Both of them were afraid, but fear was sinful if it caused them to shy away from the destiny God had chosen for them. They rode bravely through platoons of drunken redcoats who were vandalizing the cringing streets of Sunbury. All the way back to the fort, they lamented the empty lawns where children had played till the war drove them and their parents to safer places. The whole parish was running away. For Daniel, exodus to the country or to the adjoining colony of South Carolina meant the recession and retreat of his lineage, a history the redcoat invaders would gladly render meaningless. He knew he must fight a rearguard action to protect the refugee trails of his kin and his neighbors. He knew as well the strength of the British. He'd seen with his own eyes the host of Tory and Indian forces that accompanied them. There was little hope of winning this next engagement. He fully expected to join General Scraven with the Angels by the end of the day. Returned to Fort Morris, Daniel listened as Major Lane informed Colonel McIntosh of a full-scale British assault soon to come. McIntosh was also apprised of Fuser's threat of no quarter should he not surrender the fort in 3 hours' time. The surly old Scot took umbrage at Fuser's cockiness. "No quarter?" he asked. Told he had heard correctly, the colonel's whiskey-burned face lit a brighter red, as if a blacksmith's bellows were fanning the angriest place inside him. "No quarter!" he yelled to the men of his command. "That is all the king offers men who ask merely their freedom. That is all the king has ever been willing to give. Open the gate." The sentries in charge did as they were ordered. "Any man here who desires a king other than Jesus, get out while you've the time." Not a man attempted to exit the fort. Colonel McIntosh observed and nodded approvingly. "So every man here wishes to stay. Say aye if you do." "Aye," the garrison responded. The colonel's face took on the piece of ember and ash, cooling, but ready to fire back up with a single breath. "You are all of you good men. Now, I want you to yell loud toward yonder swamp. Yell so the owls can't get a good day's sleep. I want you to tell these redcoats they may expect to get exactly what they're marching here to give. No quarter. Chant it loud 3 times, so all the swamp can hear it. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. No quarter. No quarter. No quarter." Every man of the garrison joined the colonel's chant. Emotion varnished his eyes. Daniel learned a good bit about command in that moment. A good leader waits to speak, waits until there is stone in his voice. When Colonel McIntosh spoke again to rally the soldiers within the walls of Fort Morris, his words were grounded in the rock of deep convictions. "I ask you, are you ready for a fight?" the colonel yelled. "Are you ready to thump hell out of these lobsterbacks and throw them back in the ocean?" The men cheered wildly in answer. The colonel grinned. "Good. Your hearts are in it. I best come round and be sure you have your weapons prepared as well." He motioned for Major Lane and Daniel to accompany him as he inspected the fortress. The cannon and the embrasures that guarded the seaward approach were aimed on the sparkling Medway River, which might have lain peaceful if not for the fluttering sails of Flat Thunderer, Spitfire, and Alligator, all ships of the British invasion force. Sadly, not one of them was yet within range of the fort's 18-pounders. Captain Morris's men nevertheless trained their cannon and held their linstocks at the ready should the enemy vessels make a run to bombard the fort. While Morris eyed the river, Colonel McIntosh ordered his best riflemen to the top of the landward parapets to guard against the threat of a ground assault from Fuser. The lighted linstocks of Patriot artillerymen dripped threatening sparks near the touch holes of their cannon, while the frozen thumbs of Patriot infantrymen rubbed the cold hammers of their flintlock rifles, anxious for a fight. A season of violence was upon them, but as often happens in war, menace is slow to ripen into gunfire. Each soldier stood his post, honed sharp, utterly prepared to kill the enemy at the moment he presented himself. But the only smoke rising over the marshland was the breath of cold infantrymen and the smoldering wicks of the linstocks held above the cannon. Daniel ascended the ladder from the parade ground to the parapet behind Colonel McIntosh and Major Lane. He was glad to see eagerness in the men, a yearning for liberty. Many of their families had suffered crimes of war from the redcoat invaders. We worry about the soundness of this earthwork, but the morale of the soldiers is good. Many have already suffered the loss of beloved family as I have. Most of us believe in a heaven, and we're ready to join those who have gone before us. But none of us wishes to go from earth without leaving some particle of ourselves, be it a child, a painting, a book, a moment of kindness, an act of courage. If I die, what will I leave? Stuart, are you deaf? Colonel McIntosh, determined to gain a strategic advantage over the enemy long before the imminent attack and worried as to how he should concentrate the fort's defenses, motioned Daniel to his side. In your opinion, will they come by land or the river? By land, Daniel answered. I've seen their number in the woods close to here. You can see well as I the paltry fleet in the river. Right, lad. McIntosh rubbed the wrinkles and scars on his face. Young though you be, I trust you. You've a sharp mind. Thank you, sir, Daniel said. I pray my deduction proves true. The first real sign that the initial assault would come by land was the whoop of a drunken Scotsman that echoed against the wall of the fort. Surrender, you miscreants, the man yelled. He sounded like a hoarse-throated banshee. How dare you presume to resist his majesty's arms? Sir, the commander of the infantrymen atop the wall called over to Colonel McIntosh. An old man approaches with drawn sword. Are we to shoot him? Number you main a fire till I view the target with my own eyes and give my leave. The colonel hurried to the parapet that overlooked Sunbury Township. Daniel and Major Lane followed. Oh, dear God! McIntosh's ruddy face again went from red to ashen. He yelled a reminder to the men. Do na fire till I give the order. To Daniel and Lane he whispered, I would dearly love to give the order, but that fool is my kinsman, Rory McIntosh. Your kin, sir? Lane asked. Distant cousin, though not distant enough to suit. The three of them watched Rory McIntosh stumble closer to the walls of the fort. He carried a claymore sword in his right hand and a jug of spirits in the other. Stranger than this, a black man had hold of his elbow and fought his advance, struggling to drag him back to the safety of the British lines. Who's that fighting to wrestle him back to his senses? Daniel asked. That is Cyrus, a slave of his, the colonel answered. It is a shame he risks his life. Slave or free man, he is worth 10 times my cousin. Soon Rory stood just under the ramparts, yelling belligerent threats quick as his alcohol-heated tongue could forge them. Colonel McIntosh at last called out, Open the gates! Let the man enter the fort. To Rory he said, Walk in, Mr. McIntosh, and take possession. The drunken old Scot appeared confused. He wobbled and jabbed his claymore into the ground. At last he replied, No, I will not trust myself among such vermin, but I order you to surrender. Rory stood impotent with his sword and jug of whiskey, while the slave, who obviously possessed brains superior to his master's, fought valiantly against Rory's great weight and drunken torpor in an attempt to drag him back from the muskets trained upon the both of them. The futile tug-of-war caused some of the men aiming the muskets to smile. Run, massa! They kill you, Cyrus pleaded. You run, poor slave, Rory called out as if he were a thespian on stage. Thou mayest run, but I am of a race that never runs. This bit of hubris caused the smile of the fort's marksmen to escalate from quiet chortles at the pompous old man playing soldier to a host of loud guffaws. Their laughter intensified to a howl, till a gunshot sounded, and Rory McIntosh, the butt of all their merriment, clutched his cheek and dropped to his knees. It was easy enough to spot the shooter by the plume of smoke hanging above his muzzle. Colonel McIntosh's face flamed red again. He ran at the infantryman, yelling, "No one was to shoot unless I gave the specific order," he raged. Spittle flew from his mouth like venom. Daniel and Lane caught the colonel by his elbows, else he would have severely beaten the poor lad, a young soldier perhaps a year junior to Daniel. The offender was contrite. "Sir, I apologize with all my heart. I cocked the hammer when I believed the redcoats were about to charge. When they did not, and there was only one old man, I got to laughing with my finger on the trigger." Restrained as he was by Daniel and Lane, Colonel McIntosh had a moment to think before he attacked the soldier. The boy belonged to an army already too small in number, and whose ranks would rapidly become smaller if their officers failed to exercise civility and proper gratitude for their service. Though a man of temper, McIntosh was quick to regain control of himself. He placed his hand on the shoulder of the youth. "I am in error being so harsh," he said. "You are merely attempting to execute the duties that we, your superiors, lay upon you. I am the one who must entreat your forgiveness." He offered to shake hands. The young infantryman stood, accepted the handshake along with the apology, and saluted. Below the fort's rampart, two redcoat soldiers ran out to assist Cyrus with carrying Rory McIntosh back to their lines. Even as he was dragged toward the safety of the British banners, Rory McIntosh could be heard to yell, "Miscreants! Rabble! Surrender, I say!" He waved his great two-handed claymore with such vigor and defiance his wild thrusts threatened to lop the ears from his rescuers. The men of the fort held their fire but could not contain their mirth. As Colonel McIntosh looked down from the parapets on the embarrassment of his kinsmen, the officer in charge of Fort Morris Infantry attempted to console his commander. "The old man does not appear to be gravely wounded, sir." "Where was he hit?" "From my vantage, the cheek, sir, left side of his face. 'Twould appear his bellows have not been damaged, nor his wind lessened," McIntosh replied. "I have already apologized for my demonstrations against the soldier who fired the shot. I would be glad if you would go to him personally and reiterate my sincerity. A great assault is soon to come. Those few of us who are soldiers for liberty must not allow division amongst ourselves in any—" He was interrupted by the sudden cacophony of redcoat drums and pipes. "Here they come," Colonel McIntosh called out. "Ready your weapons." The British force that had captured Daniel's beloved Sunbury from its northernmost to southernmost boundaries, from Church Square to King Square to Meeting Square, from Lamott's Wharf Old to Lamott's Wharf New, surged forth with polished swords, slashing the bright sunlight. The music of the storming British army shrieked a grim descant of bagpipes above their lines. It was a windless morning, and the bright-colored flags moved only when the bearers underneath them advanced. Bayonets, fixed atop the brown bess muskets of redcoat infantrymen, flashed beneath the flickering sabers of their mounted officers. What an army they were! A swirling, flashing, thunderous tempest, with steely arcs of lightning sparking flank to flank. Daniel and Major Lane waited at Colonel McIntosh's side atop the ramparts of Fort Morris, expecting the redcoat force to mount a vicious assault. Fort Morris was the lone bastion that might give Sunbury a chance to live on as a major Patriot seaport. Strangely, where Daniel and his superiors might have anticipated an artillery barrage in support of the ground advance, there was only some scattered firing, and most of this came from the guns of the Patriot galleys in the Medway River. The British forces, when they should have cried havoc and let slip, became oddly quiet, to the ears of anyone who understood. The subtleties of music, the thrum of the British drum, and the blare of their pipes lessened from fortissimo to pianissimo. To the eyes of anyone who could see, the redcoat colors were receding to the softening notes of the music, growing dimmer to the eye as the invading army pulled back, unit after unit, into Sunbury. "Sir," Major Lane cried out, "it's a miracle! The redcoats are retreating!" The men on the walls cheered the enemy withdrawal, glad that the only blood spilled was accidentally taken in the repulse of Rory McIntosh, Rory the Tory, they called him. They began to cheer as warriors sometimes do when a potential battlefield is exited without a fight. Colonel McIntosh smiled along with his men over their easy victory, but he rubbed the saber mark on his face and looked like he was trying to figure something out. Perhaps he was thinking a lot of pain might have been spared him had he but known in his youth how to make an overwhelming force flee with no more effort than he'd made today. He said, "I do not know what to make of this. If it is trickery, it would seem to lack cunning. Unless—" He gave his subordinates a look of worry that pulled the scar on his chin taut. "Are they making for themselves some option for attack I overlook?" "If I may, sir," Major Lane interjected, "I think you've proven the British to be largely braggadocio and bluster, given to hyperbole when it comes to speaking of their might, and in no way possessing the mettle or the stomach to carry out their threats. They tried to cow us with no quarter, and yet—" Lane covered his mouth and laughed. When he regained himself, he said, "All they launched against us was that single old fart of a man. You can scarcely say he shook the walls down." "I take your point, Major Lane," McIntosh agreed. "But neither you nor I can guarantee that this enemy who retreats with such alacrity shall not reassert himself later, at a place and time not to our liking. We may view his withdrawal from the field to be a victory for this hour only, for he leaves still strong. He is not diminished as he might have been by a true battle. I say we must know everything of his retreat, just as we sought to be mindful of his attack. An army so fine as the one we beheld this morning cannot be trusted to melt away without striking again." "Sir," Daniel situated himself before Colonel McIntosh, "I would like to volunteer to follow the Redcoat Army and report back to you their movements." "You'd be taking a chance too many, son. They'll hang you if they catch you." "So they may, sir. Let them. Many places in this parish are sacred to me. I want to thwart the enemy if he plans to wreak further destruction. If all I can offer to that end is intelligence, I'll gladly go forth and gather it. I'll dog the heels of the Redcoats and tell you every move they plan to make. With your permission, of course." "Go, lad," Colonel McIntosh said. A red glow of pride shone in his bloodshot eyes. He managed a grin that smoothed the worried crags of his face. Grasping Daniel by the shoulders, he said, "May God send an extra angel to guard you." When it came time for Daniel to mount Cyprus and depart, though the stirrups were perfectly sound, the colonel himself cupped his hands and offered a leg up. "Sir, I protest. Put your boot in here and hush your mouth, Stuart. Bring me news that helps drive off the Redcoats, and I shall groom your horse and muck his stall for a full week. Off with you." The colonel slapped Cyprus's hindquarters and simultaneously yelled, "Open the gate!" Thus Daniel was launched into a bright, cold wind that pinched his face and made him hold his breath to keep warm. His destination was a mystery even to himself. The British direction of retreat, a coward's path of looting and burning, left an acrid and smoke-engulfed trail that led past the Sunbury homes of Daniel's sisters. Daniel naturally wished to see if these dwellings had been razed or ransacked so he could report back to his sisters, if he were fortunate enough to ever be reunited with them. He was particularly interested in the house on lot number 116, the one belonging to his sister Sarah. Not because he gave his eldest sister the highest place of affection in his heart, but because this was the house where his father had passed away. He found his family's homes intact, remarkably untouched by fire or the hands of redcoat scavengers. Daniel himself became the only looter as he visited the kitchen and stuffed whatever salt or spice he could find into his backpack. Inside the main house, he revisited the gun cabinet and chose another rifle to replace the one October had stolen when he rode off with McGirth. Along with the weapon, he took every ounce of powder and shot he could lift. All of this bounty he carried to Cyprus, who, tied to the chinaberry on the front lawn, skittishly bucked at his reins as the ashes of neighboring houses swirled down black and gray like a descending swarm of bats. Daniel at last got Cyprus calm and rode him away from the burgeoning lake of fire. He felt great relief when they reached the Sunbury Road and gave the reins a snap to urge Cyprus into a gallop toward his church, the Midway Meeting House. The church building's lonesome spot in the wood was chosen as a place of seclusion and peace. The steeple had been raised at a crossroads where one road curved to the sea, and the other writhed its honeysuckle-strewn path across the great lands of the rice plantations. Invading armies find a way to abuse the conduits of both land and sea to make their scourge felt upon the people who oppose them. The British had used both to converge on the meeting house. Daniel first saw the flames from miles distant. He rode onto the church lawn and found that the British had burned to ashes the house of God, the very house of God where he'd worshipped as a child and learned to love the idea of a peace which passeth all understanding. All that remained of the church was the cemetery on the far side of the road, with its slabs of marble and masonry crypts. Only these, impervious to flame, had lasted. The soul is stronger than stone, is it not? The soul may be vandalized by invading armies, flooded over by hurricanes, but the soul is God's promise written on the air we breathe. Daniel led Cyprus around the perimeter of the church's foundation. The coals were still red beneath a thin veil of ash, the heat so great as to singe Daniel's eyes and cheeks and nose. Cyprus bucked and tried to pull him farther away from the hot gusts that puffed from inside the scorched rectangle of the foundation, whose blackened stones intensified the heat. Daniel couldn't help but stare into the flames of the conflagration, or keep himself from gazing into the waves of heat that undulated across the remnants of pew and pulpit. His eyes searched out things he'd been brought up to hold sacred. He saw the remains of the font where he and his sisters had been baptized. More to the right, he saw the ashes of the remembrance table. The baskets and the goblets and pitcher of the old communion service smoldered. Vessels for the body and blood of Christ. In better days, they'd held bread and wine that Daniel had yet to taste, for he had yet to join the church. That was supposed to have been a ceremony for his 15th birthday, when, as his father had put it, he arrived at a responsible and knowing age. Daniel easily forgave this lack of foresight on his father's part, but just one taste of the bread and wine denied him would have nourished his spirit through these long years of bitterness and gall and grief he'd suffered since his father's death. Denied the sacraments when he most needed to partake, forced into the unholy flesh-breaking and bloodletting of war while still just a boy, Daniel was growing bitter himself. He was becoming more stone than soul, waiting for his rock in the cemetery rather than celebrating the promise of a life eternal. And now the sanctuary of Midway Meeting House was burning. As he watched the loving efforts of his forefathers melting away, Daniel felt himself an inadequate protector. Except the communion service and all its vessels of sacrament to the living Christ were glowing in the flames without being consumed. A fire in himself, not anger, more like God urging him, spoke to Daniel. The message came to him just loudly enough to be heard above the quiet, crackling remnants of the church's floor joists. The communion service has to be saved. It offers a taste of love that will last long after this season of murder is ended. Daniel tied Cyprus to a nearby pine and clambered over the smoking stones of the foundation into the fiery pit. He asked Providence to guide his footsteps across the red coals. Guided or not, the journey was painful. The heat stung blisters onto the bottoms of Daniel's feet. He forced himself to go on walking, reminding himself of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, all of whom survived the flames of Nebuchadnezzar unharmed. So great was the power of the Holy Spirit and the angel who protected them. Daniel emerged from the pit of coals with the leather of his gloves and boots close to catching fire and placed the hot vessels on the frozen grass. After they cooled, he raised the soot-tarnished goblets and pitcher, chill and wet with melted frost, and placed them in Cyprus's saddlebag. He wiped the rills of sweat from his face and shivered, for he sensed an even more violent conflagration angling toward the little town of Sunbury, worse than the destruction he'd already witnessed. Not a month before he fell sick with ague, Daniel's father had recounted for his only son the historical mission of the Midway community. He'd spoken of how politics and greed might interfere with the plan of God. Daniel remembered quite clearly every word his father spoke that day. "We came to this place to pull men ashore, to pull them back from drowning in sin," John Stewart had said to Daniel. They were sitting in the phaeton his father used for making ill-advised trips from Sunbury to Tranquil during the sickly season. The year had been a good one for rice growing, and they'd paused atop one of the dams to admire the fields. Oddly, Daniel's father, a man who always put business first, had seemed preoccupied with subjects that had little to do with a successful harvest. "There was much hope for a great colony of Christians when my father and mother came here from the Dorchester settlement in South Carolina," he had continued, wrapping the dottle from a briar pipe into his hand. He threw the ashes to the road and tamped fresh tobacco into the bowl. "Now we have to give up the high task of rescuing souls to fight for our secular freedom. We have gone from fishing men to fishing the lake of fire. We shall soon haul the devil and his angels up on our shores. Saddens me these times that are coming. The British are hard enemies. Daniel was just beginning to learn how the words of a lost parent echo. Be they words of wisdom or folly, greed or generosity, blessing or condemnation, they resound. They strike to the core of a son or a daughter as lightning twists inside a tree and boils the sap. The tree may survive, albeit split or its bark torn away, but the scars of lightning are slow to heal, and the echo of a parent's words, be they kind words of affirmation or cruel words of damnation, go on thundering in a child's memory forever. The last day Daniel spent with his father, watching the reconstruction of the old fort now called Fort Morris, he'd felt a loss of breath, a pang in his lungs that in some way foretold his own dying. Some nights of late, he so missed his father that he lay wide awake with his blankets as suffocating as a funeral veil. His sadness was at once intensified and ameliorated by the knowledge that no part of his father remained on earth other than himself and his sisters. When Daniel last saw them, his family had been in full flight from Sunbury to Tranquil, his father's plantation. The trail of the newly arrived redcoat pillagers likely ran close to there. Daniel had promised Colonel McIntosh he would track the redcoat army. It was little more than a guess whether or not a visit back to his home, trapped as it now was behind enemy lines, would provide intelligence useful to the patriot cause. Still, he was resolved to ride back and make sure his family was safe. Would Tranquil be untouched, occupied, razed? He jabbed his spurs to Cyprus and galloped toward a mystery. He rode deep into enemy country to reach his own home, and the journey was a sad one. After the burned church came the blackened chimneys of the other planter families. He reined Cyprus to a walk along the edges of what only days before had been the lawns of paradise. Where they found a house still afire, they kept to the woods just out of sight, with Daniel dismounted and leading Cyprus so they wouldn't be spotted. On plantations where the big house was still in flames, bands of looters waited patiently for the morrow when they would pick through the ashes for scorched valuables. In the meantime, they raided the outbuildings, the smokehouses and slave quarters for cooking utensils, chickens, hams, and bacon, as well as for tools to dig fire pits in which to roast their pilfered food. The idea was to keep warm and eat well, so the ugly horde built the lesser flames of their campfires close by the infernos of marvelous houses blazing higher than the trees. Daniel stood hungry in the tree shadows and watched their gluttonous rampage with disdain. He limped away from the disgusting spectacle on the blisters he'd earned by treading the fires at Midway Meeting House. If the church and the homes of so many of his friends had been destroyed, what terrible sights would he find when he reached Tranquil? Daniel avoided Tranquil's entrance avenue, though he would have loved to behold once again the glory of the live oaks, the green hollies, the camellias green and flowering against winter. Family lore said his mother had planted each of the camellias with her own hands. He kept away from the main road and followed paths he'd learned as a boy, hunting dove, quail, squirrels, rabbits, and deer around the swamps that fed water to the rice fields. The fecund stink of the summer swamp was cleansed by winter. The fields, now drained, had already yielded their harvest. As they came to the Stuart lands, Daniel dismounted Cyprus. The two of them moved with stealth. Surely bands of Tories and Indians were waiting beside the road in hopes of laying another ambush like the one at Spencer Hill. Just south and west of the main entrance to Tranquil, Daniel set out to cross a rice field dam, one of several belonging to the plantation, except this one led straight to the main house. What he wished more than anything was to make a beeline to the kitchen for a hot bowl of rice and butter, and from there to his bedroom, where he might spend one last restful night before striking out to trail the redcoats. No more than halfway across the dam, he saw a group of lanterns on the move. From a distance, they looked like a harmless swarm of lightning bugs, but as they drew closer, the golden luminescence of their lantern lights sparkled across polished brass buttons. British soldiers. Daniel yanked Cyprus's reins, and the two of them plunged down the side of the dam. The rice field, though drained, was hardly dry. Both man and horse fell into a shoe-sucking, hoof-sucking muck that in its semi-frozen state slathered both the flesh of the man and the coat of the beast with joint-locking cold. Daniel could not know what the horse was feeling, but for himself, the wet mud that climbed his stockings and snaked into his shoes was a slithering, biting, and frigid envenomation that had his toes feeling as if they did not belong to his feet, and his feet soon numbed into sharp-toothed ice, whose only purpose was to chew on the muscles of his calves with crippling fangs. Cypress's sharp hooves chiseled the bank of the rice dam. Daniel used the quirt more cruelly than he liked. They slipped and clambered and gouged their way to dry ground in the area of the slave quarters, near the thrashing and winnowing sheds. The slave quarters offered many kind invitations. The chimney of each cypress log cabin puffed smoke toward the cold moon, promising a warm fireplace where Daniel could dry himself off, as well as a hiding place where he might plot against the enemy. Before October betrayed him and went over to the side of the Tory, McGirth, Daniel would have known for a certainty these cabins were his sanctuary. The incident with October had taught him he couldn't be so quick to trust things he'd always believed. He was in need of help at the moment, and in the past, he would have sought it here. Tonight, he eschewed the warm fireplaces and went stumbling on toward the great mansion where he had been raised. The main house and kitchen were wreathed by an array of gardens. Daniel first crossed a hedge into a vegetable garden, tangled with twists of dead tomato vines and sharp-bladed gray cornstalks. He crawled through a second hedge. Once past this, he found himself in a patch of herbs directly behind the kitchen. A misplaced step crushed a sprig of mint and gave the cold night air a festive pungency. It recalled to Daniel the last joyful Christmas celebrations with his family before the war. He passed the kitchen undiscovered and crossed to the camellia garden, where the shrubs budded and flowered in spite of the winter cold. He couldn't see their vibrant colors in the dim light that fell from the house, but he sensed the love of his mother, who had planted them with her own hands. Crouched in the papery dead blossoms beneath one of the towering shrubs, Daniel stared toward the windows of the house in search of a candle, a lantern. All that remained of his family lived here at Tranquil, and it appeared the British had made them prisoners in their own home. The back entrance to Tranquil's main house was not quite so grand as the front, and the two portly redcoat regulars who stood guard over the back steps seemed far less formidable than the cadre of British soldiers Daniel figured to be in charge of the front lawn and the circular drive that encompassed it. He could easily circumvent these two and head for the office, which was situated at the front corner of the house. He was set to go when a lantern passed by one of the basement windows, a room he knew that his sister Sarah used as a daytime nursery and playroom for the children. The room was stacked from floor to ceiling with all manner of toys and diaper bins and tiny wooden privies for the more advanced little ones who had, thankfully, outgrown the abominable practice of soiling themselves. No sane man would enter such a place of his own volition, so Daniel suspected the bearer of the flame to be poor William Quarterman, his brother-in-law, whom Sarah had somehow tricked or badgered into a lifetime of making babies and getting up to feed or change them at all hours of the night. The scene was one Daniel had witnessed so often he'd begun to make promises to the great Jehovah that he would remain celibate and childless all of his life. In his mind's eye, Daniel could see William rushing about in his nightshirt while Sarah froze him dead as stone with her Medusa's stare for being too slow to fetch a sugar teat for the latest of their brood. Always the contemptuous look, the gaze of disapproval. Sarah was never lacking when it came to hurting those who loved her. Daniel had been on the stinging side of her often enough to feel great pity for her husband. He might not have risked going to the window, but the two redcoat sentries were interrupted in their vigilance by another redcoat who came from inside the house. Wisps of steam rose in the lantern light, hot beverages. While they drank their tea and shared a pipe of tobacco, Daniel sprinted from the camellias to the house. He stared inside, his worried breath billowing and ebbing on the glass pane. When he at last got his breath under control and stopped fogging the window, he saw exactly what he'd expected. His brother-in-law trying to balance an oil lamp in one hand and examine his youngest infant's ours for cleanliness with the other. The look on William's face was so mournful it was obvious the scouting report was not good. Daniel felt it a kindness on his part to give a tap on the glass and announce his presence, whereby he might grant dear William a brief reprieve. William started and looked toward the noise, though with less apprehension than he had shown the dirty diaper. He rearranged the linen to cover his child's loins and bore the lantern to the window. When he threw it open and saw Daniel, he said, "Thank God. I thought you might be unavailable to change your baby." Daniel accepted William's outstretched hand and scrambled inside as William pulled to the shutters and closed the window so they could not be seen or heard by the redcoat sentries. "My God," Daniel said, as he went to the aid of the infant squalling on the table. "You're too squeamish to clean them, yet you go on fathering them. Has no one told you what causes them?" A tickle of his great calloused finger on the child's belly set it cooing, and though the spiny bristles of dry flesh that barbed his hands occasionally snagged the soft fabric of the baby's swaddling clothes, he soon accomplished what the little girl's father was loath to do. William was grateful. He whispered, "First time she's been quiet all night. Sarah sent me down here to change her so she could sleep." "Fancy that," Daniel said, "but I'm glad she did. I was relieved to see your lantern. I first thought to sneak around to Father's old office and crawl through the window." "Thank God you didn't. Lieutenant Colonel Prevost is sleeping there." "In Father's office? Are there other redcoats inside our house?" "Keep your voice down or there will be." William patted the air as if he could tamp down the noise with his hand. "I didn't know these cockroaches had settled in our home." "We best thank Providence we still have a home," William said. "Many of our neighbors do not." "You needn't tell me. I've seen the fires." "The looters." "What saved Tranquil from the torch?" Daniel asked. "Mother Adele's and my Sarah's insistence on returning here." "I don't understand." "It's a miracle of the most beauteous kind." William smiled and stepped back from the changing table. "Prevost's standing mandate," he continued, "is that all occupied homes are to be spared, while those that are empty are to be burned. Had not Mother Adele and my Sarah insisted on coming back here to Tranquil, the house would have been razed." "I see," Daniel said. "I know of Prevost's execrable mandate. I was there when he set it to paper in answer to Colonel White." Daniel quoted Prevost. "Almost verbatim. Wherever people are found to be taking care of their property, though known to be inimical to the king's government, I've left them in possession of everything belonging to them, and forbidden in any manner the burning of any houses." Daniel threw a wadded wet glob of diaper against the nursery wall and scoffed. "So, we at Tranquil are the unwitting beneficiaries of Prevost's bizarre rationale. I'm not grateful for his wee bit of mercy. Neither do I care a damn how he wishes us to comport ourselves on land that is ours. How we come or go from our own gates has nothing to do with him or his damned king." "Shh." William placed his finger to his lips. "His logic is not so strange from a military standpoint, brother. Prevost says those not in their plantation homes this time of year have either turned refugee to follow the rebel army or are members of the rebel army themselves. A family loyal to the king would have no reason to flee before His Majesty's troops. So he believes the Stuart family will soon be tamed and bow once again to royal tyranny?" Daniel asked. "Actually, Sarah has somehow convinced the man we are all Tories except for you. I must say, she has painted you the blackest of sheep. Tricky and intelligent, as I'd expect her to be. But how came Prevost to Tranquil?" "Last I saw him, he was in a field tent. He rode up one day with a band of mounted redcoats. 'Twas soon after we arrived home. Said he was requisitioning Tranquil as his headquarters for the ongoing campaign against Sunbury and Midway. His aspirations for Sunbury have come to naught," Daniel said. "The redcoats who assaulted the fort there left with barely a fight. But, William, our church is burned to the ground." "God forbid it!" William cried out. "Would that he had," Daniel replied softly. Hatred burned in Daniel's fingers and bent them into fists. "You say Prevost sleeps just a few feet distant, on the daybed in my father's study?" He touched the hunting knife at his belt. "I should love to be the angel of death at his bedside." "So would I after what you've just told me," William said. He spoke like a man of great courage, but soon as he heard himself, he began to act doubtful. "Trouble is, he sleeps under guard, a sentry at the door. He trusts our roof more than our loyalty to the crown." William shook his head. "I worry who the neighbors trust. Look around you. The whole Redcoat army is living with us. Thieves, looters. They couch themselves upon our front lawn with the bounty they stole from our neighbors still in their beaks. I fear Sarah's trickery may seem so genuine that our friends will think we're actually sympathetic to the British." "Let them believe what they will," Daniel said. "My sister has the blood of my father. I know she's a patriot. I have always despised her cunning nature, but now is the right time for it. Where is she? In the west chamber? Daniel started for the door, but William rushed to grab him before he could exit the nursery. She is, but you cannot cross to the stairs without Prevost's sentry sending up an alarm. Then I'll go as you and carry the baby back upstairs, Daniel said. He grinned. Give me your nightcap and nightshirt. Must I stay here through the night naked? How will I stay warm? There are blankets aplenty, and clean diapers make a fine pillow. Daniel couldn't keep from laughing at William's horrified expression. Neither could he resist adding a barb. Diapers are those square bits of linen you so often ask me to wrap about the posterior regions of your infant children. I'll send a servant down with your clothes in the morning. Camouflaged by William's nightshirt, the baby in his arms, Daniel took up the candle holder and started across the stony floor of the basement. With his face covered by William's overlarge nightcap and his hands full of wriggling child, he assumed the role of tired husband. A cursory nod was almost enough to get by the sentry. "Sleep well, Mr. Quarterman," the guard called out. Daniel dropped his voice a half-tone to mimic William's. "I shall, young man. Take care your fancies for pretty girls never bring you to my low position. Early morning arse scrubber's what I am." The sentry laughed, not making fun but genuinely sympathetic. "I'll try and keep me head, sir. Good night to you." Once Daniel's feet left the sweaty stones of the basement floor, they lightened and sped up, barely touching the staircase till he and the baby arrived on the second floor. He hurried to the west chamber, where he backed into the heavy door to protect the child. No sooner was Daniel inside the bedchamber than his sister began speaking to him as if he were his downtrodden brother-in-law. "Dear God, William, you couldn't have taken longer changing the child had you chiseled a new fanny on her." Daniel placed the baby in her cradle, turned to his sister, and removed his brother-in-law's ridiculous nightcap from his head. Sarah gasped when she recognized him, and he took enormous pleasure in surprising someone who liked to trick others. He replied, "I dare say if the baby waited for you to change her, her arse would indeed require chisel. I've borrowed your husband's nightclothes so that I might come and ask you face to face what your plan is for dealing with these redcoat brigands. My preeminent plan is to keep our family alive and our home standing." Sarah leaned to her night table and raised the wick of the lantern till it brightened from smoky orange to a flare of yellow that illuminated her canopied bed. She settled back into her pillows, beautiful, beatific, nothing hard about her except her eyes. "I've prayed to see you return safe home from the war." "Thank you, sister, but it's not enough for us to be safe. Soldiers are dying. General Screven has been killed. Our church has been burned to the ground. I can hardly praise you for opening up our home for the king's soldiers," he added sarcastically. "Did you not notice, brother, what a bloodless conflict the British assault on Sunbury turned out to be? The rumors flying about the corridors of this very house claim the British force there turned from their siege on Fort Morris with hardly a shot fired. I have it on good faith these rumors are quite accurate." "They are indeed," Daniel said. "The British had their forces arrayed to strike against us, yet they inexplicably withdrew." "Inexplicably?" Sarah smoothed her cheekbone with her forefinger. Soft waves of beauty passed beneath the ocean-colored storm that circled within her gaze. "Obviously, you're in need of an explanation, and I'll be glad to provide it, for no reason other than to teach you that life must be planned, not measured out in hot passions of battle smoke and horse sweat. The Patriot forces still possess Fort Morris, and your life, because Lieutenant Colonel Prevost, our guest downstairs, retreated prematurely. He could easily have struck at Sunbury in conjunction with Fuser and overwhelmed you. He could have pressed on to Savannah, yet he stopped just a few miles north of our meeting house and fell back to here. Are you not curious as to why? You'd strangle yourself on the web of your own riddle if I didn't ask why. God help us if you've put us in over our heads." "What have you done?" Daniel asked. Sarah straightened her back, and the flare of the bright lamp in the gauzy confines of the canopied bed made her look fiercely angelic. "Do not take that accusatory tone with me. You should be grateful." Taken aback, Daniel took a moment to study his older sister, whose craftiness had taught him at least some of the tricks that kept him alive. When he thought of the lifetime he'd known her, and not just these recent years when they'd quarreled, he began to understand the debt of blood. He remembered how Sarah had stood up for him when he was a sickly child, how she'd goaded him and tested him till he became stronger. He began to realize that he mostly disliked her for having led him through the gauntlet of naivete, protecting him, but sometimes cudgeling him herself. There was little doubt she'd helped form the strength in him that men much older than he admired and called courage. These memories softened his heart, and he said, "I apologize. I merely want the truth of what you've done. I haven't the authority to accuse you of anything. I love you. I don't say it as often as I should." Lamp in hand, Sarah left the canopied bed and came to Daniel. She gave him a warm hug, and the lamp chimney's wavering heat called summer to mind. Long ago summers. They had been children for too short a time, and Daniel wished they'd made an effort to be kinder to each other. Returning to the bed, Sarah sat on its edge and motioned for Daniel to pull close a chair so she could relate all that had happened since she saw him last. She said, "As soon as Lieutenant Colonel Prevost insinuated himself upon us and became an unwanted house guest, I made every effort to assure him we Stuarts are loyalists. I told him how honored we are that he chose our home as his headquarters. Here is the best place to strategize and launch your campaign against the rebels," I whispered in his ear. I kissed his abominable furry ear. The fool was easily swayed. "But surely he knows of our father's great desire for liberty." "Yes, he's heard of father, and of you as well, the boy soldier who went off to the Florida campaigns. It was but a small feat to convince young Officer Prevost that father's insurrectionist folly was to a great extent buried with him. Easier still was to trick him into believing that you, the only male child, are the last of us who harbors these crazed desires for American independence." Delighted by her own chicanery, Sarah paused to enjoy her brother's reaction, then continued, "I made you out a zealot bent on following in our father's misguided footsteps. I said you'd become estranged from us, having chosen the rebel cause over your own family. The colonel was scandalized that you'd do such a disservice to your kin, particularly since we're mostly helpless women and children, and therefore in need of every able-bodied man to keep this great plantation from ruin and its inhabitants from poverty." Daniel was forced to smile. "I've no doubt you thoroughly enjoyed sprinkling a few poisonous drops of calumny upon my character while fooling the redcoat. I've often been critical of your devious nature, but I'm learning to appreciate it. How did you manage to hold his ear long enough to fill it with your stories?" A merry sparkle lit his sister's eye. She motioned to him, "Bring your chair closer to the bed so we'll not be overheard." He complied, and she went on, "I'll only say that once Colonel Prevost discerned I was loyal to the crown, he gave his best effort to make me disloyal to my husband." "Blackguard!" Daniel's good nature evaporated in an instant. The blood in his face ran hot. He reached for the pistol beneath his coat and began to rise. He was ready to vault the steps to the basement and dispatch Prevost where he slept. "Stay yourself!" Sarah grabbed Daniel's arm and leaned close to whisper, "I wouldn't have him if he offered to make me Queen of England." I feigned interest, but her hand moved over her brother's face as if to smooth away his look of contempt. "You may trust my promise that I brought no dishonor on our family other than my lie of pretending to find Prevost attractive, which I most assuredly do not. He was smitten with me, and I confess my vanity here. I was flattered by his kind words." "You needn't have been," Daniel said, his anger not fully receded. "Any man who calls you beautiful is merely speaking the truth. There's no flattery or exaggeration in it. But you may trust I'll kill anyone who insults your position as a lady and a mother." "Thank you," Sarah said. Her eyes softened in a way Daniel had never seen. "Ungrateful and impetuous, though I've found you to be on sundry occasions, you're possessed of a kind and good heart and a bravery I adore. But I beg you, just listen while I tell you of Prevost. Hold your temper. If we fly out of control at each small indignity, our country, the very country Father so fervently wished for us, will be lost. I'm sorry, sister. The war's made my mind simple. I've begun to believe all problems are best solved by murder. Speak, I'll not interrupt you again." "Now you're being smart," Sarah said. She dangled her feet over the edge of the bed, pulling a blanket around her shoulders, and leaning towards Daniel to keep her words safe between them. Prevost holds his strategy sessions in Father's office, she said. During the early days of the attack on our province, I visited there often. I heard of Screven's defeat and mortal wounding. I learned another British force was coming by sea to Sunbury, and that the overall strategy was for Prevost's command to join with Fuser and overwhelm the township there. When I heard that Screven was shot down and the Patriots were in full retreat up the Savannah Road, I could only think, stop their bleeding. That night, I had a dream of you and Father lying side of the road together with me, ministering to the both of you. No bandages saved my hands to stem the flow of your wounds. I started from my nightmare that morning and insisted William get out of bed and accompany me to my writing table. I wrote out a letter composed entirely of lies, but I know our Lord guided my hand as I set it down, every lying word of it. On the morrow, I told Prevost my husband would be a willing guide for his troops through this unfamiliar and threatening terrain. Prevost agreed and sent William out front of his army, no doubt expecting to bed me in my husband's absence. I feigned illness and locked myself away here in this room, while William rode before the Redcoats as their guide. He rode far enough ahead as to be out of sight and dropped the letter I'd written in the center of the road. He then called out his discovery to the British soldiers who were following him. When they read the contents, they galloped back here to warn Prevost that his aggressive tactics were leading him into a trap. They showed him my letter as proof. So warned Prevost, who's, believe me, scared to his bones of any kind of aggression that might lead to his defeat, ordered his army to pull back. I don't know how to respond. Daniel closed his sleepless eyes and tried to rub clear vision back into them. You took your pen and created this fiction that moved great armies? Incredible. I don't doubt what you say. I only wish I could see what you wrote. He paused, for his throat ached with pride over what his sister had done, and it took a great effort to retrieve his voice. You've saved 2 cities and countless lives, he said at last. You can see the first draft I wrote. Sarah went to her writing table and returned with a foolscap-sized bit of parchment, stained by indigo letters unmistakably written in her hand. Ostensibly sent from Patriot Commander Colonel Samuel Elbert to Patriot Commander Colonel John White. The letter read, Colonel White, as planned, I have fallen back to Ogeechee Ferry while our prideful enemy pushes north toward our position, which I believe to be fortified to the point of being impregnable to frontal assault or attack of any kind. It is to our great fortune that the enemy commander, Prevost, is young and imprudently aggressive. He shall run himself into quite the trap, his forward progress checked by our earthworks here, while you cross the Ogeechee north of him with your cavalry and ride south to cut off his supply lines and surround his entire force. His humiliation shall be even greater than his audacity. Your most obedient and humble servant, Colonel Samuel Elbert. Upon reading the last line, Daniel leaned back in his chair and held his sister's letter closer, as if he were enjoying the beautifully cut angles of a precious stone. The parchment, which took on the glow of the bedchamber fireplace, did not disappoint. Daniel refolded it upon its neat creases and handed it back to Sarah. I grow to love your guileful nature, he said. What else have we to rest our hopes on? We have so few men, guns, horses. And you're so bereft of human kindness, you'd steal a man's nightclothes. A quick rustle at the bedchamber door caused both Daniel and his sister to start. The voice was William's. He stumbled into the room wearing a diaper upon his head, as a kerchief and 2 woolen blankets as shawl and dress, apparently attempting to disguise himself as a wet nurse, a ruse that would have fooled not even the most drunken redcoat sentry. Daniel yanked the diaper from William's head and gave his brother-in-law a shove. Do you want me hanged? I ask you to stay 1 night downstairs, and you walk up dressed like this and arouse the suspicions of— Be quiet, brother, William said urgently. Didn't you hear the commotion front of the house? A second British commander has arrived. All of Prevost's guards have run out to greet him. So has Prevost himself. It's you who needs to be downstairs if you wish to know what they're up to next. Hurry, the both of you, Sarah said. She hastened to the closet, where she quickly bundled some more suitable garments for her husband and tossed them to him. Wear these. William rushed to don the new clothes, fairly jumping into his knee stockings and breeches and shirt and vest. When William's attire had been properly seen to, which is to say improved from that of a badly dressed nursemaid to the wardrobe of a wealthy planter, Daniel and he waved to Sarah and slipped out to the second-floor landing. They took no candles with them. Their hope was to use their familiarity with the house to sneak down to the basement in darkness, and once there, find a place to eavesdrop on Prevost and Fuser's meeting. Their plan of clandestine movement through the shadows quickly proved unsuccessful. They'd gone only as far as the stairwell when a wobbling glow of lantern light began to climb toward them. As it rose, the lantern chewed big, circular bites from the darkness in which they'd hoped to hide themselves. They watched just long enough to discern who was approaching. Their first glimpse was from the back, only a silhouette, but they knew from the cockaded tricorn, the musket barbed with a fixed bayonet, that the bearer of the lantern was a redcoat soldier. When the man turned at the landing to ascend the last flight of stairs, they saw his ruddy face, his red tunic. Golden light played over the polished bayonet. Daniel turned from the ascending lantern, shooed and pushed his brother-in-law back to his nuptial chamber, where they bolted the door. "What's wrong?" Sarah asked. "There's a redcoat coming up the stairs," Daniel whispered. "That's peculiar. Long as they've been here, they've never come to this part of the house." A hard knock sounded on the door. "Mr. Quarterman?" Sarah waved her husband toward the door. She looked at Daniel and mouthed, "Get under the bed." "Yes, what is it?" William spoke through the bolted door. "Colonel Prevost sends me, with his apologies, to tell you the other commander of our forces, Colonel Fuser, has arrived at your home in a most weary and downtrodden state. He and his officers are in need of a meal. Colonel Prevost sends to know if you might ask your servants to bring some form of repast to the main dining table. Loyal to the king, and hospitable though we are, we do not serve meals middle of the night to any—" William began indignantly. "Wait!" Sarah rushed to cover William's mouth with her hand. To the soldier outside the door, she said, "I'm the mistress of this house. You are?" "Sergeant Durrell, madame, one of the sentries." "My husband intends no rudeness toward you, Sergeant. Kind and protective man that he is, he bemoans the lack of courtesy in telling me at so late an hour we have new guests to entertain. It is, after all, my lot to provide comfort to everyone who visits Tranquil. You put me to no small inconvenience, and you bring me great embarrassment all at once. I reiterate Colonel Prevost's apologies, madame." "Noted. I suggest you get back downstairs and tell him I'll do my best to rouse the servants and lay out a decent meal in the dining room. You might also tell Colonel Prevost that I believe him a scoundrel. No decent man, certainly no gentleman, would impose on a household so greatly as he has this one." "I shall tell him just that, madam," Sergeant Durrell said. They listened as the clanks and jingles of the sergeant's canteen and pewter buttons, musket and shoulder sling receded in the direction of the staircase. "Chew, goodness sakes, Sarah!" Daniel sneezed twice more and crawled from beneath the bed draped in tendrils of lint that resembled Spanish moss. "There was no need to order me to hide if you had no intention of opening your door to the man." "How was I to know he wasn't going to demand entry? He might have been searching for you. He might have kicked open the door." "True enough." Daniel brushed dust rabbits from his coat. "But pray, next time, direct me to the closet. I don't know what agricultural experiment you're conducting beneath your bed, but it brought to mind a field of cotton at full ball." "Stop your silliness," Sarah said, brushing the lint and a few cobwebs from Daniel's hair. "We'd best all put our minds to how we might feed these redcoats and entice them to give us information at the same time. William, you must rouse the family. Tell them we all have to go downstairs to greet the British officers. We must make them feel welcome. Have them rise quickly. Be especially sharp with Joseph and Susanna. Don't give them an extra second to lounge about and be lazy, as is their wont." "Joseph and Susanna are here?" Daniel asked. Susanna had married Joseph Fox on July the 4th, 1776. It was the last time he'd seen his father happy. "Yes, brother. They're back home, too. Please don't interrupt again for a moment." Sarah turned her attention back to her husband. "Wake the cooks, Juniper, Flora, their daughters too. Have them rush to the kitchen. Tell them the repast shouldn't be so grandiose as warm and filling." She turned again to Daniel. "You said you want a closet to hide in? Get yourself down to the spandrel closet nearest the dining room. You may overhear something of value." The great house called Tranquil was awakened, and everyone in it set into frenzied motion. Daniel raced downstairs and secreted himself in the closet just as Sarah had told him to do. Through the cracked door, he watched as his family members descended the stairs in an opulent procession, all of them attired as if they were on their way to a midnight ball. The ladies wore their finest hoop skirts, the gentlemen, their best powdered wigs and golden watch fobs. Sleepy though they were, not a hint of fatigue showed in any of their faces. Their expressions revealed nothing less than the calm strength of their genteel upbringing, a disciplined etiquette that demanded of them decorum and placidity in the face of even the most barbarous of intrusions, as this midnight soiree demanded by an unwanted redcoat house guest most surely was. All of them filed past Daniel's hiding place and proceeded to the great hall, where they waited en masse to greet the entrance of the two British commanders and welcome them to Tranquil. By Sarah's design, there was to be an ostensibly hospitable reception in prelude to dinner. The purpose of this delaying tactic was to allow more time for the dining table to be arranged and a meal gotten up. Servants scurried from the mahogany cabinets to the dining hall, carefully balancing the best crystal, china, and silver, in hopes of having the settings completed well before the arrival of the guests. An air of friendliness, false though it was, moved over the great hall as the stewards arranged themselves to courteously greet the two British commanders, whether they felt like being courteous or not. The doorman, as he had been trained, called out, "Lieutenant Colonel Mark Prevost and Lieutenant Colonel Louis Fuser," and swung wide the door. The two British commanders entered, and, before the eyes of the smiling and immaculately dressed steward family, all of whom had risen at this late hour and hurried downstairs to make their acquaintance, Lieutenant Colonel Fuser, without pausing to remove his gloves, smacked Lieutenant Colonel Prevost across the face. The sound echoed in the great hall. All present were stunned to silence, Prevost especially. After a moment, he rubbed his cheek and said, "You have lost your mind," to which Fuser replied, "I have not, though I have been denied an easy victory by your incompetence. Nepotism will be the ruin of our army. Were it not for your older brother, you would not even hold a command." He was referring to General Augustin Prevost, who was indeed the elder brother of Mark. The red blotch on Mark Prevost's cheek was rapidly drowned in a flood of anger that washed across his entire face. He said, "Nepotism may save the army, if in light of the despicable comportment you have just exhibited, my brother takes your command away. How dare you behave so when these loyal subjects of the king have so kindly turned out of bed, middle of the night, to give us a warm meal and grant us a place of respite?" "Loyal!" Fuser began to pace the receiving line of the family with the same haughty glare he would give his troops upon inspection. "I smelled the stink of rebels before I knew the owners of this house to be named Stuart. There is not one damned Stuart driven from England who loves the king." Fuser's words caused Daniel's blood to run hot, for he was a Stuart. American-born though he was, the soul of him was steeped in the lineage and lore of his ancestors, the pride of great warriors, defeat, retribution, bloodletting, loss of property. A descendant of those who fled English wrath, all it took was a hint of insult to his kin or country from an English bastard like Fuser to ignite a rage within. His fingers moved slowly beneath the walnut grips of the pistols in his belt. All that calmed his rage was his father's admonition. "If you have no temper, you're not worth a damn. If you can't control your temper, you're worth far less." This was well for Prevost and Fuser, for it took a power greater than Daniel's conscience to prevent him from leaping out of the spandrel closet and shooting them both. Thankfully, his brother-in-law, William, with righteous indignation, took up the family mantle and confronted Fuser. "I'm a quarterman, sir, proudly married into the Stuart family, and I must say I understand neither your insulting remarks toward this household nor your equally rude behavior toward your comrade in arms. You've struck him and questioned his honor. If you're challenging him to a duel, I'll be his second. If he doesn't wish to fight you, I'll gladly stand in his place." "What say you, Prevost?" Fuser asked. "Are you in need of a duel?" "I had rather have an explanation and an apology," Prevost replied. "The former I can easily proffer. As to the latter, I will gladly meet both you and your second on the field of honor, with the flames of hell licking my boots before I will say I am in any way remorseful." Once your friend Mr. Quarterman hears all that has transpired these past few days, if he is so loyal to the king as he claims, he shall most likely wish to duel with you." He eyed Prevost contemptuously and went on. "Any soldier who fails to besiege a fortress assigned him by his commanding officer is a damned shirker who deserves to be shot." "You are the one who failed to make the rendezvous," Prevost countered. "I sent McGurth to scout Sunbury. Your force was nowhere to be seen." "Our ships met with headwinds that slowed our arrival," Fuser said. "I cannot control the will of God, but you had only to—" The gloved hand that struck Prevost moments before rose as if to strike again. This time Prevost, tired of insults, grabbed the handle of his saber, and Fuser, not nearly so brave as he acted, quickly got control of his muscular reflexes, if not his angry words. He went on with his grousing. "Had you held your cowardice in check, had you shown the smallest bit of courage, Sunbury would have been ours, and quite possibly Savannah as well. If you are referring to my retreat here, to Newport," Prevost said, "a scouting party I sent out found evidence that if we pushed any closer to the Ogeechee River, never mind Savannah, our army would be surrounded and destroyed. It was imperative that I pull the army back from Midway. You had not yet arrived at Sunbury. What other choice had we?" "What evidence do you refer to?" Fuser asked. "A letter." "A letter? From whom?" "From the rebel Colonel Elbert to Colonel White, another rebel. It was found in the road." "I should like to see this letter." "I shall read it to you," Prevost said. He reached inside his uniform tunic and brought forth the parchment. When he'd heard the text, Fuser said, "This is most certainly a ruse. The traitors have but rabble for an army, though I dare say they possess innumerable quills and scraps of parchment on which to scribble fanciful stories. You have been a fool." "The integrity of my forces proves otherwise," Prevost said. "They have fallen back unharmed and with great bounty." He angrily stuffed the letter back inside his uniform and tamped it flat with his fist. The two men began to slowly circle each other as if a punch would be thrown any second. But Fuser resumed his verbal attack. "You were intimidated by a letter. I understand why. Having sent McGurth and his band to reconnoiter Sunbury, and having ascertained my force was not yet in place for a siege, you grew cautious. That was intelligence given you by the eyes of your army. That was something palpable to worry over. But the idle threats in this letter? Did you send McGurth to scout up the Ogeechee to see if there really was a force of American cavalry to surround you?" "No," Prevost admitted. "I was unnerved by reports of your absence at Sunbury. I believed my forces had already enjoyed victory enough, so I pulled them back." "Victory enough," Fuser crowed in a mocking tone. "You might have captured Sunbury and Savannah as well, yet you sit here proud that you have looted a few homes and stolen their servants and livestock. Idiot! Might I ask where you found this letter that so blunted your offensive and blinded you to opportunity?" "It was pointed out to my troops by Mr. Quarterman there." "I knew it! Perfidy!" Fuser pointed to the gathered Stuarts and exclaimed, "You are all the blackest of liars!" He turned back to Prevost. "Your naivete has cost you an easy victory. The price to the crown shall be the lives of many gallant soldiers." This said, Fuser crossed to the roaring fireplace, took up a piece of charred wood, and scratched on the white paint above the mantel. "This house is home to a nest of rebels." He dropped the wood to the fire-lit hearth and turned for the front entrance, his angry face red and glowing to match his red tunic. He exited without another word to anyone present, save Prevost, to whom he said, "I consider myself no vandal, but so great is the damage these people have done to our cause. I would like to roll yonder burning logs to the center of the floor and enjoy the conflagration. Since you have witlessly made this place your headquarters and these revolutionists your friends, well, enjoy your stay and see what other favors they do for you." The doorman was scarcely able to pull back the great door in time to accommodate Fuser's angry withdrawal. Prevost, thoroughly humiliated by his comrades' obnoxious behavior, looked around to all of the Stuarts and Quartermans and Foxes and said, "I am deeply sorry Lieutenant Colonel Fuser has misjudged you and your loyalty." Sarah stepped forward from what had begun as a receiving line. Her demeanor changed from hospitable to inconvenienced. He has indeed misjudged us, sir, but go and tell him that we, being Christian, shall gladly forgive his underestimation of our character, and we shall gladly suffer the continued presence of he and his army upon our lands. Though, Sarah paused to smile, we would be most grateful if he honored his promise to not burn down our house. He will, madam, Prevost said. I shall go and have words with Lieutenant Colonel Fuser immediately, and again I apologize for his rudeness. We shall all sleep late tomorrow, and perhaps after a good rest, we'll forgive the whole affair, but Sarah waved magnanimously toward the dining hall. We've got up a feast. Shall you not attend, even if your colleague refuses? Prevost gave a wishful, hungry glance in the direction of the dining room. Tranquil's great hall, shielded from view though it was from the dinner table, could not be protected from the fragrances of turkey, ham, baked dove with burgundy, quail with onion broth, roast venison seared tender with whiskey over a bed of pecan wood coals. Daniel, not counting his first 3 years of oblivious infancy, had enjoyed 14 mirthful seasons of the winter cuisine here. He knew the temptations presented the British colonel and was not a little surprised when Prevost answered, I had best spend my energy mollifying Fuser. If I manage that, I shall return to my quarters in the basement for a bit of rest myself. He closed his eyes and inhaled. When he opened them, they seemed a bit weary and homesick. He said meekly, I should not refuse a plate if I happened to find it outside my door. With that, Prevost hurried after Fuser, and Sarah motioned the doorman to close the door and seal both of them out in the darkness. As Daniel emerged from his hiding place in the spandrel closet, Sarah beckoned. Hurry, brother, she said. We've wonderful food on the table. We may as well take this chance to dine as a family while our enemies are so befuddled. As a family, though they bore the various names of Stewart, Quarterman, and Fox, they prayed thanks for the abundance God had kindly granted them, and Daniel was doubly grateful for this bounteous gathering. In the past few days, he'd witnessed the murder of loved ones, the destruction of homes. He'd grieved over the suffering of good neighbors who worshiped Sunday upon Sunday in the same church where he and his family worshiped. Now even the church was burned. One of the servants set a hot bowl of buttered rice before Daniel. It was his favorite, but he paused before eating, cupped his great, calloused hands around the warm dish, and remembered the coals of the church fallen hot within its foundation. For the first time in days, hunger left him and grief took hold. He felt breathless. It was as if his lungs had capriciously begun to abhor the notion of pumping air inside him. The steam rising from the hot rice placed before him enhanced the sensation of smothering. He pushed the food aside. Sarah noticed and admonished him. Daniel, you've been through far too much to be without appetite. Don't waste this opportunity to fill your belly and strengthen yourself. I may never hunger again, except for revenge, Daniel answered, and I don't find that course especially palatable. He took a draught of water, then of wine from the goblets beside his plate. Thirst, pain. There wasn't enough in either goblet to quell them, so he leaned back in his chair, forsaking food and drink, hoping for a deep breath, one breath unhampered by the twisting of sadness in his chest. Encouraged by what she considered a victory, Sarah was insistent. Do you not believe you're being too glum? I wouldn't argue that our enemy has brought harm to our parish, but you can't deny, dear brother, that we've utterly tricked him. We've practically driven him away. He's retreated of his own accord, Daniel said, rousing himself from his ennui. To that end, your cunning has provided a miracle of sorts. The problem is he's retreated with his army intact. He's not been destroyed. This signifies that he waits for another occasion to attack us. I can't celebrate victory when I know the forces of the king have merely fallen back to regroup. Rest assured they'll attack us more effectively on the morrow. He rose from the table and raised his goblet of wine. I'm grateful to the Most High God that our family is allowed a feast such as this, while so many of our neighbors have seen their homes destroyed. After tonight, I may not see... He paused for a last taste of wine, knowing he needed calmness of voice. Tears were for the hidden places in his heart, not for his family to witness. I may not see any of you for days, he continued, perhaps months. My duty is to scout the Redcoat army and find out what they intend. From what I've seen tonight, I'll report to my superiors that at present they're fighting amongst themselves, and seem uncertain as to what they'll do next. "I'm going with you," William Quarterman said. He stood and threw down his napkin. "We need only the servants pack our horses with provisions and—" "William, you cannot," Sarah said. "We must have a man here at Tranquil." "You have Joseph." William put a reassuring hand on his wife's shoulder. "He and Susanna have only been married for 2 years. Let's give them their time together, my love, as we've enjoyed ours." A servant named Matthias was sent out to fill Cypress's saddlebags with hoe cakes and uncooked rice for the journey. William's favorite horse, a huge gray stallion named Snollyguster, was led to the slave quarters where Daniel had left Cypress to be loaded down with weapons and supplies. Upstairs in the main house, Daniel and William tried to pack garments and bottles of medicine they might need on the road, but they discovered to their annoyance that there was little of use they could sensibly carry. The two of them were about to head downstairs, mount their horses, and ride north to rejoin the Patriot Army, when Matthias came running breathlessly to the west chamber to tell them, "Y'all better not leave just now." "Why is that?" William asked. "'Cause the redcoat's leaving now." Daniel and William rushed to the window and looked down on the circular drive. What they witnessed was a torchlit exodus. According to Matthias, no slouch when it came to gathering information, the redcoat looters, along with the hordes of renegade loyalists and Indians that accompanied them, had received a general order to pack up their bounty and head south to join with the forces of General Augustine Prevost, older brother of Mark Prevost, who had recently made Tranquil Plantation his headquarters. "A plague's lifted from us," Daniel said. "Yes, but it's a plague of locusts carrying away much of our parish's wealth," William replied. "I hear they've confiscated over 200 Negroes. God only knows how many horses and cattle and sheep. Add to this the families they've burned out. And the church. They fly from us as quickly as the smoke of their vandalism, but we're no better off. No, but we'd better hurry back to our own army if we hope to keep the bastards from coming here again." Daniel placed a large hand gently atop the feathery old bones of Matthias' shoulder and said, "I need you to keep watch on the road. As soon as these vandals are far enough away for William and me to make our exit, I need you to tell us. Will you do that for me?" "You knows I will," Matthias said. "I do know," Daniel replied, "and I thank you for being the kind of man we can burden with so much of our faith and hope." Daniel patted Matthias' shoulder and shook his hand. The old man rushed out, leaving the bedchamber door ajar. It remained so just long enough for a winter draft to swirl through the jams before Sarah, fresh from supervising the division and dispersal of the magnificent foodstuffs left over from the feast, swept inside with a riffle of hoop skirt that stole a bit of silken glimmer from the lamplight, a sparkle that seemed frivolous in such worrisome times. But a moment of prescience descended on Daniel in which he began to understand that both he and his brother-in-law were doomed to sit beside 1,000 campfires surrounded by smudged canvas tents inhabited by hungry men in tattered clothes. He knew that a night would come when each man of them would pray aloud to witness just once more a spark of beauty to match the wavy hem of Sarah's dress. Daniel kissed his sister's cheek. "I love you, Sarah, but—" He gave a nod to William. "This man loves you more than I have understanding of the word. I'll miss you both." Sarah embraced the two of them. Grief moved from Daniel's lungs upward. It always starts as breathlessness that becomes a tight throat, constricting, twisting tighter as a bad storm twists. A storm that, after it has done its worst, can do nothing but rain. Daniel did his best to hide his tears from his sister. He waited till he was sure the muscles around his voice wouldn't quaver and said, "You need this time alone with William. If I don't see you again here at Tranquil, there's a place our Lord's prepared for our next meeting." He put his large hands around Sarah's. They were tiny and white like pearls. He prayed a silent prayer that his family would all come back together someday. By intuition or miracle, Sarah heard the words of his heart. She said, "We both need promises, you and I. You have to leave us for this war. But please, don't hurry to find that home in heaven you so love to talk about. Swear you'll come back and bring my William home to me. I'll keep Tranquil alive just as I've done thus far. If, your duty done, you promise to come back." "We'll come back, Sarah." Daniel kissed her forehead. "Tranquil might be burned to ashes. It won't matter. Our home is you." Daniel stepped outside the bedchamber so William and Sarah could have privacy for their goodbye. Young though he was, and never before in love himself, Daniel wondered if this kind of departure, a husband going off to war, a wife promising she would await his return, was proof of the strength love gives to one who is in love. Waiting outside the bedchamber of his sister and his brother-in-law, Daniel overheard Sarah's plea, "Bring yourself safe home to me as soon as this war's honorably won." And William's promise, "Our home is the only home I wish to return to, save, as Daniel said, our mansion in heaven. If God wills that I die, I'll meet you there. Never lose faith that I'm waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Daniel knew that the strength of his sister, as well as the good heart of his brother-in-law, guaranteed that what God had joined together, no man would ever put asunder. Their promises of eternal love made him feel less guilty for enticing William away from his wife and children, and he truly hoped the next time Sarah and William embraced, it would be here at Tranquil, amid orchards of peaches, groves of pecan, and camellias blossoming red to warm the gray winter, and not on the lonely gold streets of heaven. December 1st, 1778. Riding north, Daniel and William encountered the Patriot forces of General Robert Howe, marching down the Savannah-Darien Road. Howe's command was a hungry and battered group that looked more suited to the task of bemoaning the damage done St. John's Parish than to preventing a further British incursion. The lot of them, infantry and mounted men alike, marched with a labored gait, puffing their tired breath against the cold morning. At a canter toward General Howe, Daniel and William were challenged to identify themselves, but the voice of the guard sounded frightened. Had the two men been a squad of redcoat cavalry, Howe's army most likely would have broken ranks and retreated, leaving their commander to identify his enemies for himself. Howe nonetheless trusted his sentries and didn't shy away as the two strange riders approached. He appeared to be in his mid-40s and was possessed of mean-spirited eyes of the type that beheld little of beauty, but found much to condemn. He looked Daniel and William down and up with a disdainful sneer as they approached and said, "You wear the clothes of gentlemen and have fine mounts, but how do I know you haven't looted them from one of the plantations in the vicinity? You might be redcoat spies." "You'll have to watch our deeds, sir," Daniel replied. "You may take us to task if you find us lacking." "I'm Daniel Stewart. This is my brother and—" "You're Daniel Stewart? The boy soldier who went off to fight when he was only 14? Howe's appraising eyes were slitted, filled with doubt. "I was 15, sir. But yes, sir. I am he. I'm an orphan myself. Obviously, I'm older than you, but I must say I've taken a small bit of comfort in the stories I've heard about you. Quite the hero for one so young." Compliments from General Howe were said to be as meager as half rations and sour with jealousy, so Daniel tried to answer with great humility. He said, "I fear much of the good you've heard was exaggerated, General. The bad was likely more accurate." "Your modesty is duly noted," Howe said. He smiled wanly, and he could scarcely help himself, for he had a perennially pursed mouth. Deep wrinkles scored his upper lip. His every attempt to smile was a tug-of-war against crevices, brought on by years of frowning and disapproval. Any play of mirth across his countenance inevitably collapsed into a smirk. Patronizingly, he continued, "Modesty becomes you, young Stewart, so long as it doesn't turn false. If I might instruct, a compliment from an elder as well as a superior warrants more a simple 'thank you' than a smart reply. My apologies, General. I do thank you for your kind remarks. We've just come from our home, Tranquil Plantation, where my brother-in-law and I— Allow me to introduce William Quarterman." William saluted. Howe returned his salute. "My brother-in-law and I have been in close contact with the British commanders, Prevost and Fuser, mostly Prevost, who ensconced himself there." "Augustine Prevost?" "No, sir." "Mark. I see. Augustine's younger brother. I'm anxious to hear this intelligence you bring, but I cannot do so here in the middle of the road. We need an encampment." "William and I possess a good knowledge of the country hereabouts," Daniel said. "Then get us to a place where we can discuss and plan." Howe twisted his collar tight. His wrinkled lips looked drawn, as if he'd bitten a green persimmon, but a pursed mouth made his whining no less audible. "I'm cold," he complained, "and I wish not to be caught in the open should the redcoats sally forth again. God preserve a man of my rank if taken by the enemy." They guided General Howe to Slade's plantation, not far from the ashes of Midway Meeting House. To Howe's credit, he didn't impose upon the Slade household as Prevost had at Tranquil and commandeer a room. He instead asked only the family's leave to pitch his tent on their grounds. Though they welcomed him and gave not only their permission, but their blessing, Howe raised his headquarters near the livestock barn, ordering his men to follow his example. Daniel believed Howe to be a strange man, but he was shrewd in the politics of war. He knew better than to offend the people who inhabited his theater of operations. If nothing else, he was an exemplary guest. A sour and dusty pungency of cow dung and hay wafted through General Howe's tent as Daniel related the quarrel he'd witnessed between the British colonels Prevost and Fuser. Daniel was glad these were the colder months. If not, a swarm of flies would have ridden the winds of stench and made his audience with Howe, already unpleasant, too unsavory to bear. William stood just inside the tent flap. A novice at the business of soldiering, he attempted to stand quiet and attentive, though it was clear the stink of Howe's tent was melting his gentleman's nose. He blinked and fidgeted. Cow manure was a fragrance to which William had yet to steel himself. After all, he couldn't change his own child's diaper without getting dizzy. Daniel prayed he wouldn't faint in front of the general and embarrass them both. Entirely unconcerned with William or his weak stomach, Howe wet his wrinkled upper lip with his tongue and said, "It's good to hear of the British fighting amongst themselves. They've clearly missed a great military opportunity. Your report tells me they're painfully aware of their failure." He gave Daniel a cursory nod that appeared to be acknowledgement of a job well done. Then he pursed his lips and began to chew away at the compliment. Still, this comedy of men scampering away like gun-shy dogs fails to convince me they won't regain their courage and attack us again. We best not set too much store on quarrels between redcoat officers. He squinted at Daniel. Or hearsay from young scouts of our own. The men need a few days of rest, during which time we must guard the road to Savannah against a British attack from the south. Soon as we deem ourselves safe from that, I wish you, Stuart, to guide us to Sunbury. Introduce me to the commander of the fort there. Meanwhile, I'd like you to peruse 2 recent expresses between myself and my subordinate, General William Moultrie, back in South Carolina. Tell me if I've exaggerated or misrepresented the American dilemma here in Georgia. Howe laid 2 letters upon the spindle-legged table that served as his writing desk when he was in the field. His eating table, too, if one judged from the grease that welled up through the parchment as he smoothed it flat for Daniel to read. The first letter sent by Howe to General Moultrie read, Zuby Ferry, November 27, 1778. Dear Sir, the enclosed copy of a letter from Colonel Elbert, received this moment, will inform you in what a dreadful situation the state of Georgia is. Without assistance from this state, it will absolutely be lost. Exert yourselves to the utmost to hasten up the troops under the command of Colonel Huger. Let them march with all possible expedition. Baggage at this time is not to be considered, and provisions may be had at every house. Let the men force on, and if some cannot march with the rest, let them proceed without the least delay. As this attempt upon Georgia is indeed a serious one, I think proper to direct that more troops should march southwardly. You will therefore order either Henderson's regiment or a number equal to them, taken by detachment, if this could be done with equal expedition. This will be left to you, still holding in mind, however, that much depends upon their speedy arrival. The situation of affairs makes it absolutely necessary that the Deputy Quartermaster General should be furnished with powers to press wagons and horses. Apply to the President for this, and if he grants it, the troops may force their way with expedition, which at this time is so essential to service. Let 5,000 pounds of gunpowder be immediately sent by land, and 500 by water, as consequential to our operations. You will therefore take measures accordingly. There is more than that quantity of continental powder in the hands of Mr. Livingston, agent, but if not to be found, apply to the state. The troops are not to wait for the powder. With what powder comes by water, if 5,000 pounds of lead could be added, I should be glad, as it will probably be wanted. The Department Quartermaster General or his assistant ought to attend the troops of this state, and a surgeon from the General Hospital with everything requisite should be instantly sent up. The Commissary General ought to be ordered to lay up provisions of every kind at Mr. DuPont's, or some place contiguous thereto. I am too much hurried to determine where. You will therefore appoint the place. I am, and so on. Robert Howe, Brigadier General Moultrie. The second correspondence before Daniel was Moultrie's reply. Charlestown, November 28, 1778. Dear Sir, I this day received yours by express, and am sorry to find the affairs are like to prove so serious with the Georgians. The inhabitants of this town could never be persuaded that matters would have come to such a length. Now they seem frightened and think it may be their own case ere long, as the cloud from New York has not disappeared, but still hangs over our heads, and this attack upon Georgia confirms their ideas, by causing a diversion there, while we are to be invaded here. I have sent an express to Colonel Huger to expedite his march, leaving his baggage and weak men behind to come up more at leisure. I shall get Colonel Henderson's battalion off, I hope, tomorrow. Thompson's regiment is not far from you. They are taking the shortest route to Purisburg. The President has given the Deputy Quartermaster General a power to impress what wagons may be wanted for the expedition. I shall send 5,000 pounds of gunpowder immediately by land. The rest you require shall be sent by water. It is rather unlucky that Colonel Roberts sailed about an hour before the express came in, or I would have sent the powder by him. Captain Spencer, Deputy Quartermaster's assistant, proceeds with our troops. The Director General has ordered Dr. Fassot with a proper medicine chest to join our troops. I will consider and speak to the President respecting the laying in stores at a proper place, somewhere, as you mentioned. I am, and so on. William Moultrie, Major General Howe. Daniel sat back and refolded the dispatches, creasing the food-stained pages gently, though in many ways he wished he could crumple them, shred them, and use them as tinder for tomorrow's breakfast fire. You seem agitated, Stuart, Howe said. Tell me why. If I've overstated the plight of Georgia, and my hyperbole goads General Moultrie to overcommit our forces, we might be, as he says, leaving Charlestown vulnerable to attack, if the Redcoats are indeed creating a diversion. I'm most worried, sir, that your calculations are accurate and you've told the exact truth, Daniel said. Without the full aid of the Continental Army, Georgia shall be easily defeated. Also, yes, I'm worried that I've not heard from Colonel John Baker in days. I first served the cause of liberty under Colonel Baker. He did me a great kindness once, and I should like to know where I might find him. God be praised I can mollify at least some of your concerns, Howe said sarcastically. He sniffed the cow-pungent air and pinched the end of his nose. I find so little in Georgia to allay my own. Colonel Baker was wounded in a battle south of here. I'm told it's not mortal. Where he's recuperating is a well-kept secret. You'll be pleased to hear that Colonel Elbert, also from your parish, is back in Savannah. He's prepared to give his all protecting that city from the Redcoats. Both are fine officers, Daniel said, relieved at the news that Colonel Baker was still alive. Would that they were riding alongside us here? Good fighters are scarce. Howe took a seat at the wobbly table, reclaimed the letters from Daniel, and tucked them inside his coat. His disdainful eyes stared challengingly into those of the younger man. Georgia, he said, has two seaports of equal value to both the British and us, Sunbury and Savannah. If we successfully defend both, we save not only this shred of Georgia, we harden the belly of the Carolinas. His bloodless finger touched the back of Daniel's hand, like the first icicle of a hard winter. Can you escort me and my command to Sunbury the very minute we ascertain the Redcoats have pulled back from your parish? I need to study the defenses there before it is too late. I can, sir. Daniel assented to Howe's request, though with a good deal of misgiving. The man made him uneasy. He was the type who liked to complain about broken things but never offered to pick up a hammer. Daniel kept his misgivings to himself. He said, William and I will be most honored to guide you into Sunbury at your discretion, sir. 5 days passed and the road to Savannah remained free of Redcoats, so General Howe insisted that Daniel and William keep their promise and guide him to Sunbury Township, and from there to Fort Morris. Along the way, Daniel wondered if Howe's sour and parsimonious demeanor would grate against the ebullient nature of Colonel McIntosh, or if the two officers, by virtue of their opposite personalities, might complement each other. The ride through Sunbury was mortifying. Homes Daniel remembered as being in flames on his last visit were now ashen squares demarcated by scorched picket fences. Citizens who'd stayed behind to protect their Sunbury property rushed the weary Patriot force with a vitriolic fervor they'd spared the British invaders. One man called to Howe, "This our liberty? To be freed of our earthly possessions by looters and burned out?" Another cried, "It's a useless army hides inside a fort while the citizens are under attack." "Everything here is obviously wrong as can be," Howe answered coldly, without bothering to climb down from his horse. The general may have felt a small bit of empathy for the townspeople, but he lacked the ability to show it. "I shall seek answers as to why you've been punished so badly." Sounding impatient, he went on, "I'll also do what I can to remedy your suffering and see that you're not inconvenienced in this manner again. Now clear the street so that I might hasten to my duty." He acted as if his mere passage should be all that was needed to comfort the homeless and hungry folk of Sunbury. When they arrived at Fort Morris, the bridge over the moat was greatly improved, though the Bermuda grass at the moat's edge was still so sweet and tempting that Daniel had to pull sharply on Cypress's reins to guide him to the parade ground. There their party was met by Major Joseph Lane. Lane still bore the same scowl Daniel remembered, his eyebrows resembling a coat of arms with two panthers crouched to spring down on the granite outcropping of his nose. Lane saluted, then offered a hand to aid Howe as he dismounted. "Welcome, General. I'm gratified to see young Stuart has led you to our gate. We'd quite lost track of him since he volunteered to my predecessor to go off scouting the movements of the British." "Predecessor? Where's Colonel McIntosh gone?" Daniel asked. "Likely to the half-acre of hell he deserves," Lane said with a smirk. "Stay yourself, Lane," Howe said. "My young guide appears surprised that you're commander of the fort. I thought it common knowledge. Had I known you were ignorant of this, Stuart, I would have informed you." Embarrassed, Daniel felt his chapped face redden further. "It's my duty to stay informed, sir." "I apologize." "Never mind," Howe said. "You've gotten us to Sunbury without mishap. You're not an accomplished scout, but you do have potential." Major Lane apparently heard this as a rebuke and grasped the opportunity to add some disparaging remarks designed to embarrass Daniel in front of their commanding officer. He said, "Stuart is like an inexperienced chess player, General. He knows the moves, but he's prone to make them recklessly." If Lane expected to hear words of agreement from Howe, he was soon disappointed. The general flattened his wrinkled upper lip over his nostrils as if trying to keep a bad smell from entering his nose. He glared at the ramparts of Fort Morris with disdain. "If you are older and wiser, Major, I shouldn't know it by the execrable condition of this fortress you command. All that protects these walls from siege is they seem so laughably indefensible, the British may view them as a waste of powder and shell. Fort Morris has already repulsed one British attack, sir." Lane's face grew hot with pride, his voice loud with anger. "I've no doubt the garrison will acquit itself equally well if we're threatened again." "You weren't threatened the first time." Howe sniffed his perfumed sleeve, as if he found Fort Morris more odious than the stable where he'd camped the previous night. "You were merely reconnoitered. Look at this." Howe's sharp finger pointed out the first obvious weakness. "You have no casemates. I begin to wonder what else this fortification lacks." "But, sir," Lane stuttered, protested, turned pink as a crab in hot water. "If you'll but grant me a moment to speak of the improvements I have in mind." "You will not speak, Major. You will be quiet, and you will not address me again until you can accurately report every detail of your command down to the last musket ball," Howe said. "I wish to be told of all the weapons here present and of all foodstuffs available to support the garrison. If you've requisitioned supplies in the town of Sunbury, you will make this known to me as well. Are my instructions clear?" "They are indeed, sir. Come along, Stuart." Lane flicked his hand toward Daniel as if he held a quirt, as if he expected Daniel to answer to the old chain of command. Howe noticed. "I wish Stuart to remain with me," he said. Lane turned about so quickly, his big feet cut a divot center of the parade ground. "With all due respect, sir, upon Stuart's arrival at Fort Morris, he was assigned to me as my personal aide-de-camp." "Your aide?" Howe's wrinkled lips twitched. It was the closest Daniel had seen him come to outright laughter. What could he possibly have done to rise to such heights so quickly? Howe's sarcasm was not received in good humor by Lane, who was a proud man. Lane's dislike of Hal was swelling inside him like venom in a viper. Hal noticed this, but didn't much care, for he opted to go on with his needling. I doubt if I've ever heard a better recommendation of a man's character than he was assigned to be your lackey, Major, considering your importance to the prosecution of this war. Hal paused and gave a faint smile. He drew a perfumed handkerchief from his sleeve to dab his nose. He obviously enjoyed mocking his young subordinate and wished to prolong the torture as long as possible. The general's taunting was met with an unsmiling glare from Lane, who said, "I was merely suggesting, sir, that Stuart might be of great use here at Fort Morris. He has superb knowledge of the country hereabouts, St. John's being his home parish." "I see," Hal replied. "You're as impressed with Stuart's knowledge of these winding swamp roads as I." "It matters little. Though you lay first claim to young Stuart's services, and though I'd like to reassign him as my own scout and messenger, the unfortunate problem for both of us, Major, is that Stuart is militia and not regular army. That means he has the freedom to choose." Hal turned to Daniel and said, "Stuart, I put it to you thus. You may have the position of scout and messenger for me, or that of aide-de-camp to Major Lane. Which post grants you the honor of polishing his tunic buttons, digging his straddle ditches, and seeing to his general comfort? What is your decision, young man? Answer, and be quick about it." Daniel's response was instantaneous. "I've enjoyed some marvelous adventures against the Redcoats with Major Lane, but I must give him my apologies and beg his consent to take leave of my duties as his aide-de-camp and immediately devote myself to those tasks the general has in mind for me." Daniel spoke his preference with a pounding heart. His hurried breathing drove heat to his face. He knew his choice to follow General Howe over Major Lane meant he would be hated by Lane forever. Didn't matter. He went with the man he believed to be the most able commander. Had Colonel John McIntosh still been in charge of Fort Morris, Daniel's answer to Howe's question would have been the opposite of the one he gave. He just didn't trust Lane, thought him too much of a hothead and a glory seeker. No sooner had he made his reply to Howe's query than he felt Lane's bitter gaze settle on him. He'd made a new enemy for himself, yet he believed this little contretemps to be foreordained. Just as God joins some people together in love, he makes others despise one another at first sight. Late in the evening of December the 6th, Daniel was awakened in his tent by Lane, who stood in the entrance and tossed a heavy piece of firewood that thumped Daniel's buttocks. Daniel started, leapt up clawing for his pistols. He would have found them had he not tripped over his blanket and fallen face down. He brushed the sand from his face, looked up and saw Lane, dressed in a flawless uniform, buttons polished as a new sunrise. Laughing derisively, Lane said, "I know you're anxious to kill Stuart. Be careful you don't die by your own hand. You've nearly hung yourself with your own bed covers." Daniel stood, shrugged off the tangle of blankets. They fell in a circle around his feet. He was mad as flaming hell, but tried to respond coolly. "May I be of assistance, sir?" "You may, but not to me. Your chosen commander, General Howe, has requested your immediate presence in his tent." There was a vengeful crookedness in Lane's smile. "May I inquire for what reason?" "Ask General Howe. You may also tell him why you're late. He sent for you." Lane pulled a watch from his immaculate uniform. "Half an hour ago. So you wakened me late." "Actually, I've been trying for 25 minutes. It took a stick of stove wood to rouse you." Liar. One could not utter this word to a superior without threat of a flogging, so Daniel knew better than to give a verbal response to Lane's provocation. His answer was to pull on his boots and scramble about in the fire shadows for the leather bag that held his quills and ink bottles. These located, he gave Lane, the grinning jackass, a hurried salute and ran across the parade ground to Howe's headquarters tent. He hoped to make a profuse apology and slink into place at the field table. If all went well and he was forgiven his tardiness, he'd take down whatever late-night message was ruining General Howe's sleep. He arrived at the tent to find his usual chair occupied by a grubby fellow in ripped trousers, bearded, with a pierced ear dangling a length of gold chain and a musket ball. The strange earring jounced about as he worked his jaws, grunting and drooling over a good pewter plate and goblet that had to be the general's. The man crumbled a piece of bacon, sifted it on the plate, then doused both cornbread and bacon with coffee and spooned it all down with happy gulps followed by happier belches. As Daniel stared through the tent flap, attempting to ascertain who the peculiar fellow was, Hal came up from behind and poked his shoulder. "I sent for you half an hour ago. Were you off on a swim in the Medway?" "No, sir. Startled, Daniel struggled to come up with a suitable answer. It would be bad form to cast aspersion on Lane, so thinking quickly, he said, "I arrived some minutes ago but didn't see you in your tent. I thought it not my place to go inside. Had to go drain the mill pond." Hal touched his bladder. "Be forewarned. You start manhood able to swill a wineskin. Get my age, you can't lick the legs from a goblet without a pent-up river threatening to soak your breeches." He nodded toward the field table and spoke in a low voice. "Our hungry guest is a British sailor, deserter. Came out of the brush and surrendered to one of our patrols near Tybee Island. No doubt prefers us to the British as captors. They'd hang him if they caught him." Hal picked sand spurs from his stockings and straightened his tunic. "This is important, Stuart. I wish you to take down his deposition. He has, I think, much of value to tell us." They stepped. Inside, Hal leading. The Continental regular guarding the prisoner said, "On your feet." He threatened with the stock of his musket, but the prisoner was so grateful for a full belly, he needed no such urging. He stood, mopped both corners of his mouth on his shirt sleeve, and touched his fingers to his forehead in a quite respectful salute. Hal returned the salute, then went a step further. He shook the man's tar-stained, greasy hand, as if he were in the presence of a great gentleman. "Have we fed you well?" The man grinned, his teeth still awash with the flotsam and jetsam of his meal. "Like I ain't had in months, sir, since they stole me from me wife in Liverpool." "They pressed you?" Hal asked. "Course they did, sir. I wouldn't have gone a purpose. They was a horrible lot. Fell on me after I had a pint and dragged me off to sea. I was a brick mason where I come from. Well thought of, too. What's a brick mason to do on a ship? They put me working with the carpenter, but I like walls that don't rot. Most especially, I like a floor what don't move up and down underneath you when the wind blows a mite." "What made your mind up to desert the Navy?" Hal asked. The man had laid a clay pipe on the field table beside his meal. Hal took it up, removed a leather pouch from his pocket, and tamped his own fragrant tobacco into the bowl. He handed it to the grateful sailor, who was likely more accustomed to floggings and short rations than he was to kindly officers. You could see that in the way his bones poked up beneath the thin, worn cloth of his shirt. Interrogation was Hal's stated intent, but he made no threats to torture the prisoner. From the looks of him, the poor fellow had already suffered a plenty. Daniel marveled at Hal's studied benevolence. "You're most kind, sir." The sailor accepted the pipe and lit it with a candle. He told them his name was William Haslam. The fine smoke rose over his face like the best dream that ever clouded his eyes. He said, "I deserted because, well, I never asked to come to the New World, did I? But forced as I was, I says to meself, here's a place where I might lay many thousands of brick if I can only cut meself loose from this stinkin' bobbin' horse barn with sails." "You wish to return to your trade. You thought your talents ill-used," Hal said. "Yes, sir. I did." Haslam rubbed his front teeth with the stem of the pipe as if he were troweling, smoothing mortar into the gaps and rough places. "Anything you build in one of them ships either rots to shite or gets shot to shite. Beg pardon for me crudeness, sir." "Don't waste a thought on it," Hal replied. He walked close to the prisoner, put a hand on his shoulder. "Haslam, there's not a man in this fort who doesn't wish to build a country free of the king, the king's taxes, the king's navy. Are you desirous of living in such a place?" Haslam stared into the dreamy cloud of his pipe and said, "Have I grounded meself on the shores of heaven? That's what I hear you describing." "Perhaps, but it'll be a short-lived heaven if the king continues to prosecute the cruelties he's already begun against this colony," Hal said. "The fleet from which you escaped. I need you to tell me, jot and dash, anything you remember." "I can tell more than that if you got time to listen." Haslam plucked at the musket ball and gold chain dangling from his ear. "We've got time if you plan to speak the truth. You may trust what I tell ye." Haslam sucked hard at the pipe, set the coal hot in Hal's tobacco. He took a long drink from the goblet of red wine placed in his hand to help him remember the whole of his experiences with the Royal Navy. The wine was served by the same Continental regular who'd been guarding the prisoner when Daniel arrived. Suddenly, Daniel began to appreciate Howe's method of interrogation. Instead of threats and punishment, the general rewarded those who purveyed information at exactly the moment when a bribe might elicit further secrets. It worked well with Haslam. Filled with good food and riding a smoky tide of wine and tobacco, he happily related that he was formerly of His Britannic Majesty's ship Neptune, a transport commanded by an officer named MacDougall. The Neptune had departed for Tybee Island on a wave of bad fortune. Stationed with a fleet of 20 sail in Sandy Hook, New Jersey, she broke loose from her anchor in a wicked storm and was forced out to sea prematurely. Clear of the harbor, Captain MacDougall opened his orders, which stated that he was to sail to Tybee and wait there for 2 days. If the rest of the fleet failed to arrive prior to the passing of 48 hours, he was to set a course for St. Mary's Island, where he was expected to remain until the rest of the Royal Invasion Fleet reached Georgia. Strikes me odd a common sailor such as yourself would be privy to a captain of His Majesty's Royal Navy opening his orders, General Howe said, yet you possess amazing knowledge of his secret papers. I should love to know how this came to be. Haslam calmly puffed smoke into his goblet and watched it roil like a fog bank over the still red surface of wine. Nothing amazing in it, sir. The storm broke several panes in the captain's quarters. I've told you they was trying to make me a carpenter, which I ain't. I was chopping me fingers to chum on the broken glass, trying to clean up the mess so the captain could stay dry. I'm a bad carpenter, I confess, but no man's a better listener. I see. Howe's craggy hand moved over his face, smoothing. His suspicious scowl so adroitly, the smile of trust and acceptance seemed to have been there all along. I don't think you a liar, Haslam. You're too placid, too sure of what you report. Pray tell us what else you've learned. According to Haslam, who was clearly a pragmatist and not inclined to offer any false comfort, a great British invasion force was out in the Atlantic, sailing south. The troop transports were carrying 5,000 men. The convoy was guarded by Phoenix, a ship of 40 guns, as well as Vigilant, a floating battery, he called it, and at least one sloop. The troops were largely Tory. A section of these, called the Jersey Volunteers, were under the command of a General Skinner and a Colonel Allen, the latter thought to have great landholdings in Jersey or Pennsylvania. More of a worry to Daniel, and to Howe, too, if you judge by his whitening pallor, was that this Tory band was joined by 3 battalions of British regulars, men of the 71st Regiment. The common talk, Haslam went on, is these 5,000 men is coming with full expectations, spending the winter in Savannah. Them Tories aboard the Neptune, no fewer than 100 I'd reckon, was bringing their wives and children along. They was cocky ship fellows. A lot of proud talk, bragging how their orders was to burn and kill any who wouldn't submit to the crown. Upon speaking this, Haslam swished the red tide at the bottom of his goblet. He'd spoken too many of the crown's secrets to ever again call himself loyal. That's all the news I've got for ye. I'm sure to hang for letting you write it down. General Howe looked upon the man with empathy, perhaps envisioning a day when he himself might be caught and tried for treason by the king's forces. If you wish to retract your testimony, you may. Retract? What's that mean, sir? Take back what you've said, Howe clarified. I'd never. Before God, I wouldn't. All I want, sir, is ye to tell me where to put me mark. He stood, reached for the quill, the nail of his forefinger ugly black from a hammer blow. So, they'll know the words come from me. He grinned, for the wine was already stealing his mind away to a place where he might be king. They may kill me, but they'll know the words come from me. Excellent, General Howe said. Stewart, show this man the deposition you've copied down and allow him to sign. Daniel turned the parchment around, handed the quill to Haslam. Beside the place where Daniel had carefully inscribed, "The above is sworn to before me, the day above written," the British deserter turned American patriot scratched from Haslam in shaky print. His signature looked like a wobbly sloop foundering in a blotch of ink. General Howe, who, in Daniel's opinion, should have been more concerned about the sacking of Georgia foretold by Haslam's testimony, seemed instead more elated to have garnered a bit of espionage that supported his own pessimistic theories concerning the indefensible nature of the colony. Drunk, giddy, Haslam showed no worry at all over the apocalypse he'd predicted, clumsily dropping the quill into the puddle of his own signature. As Daniel lifted the stained feather, he studied his hands and wondered what they might do to save his home. Stains there too. Not blood, not yet. Just the same ink that ruined the feather. The essays of Thomas Paine crossed his mind. He wished for Paine's blunt eloquence, but his great hands, capable of adorning the pages with glowing penmanship and fine pictures, lacked the poetry and dexterity of mind needed to write great speeches. Perhaps it was more important in these times that his physical body was strong. He was built to heal from wounds, to rebound from starvation with new muscles. He had an idea that someday he wanted to be a leader, but he couldn't envision himself ever becoming one, not like Screven or Baker. "Get this man a tent of his own," General Howe ordered. "Give him another bottle of my best." In many ways, Daniel pitied those forced to lead, especially on this side, in this war, where the enemy enjoyed all of the advantages. Good soldier that he was, he saluted Howe and hurried drunken William Haslam off to get him drunker and then to bed. Haslam was laid to sleep, grinning and belching, in a tent commandeered from the pair of angry soldiers who'd pitched it. Well blanketed, his head pillowed by a haversack stuffed with straw, Haslam dozed off despite the rill of an excellent red wine drizzling through his whiskers. Generals' wishes are to be granted, no matter what silly errand they send you on. Daniel watched the deserter fall asleep and wished he could slip so easily into peace. Displeased though he was with General Howe, and especially at Daniel's transfer of allegiances, Major Lane did as Howe ordered and provided an inventory of the ordnance at Fort Morris that was exemplary in its exhaustiveness. The artillery consisted of 25 brass guns, including one 7-inch mortar, two 18-pounders, six 12-pounders, one 9-pounder, seven 4-pounders, and eight 3-pounders. Fort Morris also boasted 8 iron guns, two 18-pounders, and six 12-pounders. As for small arms, the garrison possessed 100 muskets with bayonets, 12 rifles, 40 fuses of carbines, and 4 wall pieces. In spite of Lane's fastidious report, General Howe became dismissive of the fort's military value, though he didn't say so to Lane's face. On December the 8th, he had Daniel take down a letter to Brigadier General William Moultrie in South Carolina. It was a long letter that nearly wore Daniel's quill pen down to the feathers. Sunbury, December 8, 1778. Dear Sir, it is impossible for me to give an account of the confused, perplexed way in which I found matters in this state upon my arrival, nor has it been in my power to get them, as yet, in a better train. I am sorry to inform you that this town is not defensible. For half an hour, should it be attacked the least formidably, and its present safety is entirely owing to the spirited conduct of the troops in the fort, and the want of enterprise in the enemy, who most certainly might have possessed it in a very short time, and with little loss, though the garrison had made, which I doubt not they would have done, the most spirited resistance. The enemy undoubtedly are at St. Simon's, where they are repairing the fort, and where the regulars remain, the Scoffalites having been detached to convey their booty beyond St. John's, after which, as deserters say, they are to return. I should not credit, had not a transport with troops put into Tybee, a deserter from which gives a particular account of an intended descent upon this country, and makes it probable that the Floridians are waiting their arrival, and mean to second their efforts when they arrive. The whole information given by this deserter is contained in his deposition, a copy of which I herewith send you. The great firings we have at sea from different quarters, which appear like signals given and answered, seem to confirm the accounts brought us by the man, and the number of men he mentions cannot well be on board so few transports, yet they may certainly bring enough to shake this state, in its weak, unprepared situation, to its very foundation. In short, the troops these vessels can contain must be too few for our state, and therefore, if they mean a descent at all, it must be intended for this country. I am concerned to inform you that notwithstanding these alarming appearances, and my earnest applications for Negroes to act as pioneers, I am as yet unfurnished with them, or indeed with any other assistance, however requisite, to carry on the works, without which this state will probably be lost. The galleys are likewise in a condition, at this alarming crisis truly deplorable. They are now given up to my direction, and I will exert myself to put them on a more respectable footing. All I can say is that my strenuous endeavors during my stay shall not be wanting to make the best defense possible against the attempts of the enemy. And if I am but heartily supported by the state, which I hope I shall be, I flatter myself we shall make the purchase of this country dearer perhaps than our enemies expect. Though I cannot think, without the most absolute necessity, of requesting of your state more continental troops than have been ordered, yet should that necessity occur, being certain that my country will give to this every generous support, I would have you hold Colonel Henderson's regiment in constant readiness to move upon the first notice, unless the exigence of affairs should make still more assistance necessary. Wagons and all other things requisite to the march of troops should immediately be got in readiness, that the men, when wanted, may move without delay. I am, and so on, Robert Howe. Brigadier General Moultrie. The tent was hushed for a moment after Howe spoke the last line. He stood by the flaps with his hands pinched nervously behind his back. At last he said, "There, Stuart. I've given them the death rattle. Maybe it'll scare them enough to get them moving. I'm afraid I haven't much faith in Moultrie to move swiftly, nor do I expect the British to go on behaving as doltishly as they have." He sighed. "I suppose we must take some energetic measures of own, or all is lost." He turned to Daniel. "Go back to your rest, Stuart. You'll be needed again soon enough." "Yes, sir." Daniel laid the quill beside the inkwell and parchment and left the tent. He returned across the parade ground, feeling weary. Every word of Howe's depressing report had passed through his mind and his pen, so he couldn't help going to bed with a great sadness upon him. And when he lay down, he couldn't sleep. During the remaining 4 days of his sojourn, General Howe exerted considerable effort to make the little port he deemed not defensible for half an hour into a place not so ripe for the picking. He first sent out small reconnaissance patrols to Newport Ferry and Colonel's Island, site of Fuser's Landing, so that the town and the fort could not again be taken so easily by surprise. He also ordered the Continental galleys, Bullock and Washington, to stand close by in case the evacuation of Major Lane and the entire garrison of Fort Morris proved necessary. To Daniel's eyes, however, the general made a large effort for too brief a time. He knew the look of great commanders, like Screven. They were always a bit wild, but they usually attempted to conceal their zealous, bad tempers behind a facade of polite stoicism. With Howe, there was too much ash, too little fire. The powder was more in his wig than his guns. The danger of a great commander is overweening certainty that any task, however great, can be done. The danger of a weak commander is his certainty that nothing can be done. Both types have won and lost battles. Both have either destroyed their own armies or led them to victory. Schooled well in man's history of violence, Daniel knew only that he felt more admiration for those who demanded heroism than those who exercised caution. The supreme commander of the latter bunch would be General Howe. This Daniel had come to learn from serving as Howe's aide, a position he'd too quickly volunteered for, and with even greater celerity come to regret. He was now forced to take down Howe's correspondence just as he was required to take away the general's bowl of embarrassments each morning, and the last chore was not nearly so putrid as Howe's defeatism. Daniel and William led the general about the ruins of Sunbury for an entire day, introducing him to the brave townspeople whose houses were yet untouched, who remained without any assurance that the redcoat torches would not return to destroy their homes just as the homes of their friends had been destroyed. No protection was offered any of them, save that given by the Holy Spirit. Because of their faith, they stayed. Each remaining family they encountered gave Daniel hope the town would survive. But General Howe's opinion was, given his look of disdain, quite the opposite. The three men walked the desolate streets, covering their noses against bitter-burning knots of flesh and pine, last memorial to and remnant of homes burned down upon the heads of their owners. Smoke augured into their eyes, their nostrils. The general coughed, massaged his hot face with a perfumed handkerchief, looked upon the streets with defeated eyes. Howe had come to Sunbury harried, pessimistic, eager to leave from the day he arrived. Though his recent orders had made the town somewhat stronger militarily, He obviously hadn't given up his wish for a speedy exit. To Daniel and William, he said, "This town has already experienced bad fortune. I believe there's worse to come. Both of you, come visit my tent this evening. Come prepared to tell me your plans for the future." December 12th, 1778. Only a week had passed since Daniel's arrival at Fort Morris with General Howe's force, but starting with the moment Howe had ordered Major Lane to do a full inventory of the garrison's ordnance and supplies, each day had been filled with apprehension. This morning, December 12th, the general was anxious to get back to Savannah. Daniel had hoped to visit Tranquil one last time, but the previous evening, he'd accepted Howe's invitation to go north and see to Savannah's defense. It was an agreement between gentlemen witnessed with a good deal of chagrin by his brother-in-law, William, who was horrified by Daniel's promise to march away. William was already as far from his wife and children as he wished to travel, so he politely begged General Howe's permission to think the matter over till dawn. Daniel felt sorry for him, for he knew William to be a strong warrior who didn't like to give the appearance of avoiding a fight. The man was less squeamish about taking a scalp than changing a diaper. He was no coward. He simply wanted to stay home and fight for his wife and children. Who could blame him? At present, this war was more about people protecting their homes than seeking glory on faraway fields of conquest. A cold river wind opened the dirty white canvas of the tent flaps and swirled and circled its chill eddy around Daniel, who could not pull his blankets tight enough to keep the wind from sliding under his torso and annoying him until further sleep was hopeless. He sat up and found that William was already awake and preparing their breakfast, the surest evidence being the hickory smoke puffing through the tent flaps. The verse went, "Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen." Curled up in his blankets, Daniel couldn't see the ham, but he smelled it, and he knew his brother-in-law to be a great procurer. He rolled out of bed, hoping to find an abundant breakfast. He wasn't disappointed. William sat tending a skillet that was balanced atop 4 equal-sized conch shells. When he saw Daniel emerge from the tent, he said, "Praise God you woke up. My conscience would have smarted considerably if I had to eat all this without you. Praise God you found eggs. Where? I rode out early this morning because I couldn't sleep. There's an old woman lives close to Lamott's Wharf. She tried to sell me the ham, salt-cured, best ham to be found in all the colonies, for half the price she would have asked last year. I refused her bargain. I told her she had to accept full price, or I'd rather do without. You're a good man, William." "Not so good as weary of seeing lives vandalized by this war," William said. He took up his bayonet and used it to push the ham to the far side of the skillet. "I gave the woman what she was owed, but she insisted I take these eggs for free. I wouldn't have accepted them, but she said she wouldn't sell me the ham if I refused her gift." William cracked the eggs into a pewter mug and whipped them vigorously with the point of the bayonet. This done, he poured the yellows so they'd sizzle around the hot islands of ham and harden into scrambled eggs. As a luxury, they'd brought 2 pewter plates from Tranquil. When the eggs were fluffed and almost ready to eat, William stabbed a slice of ham and slid it to Daniel's plate. He split the smoky warm scrambles down the center with the bayonet and gave Daniel a portion equal to his own. They enjoyed a few warm bites in silence, for they were too hungry to talk. When their bellies were filled, or partly so, William said, "Brother, I can't go on to Savannah as the general insists. I sense too much worry, too much of a downtrodden demeanor in him. He hasn't the least faith that Sunbury can defend itself. I know he spent the entire last week of his earthly existence improving the town's defenses, but he appears a man who has little belief in his own work. So, I have little belief in him. I'm afraid General Howe's a realist, brother." Daniel put a forkful of egg into his mouth. He smiled at the welcome taste and shook his empty fork at William by way of salute to his fine cooking. He went on, "His primary talent is for pointing out weakness and criticizing, to be sure. But he's also adept at sizing up a situation with a good deal of acuity. I think you wrong to say he doesn't have confidence in the orders he gives. I think he sees our army's paltry resources and the unfinished fortress here as liabilities the king's men can easily exploit. The general's a naysayer, granted. Unfortunately, much of what he says is true." "Are you also certain Sunbury will fall?" William nervously swished the greasy bayonet through the flames. Remnants of egg withered to ash and fell from the blade. What if it does, and we lose our summer home here? It's December already. The sickly season will commence again in a few months. Tranquil will be cut off by these pillaging redcoats and their Indian accomplices who burn houses and steal property at the drop of a hat. Sarah, the children, they'll be forced to stay in the swamps, where they'll surely take sick with the ague. How can I march off and leave my wife and children to die of fever, or suffer some vile cruelty of the redcoats? William, Daniel set his plate down to warm in the coals between the conch shells. You ask the very questions that are hell and all its torments to me. I pray over them. I cry in the middle of my prayers. I can't sleep of late. I'm so upset by my own anger. But William, we find ourselves, you and I, attempting to save family, country, this idea of liberty. Our faith demands of us that we serve God before we serve ourselves, does it not? It does, William said. But I question, you mustn't question. If we want God's blessing in forming this new country, we have to put Him before this country we want so badly. If we love our families, we have to put our dream of a country before them. And one day, they'll be free to pursue this happiness of which Jefferson writes. William shook his head. You speak with the wisdom of an old man, Daniel, but I have the responsibilities of one. I must stay close by Sarah and the children. I'll stay with the militia as well. I swear I'll do my all to keep tranquil, standing till you come home. Will you give me your oath that... William's eyes teared. You'll do your best to... He paused, dipped his head toward his chest, looking for his voice. When he found the words he wanted, they came out softly, whispered with the reverence that all hopes are accorded. Please come home, he said. He laid his food down in the coals, circled the fire to put his arms around Daniel. You welcomed me into the family like I was one of your own, he said. I pray that you come safe home, Daniel. Daniel saw William crying and bit his tongue, held his breath. Yet he found himself mopping his eyes on his shoulders, pretending it was sweat, even on a morning as cold as this. At last he met the worried eyes of his brother-in-law, who was, indeed, the closest to a real brother life would ever bestow upon him. It was an embarrassment that William should see him cry, but a blessing that he was able to embrace him and say, You are my brother. Don't worry, we've got a whole lot of good years ahead of us yet. So it was decided over breakfast that the brothers by marriage should part. Daniel went to help his country. William stayed to save his family, and each of them loved the other for his sacrifice. William gave up the possibility of heroism, while Daniel reluctantly rode away from home. Though he continued on with Howe's forces as they left the town of Sunbury and traveled the Sunbury Road to the Savannah-Darien Road, William was delayed from telling General Howe of his departure by the terrible sight they encountered. There lay the ashes of Midway Meeting House, where Daniel had already visited. But just across the road, the cemetery was now piled with numerous mounds of fresh earth speckled with coffin nails. British looters had dug up the graves. Daniel pulled Cypress's reins left, then right, so that he might view the vandalized graves, the burned church. He'd thought the British had done their worst when they attacked the house of God, but now they desecrated even the resting places of the believers who'd worshipped here. In the gouged piles of sand, Daniel saw the dust of men and women he'd loved, beloved saints who'd once offered pieces of hard candy or a paper fan to help him, rambunctious child that he'd been, survived the long summer sermons when the varnished pews got so warm the fabric of a listener's clothes stuck to him. It had taken people of great patience to keep a spirited boy like himself from running the aisles like a wild banshee. The ruined graves belonged to some of those folk, all of whom still resided in Daniel's happiest memories. He still missed them. Daniel suffered at this crossroads as he believed God would never again call him to suffer. To the left, the graveyard, his past, his lineage was looted. To the right, his present, his lifeblood, his last infusion of strength, his church was burned to the ground. He felt a tug at his sleeve and wheeled Cypress to face south, down the Savannah-Darien Road. A hard gallop in that direction would take him home to Tranquil, but it was not to be. William's face, ablaze with anger, was all Daniel could glimpse of the future. Struggling to maintain balance atop the shivery, Colliding muscled backs of their horses, they briefly shook hands a last time. Their eyes never met again as they grabbed their reins, spurred their mounts, and rode off in opposite directions. William to the war at home, British invasion, Daniel to the war abroad. December 28, 1778. The colony of Georgia, bloodied and pillaged in the days leading up to Christmas, continued to suffer in the days that followed. The British deserter from the transport ship Neptune, William Haslam, who back in Sunbury had warned of an imminent invasion, seemed a true prophet as redcoat vessels began to be sighted off Tybee Island. Daniel, like most young soldiers, not yet given the responsibility of generals, was less inclined to worry himself with the strategies of moving armies than with the task of keeping himself alive long enough to see his family again. He was encamped with Howe's small force of less than 600 just southeast of Savannah at the place where the general had decided to put up his main defenses. To cheer himself while he arranged the kindling for his supper fire, Daniel imagined the white apexes of the canvas tent tops as snow-laden Christmas trees, and he longed to spend the holiday with his family. Daniel had never seen the amount of snow he entertained in his wishful vision, but his kinfolk, for all of their petty disagreements with each other, were miraculously adept at creating wonderful Christmases. This was his first holiday alone, and it drifted him in sorrows deeper than any snow might have done. He wondered how he could have been so flippant about family when he last spoke to William. What on earth had ever possessed him to say that the abstraction of liberty was somehow better than a hot Christmas dinner of roast turkey and duck and buttered rice and yams and mince pie? He'd barely begun to consider what his first frugal supper without William might be, likely buttered rice since he and his brother-in-law had already eaten the best of the meat, when a rider Daniel recognized as one of the other scouts galloped into camp full speed, his horse kicking up a shower of sand. The scout managed to rein the animal in before General Howe's tent. Indeed, man and horse stopped just shy of crashing through the flaps. Though the afternoon was chill, the scout was red-faced and sweating. Daniel abandoned all hope of eating his meager victuals and rushed to head the man off. He'd been ordered to do so by General Howe, who particularly enjoyed his afternoon naps when a young lady was present, as one most often was, her purpose being, in the words of the general, to read him to sleep. Before Daniel had a chance to civilly inquire what business the scout had with the general, the fellow cupped his hands to his mouth and caterwauled, "Sir, the British fleet. They're in the river." Daniel expected Howe to burst out of his tent in a state of near undress with a face pallid as the canvas. To his surprise, the general emerged with no hurry at all. He lacked only the buttoning of a single brass button on his tunic. He calmly adjusted his tricorn so that its brim aligned with his sharp nose, as truly as a compass oriented to a map. He spoke to the messenger in peremptory but even tones. "You will stop this loud, braying nonsense immediately. Tell me what you've seen." "Exactly what?" "You've seen. Leave your exaggerations and your fear out of it." The scout rolled his neck downwards to mop his sweaty eyebrows on the leather vest that girded his shoulders, as if cleansing himself of perspiration would make him look braver. It helped. Swabbed dry, he addressed General Howe more quietly with decorum. "There's a mighty British fleet out in the river, sir. A man-of-war, a sloop, a brig, I'm told. I don't much know one boat from another," he apologized. "Our galleys fired on them, but the British man-of-war returned fire and forced them to withdraw or be sunk." "Where on the river did this action take place?" Howe asked. "Just off Girardot's plantation." "I see." Worried, Howe pinched his sharp chin and called out, "Stewart!" "Sir?" Daniel stood to attention. "Assemble the officers. Tell them we must ride to Girardot's and assess the defensibility of our position." When the Patriot officers reached Girardot's rice plantation, with its main house situated on a bluff overlooking the Savannah River, they saw that the prophesied British invasion was upon them. The sun, falling quickly from the December sky, spent the last of its fire on the multitudinous yards of billowing white English sail. A man-of-war and her attendant ships rode the waves of the river. For a young man who'd always loved ships, they were beautiful to watch, till Daniel remembered their guns, the damage they were sent to do. That unknown power seemed to coil and strengthen inside them as they neared. Among the Patriot officers who sat horseback alongside General Howe were Colonel Samuel Elbert and George Walton, both of them Georgians whom Daniel had met and found to be honorable gentlemen. Both were militiamen in service of the colony of Georgia, and Elbert held a commission in the Continental Army as well. Colonel Walton, however, was more famous. A little more than 2 years ago, at the age of 26, he had been one of the youngest men to sign the Declaration of Independence. "Look at that fleet," Elbert said. "They'd already be upon us if the tide were up." "That's not all of them," Walton said. "Our scouts downriver report numerous other redcoat vessels that appear stalled. We suppose their aim is to follow behind the guns of the ships we see before us. We believe this is where the lobsterbacks intend to come ashore." "I've little doubt of it," General Howe agreed. "This plantation marks the onset of one of 3 roads to the city of Savannah, and it's the most accessible from the river. They'll use the landing provided for the rice boats." "Most accessible, yes," Elbert replied, "but easy as murder to defend from this bluff. Look where we stand. We're a full 30 feet above the river. This is good, high ground. Look at that causeway the enemy must cross to gain it. It appears to me no less than 800 yards in length. Watery ditches either side." He turned to Howe with an air of unimpeachable confidence, a certainty befitting Achilles himself, and said, "Give me entrenching tools, sir. Give me a few reinforcements, perhaps 2 pieces of artillery, and I'll send the lobsterbacks crawling back into the sea that spawned them." Impressed by Elbert's courage, Howe nodded and said, "I've little doubt you'll make the enemy suffer, Colonel. I want you to remain and post a picket and begin throwing up some fortifications to repel him. I must return to the main force and draw up an order of battle to head off this assault. Walton, you'll accompany me. Stewart, you are to remain with Colonel Elbert and report to me on his progress." Howe wheeled his mount and rode away, followed closely by Walton. Hooves shredded cedar hedgerows as the 2 of them jumped their horses in a wild steeplechase to exit Girardot's estate and gallop back to headquarters. With the general departed, Elbert turned to his own aide and said, "Go and choose 30 men with strong backs, adept with pick and shovel. Get them back here as soon as possible. Ride quick." Within hours, the picket of 20 men Howe had ordered was marched to Girardot's Bluff under the command of Captain John C. Smith. Samuel Elbert was a mercurial commander, quick of thought, possessed of far greater celerity when it came to action. "Captain Smith," he called out, "you'll need to post a lookout on the river. Put him beside the wooden causeway. Make sure he's a fast runner. Soon as the British move in to land, we need word. As for where we need to build our works, look there." He pointed uphill. "We need trenches on the high ground, overlooking the rice swamp and the wooden causeway. I'll go to General Howe and request considerable reinforcements for you." "I'll be grateful for that, sir," Captain Smith replied, "but I can't raise the works we require unless I have the proper tools for digging trenches. And soon. We can't dig the needed fortifications overnight with bare hands and bayonets." "Noted," Elbert said. "When I see General Howe, I'll get an order for entrenching tools to be sent down as well." At 11 o'clock that evening of December 28, 1778, Colonel Elbert, who'd asked Daniel to accompany him, was back at General Howe's headquarters. "Patience, Colonel. You'll have your entrenching tools," Howe said. "They're already on their way to the bluff at Girardot's plantation. As for the reinforcements you request, I don't think it prudent to send more than 20 extra men from the main force." Howe's sharp fingers perched on his nose like a long-legged spider. After a moment, his hand moved, as if sliding on a single strand of web down to the ledge beneath his wrinkled mouth. "I simply can't spare more than that," he said. "I understand, sir," Elbert replied. "If we can get the men properly fortified before the British make landfall, I believe Girardot's to be strong enough ground that a few men could use it to drive off a multitude. You'll be a great hero to the Patriot cause, Colonel Elbert, if you can make good on your promise with the few men I have to give you. Are you willing to take this small contingent back to Girardot's and face down the British?" "I'll gladly lead them, sir," Elbert said, "and we will prevail thanks to your generous allocation of the tools we need to make our position impenetrable." Colonel Elbert and Daniel led the paltry detachment of 20 reinforcements from the warm, sparking campfires surrounding Howe's headquarters to the cold bluff where Captain John C. Smith and his original 20 men were standing sentry over Girardot's landing. All 40 of them waited, shivering in the darkness, without a fire of any sort, lest the blaze draw a broadside from the British ships in the river. On their journey to the river shore of the plantation, the hooves of their horses quiet on Girardot's sandy avenues. Colonel Elbert leaned toward Daniel and whispered, "I admire Smith's wisdom in keeping down the fires. They'd reveal the size of our paltry force." Elbert cocked his head and listened. "It's good to keep the enemy blind to our predicament, but our situation doesn't permit us the luxury of keeping him deaf as well." He looked to the high ground of Girardot's bluff. The bluff's silent, you'd think it unoccupied. "What would you expect to hear, sir?" Daniel asked. Elbert suddenly became irate. "Digging, damn it! A pick thrown down on a shovel, an axe chopping. Hurry up, the lot of you." Elbert instructed Daniel to have the 20 infantrymen step lively while he galloped ahead. In the brief interval before they caught up, Colonel Elbert had already begun to question Captain Smith as to the reason for his inactivity. Daniel and the foot soldiers could hear his harsh interrogation well before they arrived. "No tools?" the colonel was asking. "Not a one?" He called to Daniel. "Stewart, did you not hear General Howe tell me the entrenching tools were already sent?" "That's precisely what I heard, sir," Daniel replied. "None have arrived, and here it is after midnight." Elbert was livid. His features shone like the hottest hues of hell. The Plutonian darkness hid it all from the men, but they heard the guttural growls of his anger. "You can be sure that they—" Elbert pointed to the twinkling lanterns of the British fleet wallowing upon the Savannah River. "They won't fail to promptly keep their dawn appointment with us." He went quiet for a moment, pondering the doom that morning was sure to bring. Finally, in a quiet, honest voice, he told his men their situation. "Thanks to General Howe's unkept promise, we are not entrenched sufficiently to meet the British. It's too late to turn events for the better. We must do our best, though our commander has obviously allotted us the very worst. If you stay here alongside me, in a place so poorly fortified as this, you will surely die." The colonel's frightening words blew a fearful silence over his men, but silence must always relent to the noise of life. Gull song, tides polishing beaches, scared men breathing. The first of the terrified men to find his voice was Captain Smith. He said, "Instruct us how we might die to best advantage, sir." Plantation. December 29, 1778. Dawn broke to the sound of oarsmen, the steady call of "dip, dip, dip," as the British barges plowed toward the landing. They came on by the hundreds, and their oars made no more of a lasting impression in the water than Elbert's men had made on the land. Lacking the proper tools to entrench themselves, they watched in horror the incoming tide of redcoats moving closer. The Patriots still numbered no more than 40 men, and if Daniel's foreboding was an accurate measure of the others, all of them felt insubstantial, impermanent, and movable as the scooped-out mussel shells down at the river's edge, destined to be swept away by a violent current. The British invasion came with the inexorable swiftness of a rising flood. They surged against Girardot's river dam, the causeway that served both as a dam to the rice fields and as a road that led through the swamp before it made a steep 30-foot climb from the mire, ascending the bluff to Girardot's house. As Colonel Elbert watched through a spyglass, a whole British division climbed from their barges and boats. He lowered the glass. 800 yards that causeway runs, almost half a mile. Look at them, a host, a multitude crowded on that narrow road, water both sides of them, and dressed all in red so as to make our shooting easier. Yet we've nothing with which to shoot. Had I but 3 cannon, I could drive them back into the river. I have none. Had I men enough, I could drive them back into the river. I have but 40. If these few soldiers had proper tools to dig in, they might yet give a good account of themselves. Elbert closed the spyglass and eyed it with disdain, as if it were some heathen oracle foretelling events he wished not to see. He looked as if he wanted to fling the instrument away, but he kept his anger in check. He said, "Well, Stewart, have you ever known God to bless an officer with powerful ground such as this? Then curse that same officer with a lack of men and arms to defend it?" "There was David," Daniel replied. "He faced a great army and a malignant giant without armor or sword or spear." "Yes, exactly. Today, Captain John Smith of South Carolina is our David. I'm hurling him like a small stone at the head of the giant." He handed the spyglass to Daniel and said, I need your young eyes. Can make out what regiment it is? Daniel scanned the lead battalion of redcoats forming on the causeway until he caught sight of their colors. The flag was limp in the cold dawn, but an occasional breeze from the river caused it to flare out. I believe it's the 71st Highlanders. They're fixing bayonets. The redcoats made a rapid march across the causeway, unopposed by fire of any sort. It was only when the rice field was behind them, and they started to climb to the higher ground, that Captain Smith's troops let loose the first fusillade. An officer and 7 Highlanders have fallen, Daniel said. His big hands were nervous and sweating, more clumsy than usual. The spyglass revealed the bowls of smoke that poured from the Patriot musket barrels. Caught up in his excitement, he didn't realize the enemy was so close to him, they no longer needed magnification. When he dropped the glass from his face, he saw too clearly that the vast invading multitudes of British troops were digging their foul boots into Girardot's land. Daniel had seen redcoat armies before, but none to equal the size of this. David has cast his stone, Colonel Elbert said. Will the giant falter? I don't think so. The redcoats are regrouping to charge, Daniel said. Together, he and Colonel Elbert watched the redcoats sprint uphill toward Captain Smith's position, razor-tipped bayonets shining silver before them, bagpipes spiraling the haunting music of the mother country to goad them on and inspire their charge. Along with this music came visions of the tortures and depredations visited upon all who'd ever dared to oppose the crown. The pipes sang to intimidate rebels just as they made courage grow within the hearts of those who marched for the king. The Patriots retreated, and it was only a few ticks of the clock before Captain Smith stood before Colonel Elbert, his face flecked with black bits of gunpowder that resembled coarse ground black pepper. He was lathered from a hard run and looked like an exploding shell had hit too close for him to have lived. Yet here he stood, attempting to report the imminent collapse of the Patriot army. Out of breath, doubled over, he did his best to stand at attention before Elbert. Between gasps, he said, "They've too great a force for us, sir. I apologize we couldn't delay them longer. You've done as well as can be expected, considering what little we gave you to fight with. It is I who should apologize on behalf of the Continental Command. We've all done our best here. We need to return to the main force as fast as we can," Elbert said. "The greater part of our army is not defeated. We must rejoin and strengthen it." Elbert's brave admonitions gave the small group of patriots courage to make an orderly retreat towards General Howe and the main army. But there were few among them who didn't understand that to allow the British to strike and seize Girardot's plantation with such ease was tantamount to suffering a snakebite without attempting to extract the venom. Judging by the size of the British invasion fleet coiled up and waiting on the Savannah River, the poison had already entered the veins of America. The initial skirmish lost, 40 Patriot infantrymen returned safe with their officers to the camp southeast of the city. Colonel Elbert and Daniel hurried to General Howe's tent. Howe had always been possessed of a sour countenance, but today, as he emerged from his quarters, his dark eyes, usually glinting with a scheme, appeared watery and sunken with hopelessness. Once mounted upon his horse, Howe turned his doleful eyes on Elbert. "Your bad news precedes you, Colonel. I understand the enemy now has a toehold at Girardot's plantation." "No, sir," Elbert replied. "He doesn't have a toehold. He has his great foot planted squarely on our necks. And why has he gained such an advantageous position? You gave me no men to fight him off, for the love of God. You couldn't even keep your promise to send a few shovels. Had you given me but 2 cannon, sir, I could have driven the redcoats back into the river." "Shut your mouth, Colonel." The mists evaporated from Howe's eyes. Within them, there formed silvery crescents that hardened like the edges of 2 sickles gleaming at the center of his dark pupils. "I'll have you shot if you talk insubordinate nonsense at this time of crisis. I may have failed you, but you've failed me tenfold." He brushed the back of his hand toward Elbert as one flicks crumbs from a table. "To not hold so excellent a piece of ground as you had the pleasure to defend? Pathetic." Howe turned to the rest of his officers and said, "Thankfully, I still have you, my most trusted, here around me. The enemy encroaches upon us. He is overwhelmingly strong. I ask you, shall we retreat and give the redcoats Savannah, or shall we make a stand?" The other officers, Colonels Walton and Huger, sat their steaming horses with the pride of beaten men, not yet willing to admit defeat. "We'll stand," the answer came in unison, but the timbre of the joined voices was worried. Colonel Elbert, a good soldier who didn't wish his peers to think him lacking in courage or aggressiveness, tried to make amends with Howe by declaring, "My apologies, General, for my shortcomings on the field today. We should indeed make a stand, even if the British kill us all." Reins in hand, Huger and Walton both nodded. Smirking, Howe said, "They might very well kill us. Nevertheless, I've been up all night preparing a battle plan." He turned to Daniel and said, "Stewart, read aloud the order of battle." He put the roll of parchment in Daniel's hand. Against the noise of scared soldiers hurrying past, regrouping, clattering back to their brigades, Daniel unrolled the document, cleared his throat, and read loudly. "The 1st Brigade is to be told off into 16 platoons of equal number of files. The odd files to be formed in one platoon on the tight wing of the brigade, to act as light infantry according to the exigencies. 2 field officers to be appointed to the command of the right wing of both brigades. The 2nd Brigade to be told off into 8 platoons of an equal number of files. The odd files to be formed on the left of the brigade, in order to act as light infantry, as will be directed, etc. Colonel Hugger will command the right wing of the army, composed of the 1st Brigade and light troops belonging to it. Colonel Elbert is to command the left wing, composed likewise of the 2nd Brigade and light troops belonging to it. The artillery of both brigades shall defend their ground until further orders. The artillery, when ordered or forced to retreat, is to fall into the road leading to the western defile, where Colonel Roberts is to take as advantageous a post as possible to protect the retreat of the line." Howe's officers listened intently. Of all those present, Daniel wouldn't have expected Colonel George Walton to speak out against Howe's plan. He was a leader somewhat like Elbert, but more affable. Walton's mouth curved in a slight, though perpetual smile, his eyes floating blue underneath perfectly trimmed brows. He was a man given more to appraisal than condemnation of anything, especially a plan of battle. This morning, however, he couldn't stop himself. "I'm worried about the 2 paths that lead through the swamps from Girardot's to the city of Savannah itself," Walton said. Howe's reply was dismissive. "I've fortified the only pass through the swamp." Possessed with a menacing scowl, he attempted to stare the militia commander down. "Yes, sir," Walton persisted. "You've fortified one pass, but you've not so done with Millage's pass. It's a very easy, dry pass, most convenient for the enemy." "You're surely mistaken, Colonel. Everything's been done that can possibly be done in that regard," Howe replied. Something changed in the typically docile Walton when he heard that. His odd persistence, in view of General Howe's readiness to shoot any subordinates who disagreed with him, was escalating into bravery. He said, "I assure you, sir, all has not been done. I know Savannah and the ground about the city, and I've little doubt that you do, hailing from this area." The sickles in Howe's eyes turned sharper. He was more than ready to cut down any man who stood in his path. "I say again, the important passes are already fortified, and I'm giving you the same warning I gave Colonel Elbert. I will not brook officers of the local militia trying to wrest authority away from the Continental Army. You Georgians wouldn't listen when warned. Now your day of calamity, a day I myself predicted, arrives and you get obstinate. You are determined to make your lot worse by your stubbornness? Listen to me. Our position is strong, well nigh impregnable to assault. This fairy tale you tell of a path through the woods is imaginary and preposterous. To the front of our lines," Howe continued, "we have a lagoon. The bridge has been burned, so the British can't cross to our side without great difficulty. On our right, we have swamp with ample high ground to place our infantry in and about the houses there. The wetlands of the river protect our left. Besides these topographical advantages, we have the forces of Colonel Elbert on our left. And if he is so sanguinary and ready to give his life as he claims, that side of our line is surely safe from harm. Our right is in the capable hands of Colonel Isaac Huger from South Carolina. It is the unanimous choice of all of you to stand and fight the great invasion force that assails us. Personally, I would advise a general retreat, but I'm steeled by your courage. We will stand and fight." This news, Daniel noted, brought quite varied reactions from the commanders who were to defend Savannah. Colonel Huger checked powder in his pistols, tested the blade of his never-used saber, pulling just enough from the scabbard to whittle a shaving of his thumbnail. Wild delight ran through him. The mane of his horse shivered. Elbert, whipped in battle just this morning, beaten because Howe had lied and failed to support him and his men, gave the general a look of absolute faithlessness. He'd gone from true believer to heretic before noon. Sweet and affable Colonel Walton, always imperturbable, seemed inordinately worried today. He turned his horse and stared toward the place called Millage's Pass, as if he heard an oracle whispering dire prophecies. Howe began to charge about, ordering officers and men to their stations. For a moment, Daniel let his mind drift back to tranquil. He was pondering the fate of his family when Howe called out, "Stuart, I'd prefer you stay close to me during this fight. We can't know the outcome, but good or bad, I must get word back to the garrison at Fort Morris. You know the main roads as well as the secret roads through that parish. Can you assist me?" Glad in every bone and blood vessel for a chance to go back to Sunbury, Daniel tried to keep his enthusiasm contained. He said, "I'd be honored, sir." He also concealed his disappointment when Howe told him he wouldn't be leaving right away. The general said, "If we lose Savannah, at the precise grain of the hourglass, when Savannah belongs to the king, you will ride for Sunbury with this message." Howe placed a sealed letter in Daniel's hand. "At pain of death, this is not to be delivered except at my order, and it's not to be opened, save by the commander of Fort Morris." Howe needn't have added "at pain of death." Daniel never took his orders lightly. The general, however, was not one to employ a caress if a slap brought faster results. "Is this clear to you, Stuart?" He fixed his disapproving eyes on Daniel. "Do you understand what I'm asking of you?" "Your orders are clear as rain, sir." With his affirmation and salute, Daniel promised his loyalty to Howe, but leaving the general's tent, he felt as if part of him now belonged to the devil. Not a concern he'd expected to have when he first signed on to fight for the righteous cause of freedom. The British soon renewed their assault on Georgia's capital. Daniel rode alongside General Howe, guiding Cyprus behind the Patriot line of battle. The British formed their artillery directly in front of the American right. The gun crews ladled the powder into the black muzzles, rammed it tight, and let loose a barrage of iron that moaned, whistled, and shredded the Patriot line. The purpose of smoke, Daniel came to believe, is to save you from seeing more horror than you can stomach. 3 years at war, only 17, but this morning's assault brought to his eyes cold butchery he hoped he'd never witness again. General Howe eyed the carnage through a spyglass. For a commander whose force numbered only 700 or so untried troops, about to be tested against 2,000 or 3,000 of the best the king could press into service, Howe had an air of smugness about him, as if all were going according to plan. "What a fine target they make, Stuart," he said. The blade-like sparkle that guarded the center of his dark pupils intensified. He called out to a messenger, "Tell the artillery to lay fire down on them. Now!" The American artillerists opened up with a ferocious blast. Oddly, the British cannon, so demonstrative at the beginning, did not answer. The smoke from the Patriot bombardment floated away, and a silence fell over the field. "They're toying with us," Howe said, "coaxing us to expend ammunition we can ill afford to waste before they begin their attack." Howe beckoned another messenger. "Instruct the gunners to reload and hold fire until the British advance." He waved the soldier on his way. "Go! Be quick!" The general had no sooner spoken the order than a volley of musket fire resounded behind them. With such thunder, his horse tried to buck him. Cyprus, usually calm and responsive to Daniel's hand on the reins, swung about skittishly and reared up on his hind legs. Daniel kept his balance, leaned close to Cyprus's ear and whispered, "Shh." Cyprus quieted, but the cacophony to the rear of the Patriot lines loudened. Volleys of musketry clack-boomed, the snapping sound of hammer and flint striking powder that lit the flash pan and sent lead flying. Daniel had seen battle before, and he'd always been scared. He expected to be. He'd always reined in the scared part of himself, just as he'd calmed Cyprus. Today was harder, the sounds of the fight more vicious. The boom of musket fire was too soon followed by the swish and thud of sabers against skulls. Thrusts of the bayonet caved ribs into hearts. Screams of "mercy" and "kill them." howled against each other while the tribes of victors and victims were brutally decided. "What's happened, sir?" Daniel called out to the general. Howe was working hard to keep his composure. "We're being attacked from the rear," he said. "I find it inexplicable, but that's the case. Have Captain Smith sound the call for retreat. Tell the men they mustn't panic. We'll withdraw to better ground and regroup." Unfortunately for Howe and the Patriots, the British artillery in front of the American right let loose a barrage before the retreat could be sounded. Their cannonballs skipped across the hard frozen ground. The longer they skipped, the more men they dismembered and beheaded. Under cover of this savage bombardment, the redcoat infantry advanced. A soldier near Daniel cried, "They're attacking us both sides at once." Others yelled in terror. The call for orderly retreat became useless. Every soldier on the right side of the Patriot line began running to save his life. The retreating horde stampeded down the streets of Savannah. Their only escape route was a single causeway that pointed west from the city and parted the marsh before them, offering safe passage across Musgrove Swamp. But when Howe and Daniel and others who'd been at the center of the Patriot line attempted to cross over this sole path of retreat, they found themselves cut off by British troops waiting in ambush. Musket balls dug wet gouges in the sand before them and tore bright wounds. Patriot soldiers toppled from dying horses. Their blood pooled at the river's edge in little channels cut by the few redcoat bullets that missed their mark. It looked as if the entire Patriot army would die trying to escape from Savannah. All was lost till a group of Patriot riflemen under Colonel Roberts sallied forth on the northern side of the causeway. They raked the British with fire so accurate the redcoats were forced to hide. Roberts' men fired little more than a few seconds. To Daniel's horror, rather than find a way to press the advantage, General Howe used this small victory as an opportunity to spur his horse and run away. Daniel wheeled Cypress and got set to gallop after Howe, who was already retreating at a pace that would be difficult to match. But at the instant he touched spur to Cypress's flanks, a British ball came buzzing like a wasp and stung the horse's ear. The wounded Cypress bucked, spun about. While General Howe's mount raced to save his cowardly rider from harm, Cypress charged straight back into the worst of the fighting, with Daniel barely in control of the reins. Halfway down a street on fire with blasts of muskets and pistols, Daniel pulled the reins tight enough to bring Cypress under control. He rubbed the animal's wounded ear, leaned forward in the saddle, and proffered a shard of candy. The gift was gladly accepted. The horse sucked on the treat and seemed to forget the indignity done him. It might have been an idyllic moment if not for the river of blood that came snaking toward his hooves. The streets of Savannah roiled with tangles of British and Patriot soldiers. Smoky men, streaked faces. They fired pistol or musket, then switched to blade or bludgeon. They shrieked as they killed, groaned as they died. No painting Daniel had seen, no music he had heard, no writings about war, let alone the scars he carried upon his own skin, had prepared him for the horrible sight of a man pierced through both arms with bayonets, writhing on the ground, murdered in the streets of his home city. Nothing he had survived recalled to him the ugly carnage of this murderous retreat as the stampeded Georgia militia ran down the streets of Savannah. One after another, the slower men were caught by British infantrymen, thrown to the ground and skewered. A man's soul was gone faster than the violent dust could settle upon his open eyes. But the Patriot soldiers refused to give in. Daniel saw many die screaming, "Liberty!" Not one man died proclaiming his allegiance to King George. Martyrs for liberty. Daniel knew their hearts, believed his own continued to beat so that he might follow their example. His conscience steered him towards an all but vanquished cause that might cost him his own life. He drew his father's saber and tried to get the terrified Patriots to stop running. Most of the fleeing soldiers were coming from Colonel Walton's Georgia militia. He grabbed one by the collar and swung him round in the street. Cypress's wounded ear flicked like an overly wet paintbrush, speckling both Daniel and the man he'd waylaid. "Where's Colonel Walton?" Daniel yelled. "Shot from his horse and captured. We fear him dead." "If you keep running in this direction," Daniel pointed to the embattled causeway over Musgrove Swamp, "you'll end up the same way." Panic wild in his face, the man slapped Daniel's hand away and raced on. In his heart, Daniel believed he'd been brought back to the center of the battle for no reason other than to fight for his brothers. He pulled the brace of pistols from his belt, leveled them, saved two Patriots from the bayonet. He raised up his rifle from its scabbard and scored a bullseye that freed another from certain death. His firearms spent, no time to reload, he charged toward the mighty host of enemy soldiers and lost control of his rage. A blaze of courage heated his blood, burned in him, made him hack and thrust till he became a bloodied angel, an avenger soaked in his revenge, sanguinary blade held dripping above his head. Alone he cut a swath through 100 redcoat soldiers, all the way to Elbert's command. There he found men fighting more savagely than he'd fought to reach them. Colonel Elbert spotted Daniel and rode toward him. "Where's Howe?" he called out. "We need a path of retreat that reunites us with the main army." "You've held the field too long, sir," Daniel yelled. "General Howe escaped by the causeway over Musgrove Swamp, but the British have closed it off. Your men will be massacred if you try to escape in that direction." "I'm afraid whatever way I lead them is slaughter," Elbert said as he rode closer. "If your assessment's true, we've no choice but to flee across the rice fields toward Musgrove Creek." "Across the rice fields?" Daniel tried to maintain his composure, but it was difficult in the face of such stupidity. "Sir, you'll be conceding high ground to the enemy the whole march. And you won't be marching. You'll be waiting." Daniel paused, hoping that the implicit dangers of waiting under fire would soak into Elbert's stubborn mind. Daniel kept trying. "The rice fields are icy after all this frost we've had." "I know it's a poor and unpromising path," Elbert replied, "but we either take it or lay down our arms and surrender." So Elbert drove his command and their horses, if a man were prosperous enough to possess a mount, across the fish-stinking muck. It was soon clear that owning a horse was no great advantage. Cypress went down to his hock joint in a mud hole, and Daniel, worried that his already wounded animal might break a leg, dropped from the saddle to lead him. His riding boots quickly sank too deep in mire to be of effective use, and a rill of cold swamp water plummeted over the inutile leather to his toes and set up a noise of sucking and squishing, both within his boots and without. He looked back at his horse, who puffed cold drafts of smoke with his exertion, and bore an expression best described as simultaneously relieved and anxious. Happy to be free of his master's weight in conditions of such unsure footing, but worried that a man foolhardy enough to lead him into a situation, bad as this might eventually drive the two of them, into far worse trouble. The horse's gaze and Daniel's warning to Colonel Elbert proved portentous, for the cold of the rice marsh had just begun to drill into their joints, when all around them, mud kicked up with volleys of British musketry. A storm of lead balls spattered the mire, digging new holes alongside those already excavated by crabs. Cypress tried to buck, and Daniel threw his entire weight onto the reins to hold him down. None of the men or animals was hit by this first volley, but not a man of Elbert's retreating force doubted the enemy would soon find the range. Some of the soldiers prayed fearfully. The less pious ones cursed their officers with the foulest oaths ever spoken. Whether they beseeched God or condemned man, their lips uttered a common faith in their approaching doom. Colonel Elbert stumbled with his horse alongside Daniel and Cypress. "God help us, Stewart. You were right. They're firing down on us from the high ground at Ewensburg and from the Springfield Causeway. If we head right, we're in the river. What must we?" Elbert fell into a freeze, a moment of trance, till a shot from the redcoats gave a tug at the right shoulder of his uniform tunic, near the epaulette. The musket ball drew no blood but seemed to shake Elbert awake. He was transformed from a befuddled man seeking advice to a commander shouting orders. "We must get to Musgrove's Creek and head north," he yelled to his men. "Any other direction means death or a British prison ship." Lead shot fell howling from the high ground, killing many, but the Americans pushed on to Musgrove's Creek as Elbert had ordered. What they found there was a swollen floodwater. The tide was in, and the creek, normally pale and fordable, wallowed deep and dark in threatening green waves that ripped at its banks. The waters, fed to burgeoning by the ocean, were almost impassable for the men on horseback, let alone for those trying to swim across. One of the men called out, "This is no place to ford. I can't swim." "Nor I," shouted another. "You have to," Elbert called back. "Throw down your packs and your weapons. Get in the water and trust to God." Quietly, Elbert inquired of Daniel, "Can you swim?" "Better than I can ride." "Good. Save the first man you see in trouble. I'll do the same. That way at least 4 of us will live to keep fighting." Those let by Providence to cross the river crossed. Those too afraid to risk the churning waters were shot or captured by the redcoats. Daniel swam with one hand growing numb in the chill current, his other frozen as an ice hook around Cyprus's reins. He would have been content to go on clawing at the bitter waters till they released him, had not a drowning man of middle age come spinning toward him in the eddies. The man slapped the surface like a featherless goose, sinking deeper with each swat of his bare arms and swallowing water every time he opened his mouth to curse his fortunes. "Great faith had I to step in this creek, though I cannot swim," the man yelled to the corkscrewing sky above him. "You are a conniving, wicked god to trick me so. I drown, and in so doing I see no more evidence of your divine plan for my life than this cold water that licks my eyeballs. It chokes even as it blinds me. Is this all you want of my life? To kill me before I get to live it? I repudiate and disdain any god who treats people in so mean a fashion as you, sir, are treating me." Daniel left Cyprus and swam with a piercing stroke against the power of the waves. Though he was a strong swimmer, the frigid current sent a venom through the muscles of his shoulders that tired him quickly. Had he not been so angered by the loud mouth of the blasphemer, spinning willy-nilly down the creek, and soon to land upon the shores of hell, he might have been drowned himself. He caught hold of the screaming idiot's collar a little ways upstream of where Cyprus was struggling. The creek water washed them past the horse, and Daniel, one hand holding the man's collar, was forced to swim against the current a second time, a feat made more difficult by the weight of the loudmouth he had in tow. For the man would neither kick his feet nor stroke with his arms, though he was quite energetic when it came to flapping his bubble-blubbering lips. "Do not pull me back from the abyss that I must spend another torturous day in this godless, useless world." "Shut up your blasphemy," Daniel spat through the waves, "before God sends a thunderbolt to strike us both dead." "Ha!" the man scoffed. "He's as likely to drop an ark from the sky and float us all to safety. Let go my collar so I might experience the full truth of this wretched world. High-mindedness to greed, then gunshots and pillaging, then people made food for fishes. Let me go to my doom in the maw of whatever Leviathan waits to devour me." Daniel had by now found the bobbing protrusion of Cyprus's saddlehorn. What a comfort it was to lay hand on the chill, slippery wood again. When he found his breath, he said, "Make no mistake, sir. I'd rather have saved a wounded moccasin from drowning than you. Can you not keep the vile poison of your utterances inside your mouth? My orders were to rescue the first man to come floating by in distress. They didn't allow me the luxury of ignoring you, or you can be sure I would have. It is yet another cruel case of this vicious world mistreating its inhabitants." The man shook his long gray locks and spattered Daniel's face. "So you were forced to save me against your will? Me? Imagine. Saved when I would prefer death." Daniel wiped his eyes and retorted, "When I first heard you cursing God, you seemed angry your life was about to be cut short." "Bosh! I was angry because I had put faith to the test and found it wanting. If all this bosh of religion were true, I could have made it across the river without the ability to swim. You have nearly crossed the river. What more proof of miracles do you need? You should thank God I was close by to save you." The man shivered and sneered all at once. "Mere happenstance, luck, a coincidence that you came along when you did. Cast me loose this second and see whether or not the waters take me." Daniel, who'd not yet loosed his grip on the man's shirt collar, reached into his cold, swirling saddlebag with numb fingers and brought up a length of hemp rope. This he quickly looped around the man's wrists and lashed him to the saddlehorn. "I will not release you to the hell of suicide. I'll drag you up on the far bank and into the woods where you may dry yourself by a good fire. God willing, you'll find your senses." The two men in Cyprus crawled up the creek bank. Slathered with mud and flecked with bits of mussel shell, they rose from the creek streaming cold water. They stood on the bank for a moment, scarcely able to talk for the chatter of their teeth. Daniel took Cyprus's reins and led both horse and captive from the willow-draped spot where they emerged to a clearing that was lighted, though not much warmed, by the December sun. "Get away from the water's edge!" The voice came from some hidden place in the creekside flora, and so startled Daniel. He would have fired in its direction had he been in possession of a weapon with dry powder. Before he could draw his saber, Colonel Elbert emerged from a grove of honeysuckle and blackberry briar a little uphill and motioned him to come on. "British prisoner?" Elbert inquired of the man Daniel led uphill, bound to the saddle of his horse. "No, sir. I believe him to be a patriot who wants to drown himself." "I am neither patriot nor British. I am a Scot. As to killing myself, I would merrily do so still if my hands were loosed from this rope," the captive said. "You don't sound like a native Scot," Daniel said suspiciously. "I do not care for the king, but I see no reason to murder his language with a regional accent. I paid a fortune for my education with one great hope, that it might help me rise above the provincial. I have worked diligently to grind such roughness from my person." He moved to smooth his long hair, but finding his hands still tied, flicked it back proudly. "I see," Elbert replied. "What is your name and occupation, sir?" "Weathers McWare. I sailed to this abominable and savage land, a poor teacher with aspirations to be a tutor to the rich. Yet soon as I arrive, I see the English taking control and burning down the very plantations where I hope to make my livelihood. Same as it was in Scotland. If the English now own both the old world and the new, I wish to die." Colonel Elbert nodded. He no doubt felt sympathy for this pessimist suddenly come face to face with the kind of ruin naysayers fear most. Yet the colonel's explosion-stained countenance shone with great defiance. He said, "Sir, you've bumped ashore in a land where the idea of English ownership is hotly contested. Were I you, Schoolmaster McWare, I should wait for the outcome of this American experiment before deciding there is no sanctuary to be found here from British rule." "And," Daniel took his knife and cut McWare's hands loose from the saddle horn, "you might be more solicitous of the Holy Spirit before you so readily toss away your life. God has plans for you that you don't know about yet. Fie on it. It's more painful to see others such as yourselves drown in the treacle of optimism than drowning myself in the river could have possibly been." McWare scraped the weedy curls of long hair from his shoulders. Hands palsied with cold, he tried to wring his locks dry, but shook so badly he let his hands fall to his sides, where they jerked like two hooked fishes. After much twitching and shivering and dancing about, he said, "I am an obstinate man. I admit it, but I am not a dolt. Lead me to this campfire you promised, young—" "Stuart," Daniel said. McWare started at the name. Something shifted in his demeanor. Sadness moved beneath the crags of his face. His wrinkles deepened. But whatever he was thinking, he quickly buried it beneath an avalanche of prattling. "Lead me to these fires," he said, "where I might sort out this confusion which afflicts my mazard. Whilst I untangle my mind, I will dry my clothes in hopes that I shall not be stricken by some commonplace malady. When I die, I wish it quick and glorious. I have no desire to be consumed by the monotonous shivering and drooling of a fever, or the tedium of squatting with dysentery till my eyeballs drop out my arse. None of that, thank you." He talked on and on, never explaining why mention of the name Stuart had so shaken him. December 29th, 1778. There were no tents in Colonel Elbert's camp tonight. The colonel had no official headquarters, and the sorry truth was that he had few men left to command. Those who'd survived the day's battle and rout made lean-to shelters for themselves by trimming the branches from sweet gum and oak saplings and propping the poles in the crotches of young trees. Beginning at ground level, the men covered the poles with layers of evergreen branches and progressed upwards to the point of the cone. Once in place, the evergreens were buried under armloads of dead leaves. Shelters such as these took little more than 30 minutes to construct, and the worn men were grateful for a roof to stop frost from settling on them as they slept. Daniel saw many a bloodied infantryman smile as he crawled to a night of safety, as grateful for the lean-to as he would have been for a long night in Solomon's palace. The officers who led them were less content with the situation. "The Patriot Army in Georgia is all but destroyed," Colonel Elbert said. He poked the campfire with his saber and watched the gleaming and bloodied edge grow dark with soot as the blood, whatever valorous man it may have inhabited earlier in the day, took upon itself the honorable hues of fire and cremation, and soon became indistinguishable from ash. No doubt the colonel wished to cleanse the blade and himself of a day that was likely among the last days for Georgia as a free colony. His worried face, illuminated from underneath by the red coals, looked drawn, mournful, angry. An officer who prided himself for his stoicism, his rage showed only in occasional movements. A smoking bit of pine stabbed with the point of his saber, shoved back into the heart of the fire. Since he spoke little and always avoided histrionics, his pronouncement of catastrophe felt unnerving. So too was the change in his normally abstemious habits. Propped against the log where he sat was a jug of whiskey, a man who often denounced liquor. Tonight he seemed to have found a new love in the jug, for he kissed it long and often. "We've lost Georgia," he said, "and with it our chance to be free men, free of the king." "No, sir," Daniel said, "I can't agree. There's still General Howe's command in Fort Morris down in Sunbury. Sir, it's my duty to get back to General Howe. We were separated when my horse was wounded and went into a panic. Will you not allow me to—" "You're a dutiful and good lad, Stuart. We're all in such disarray it becomes difficult to know what's up or down, who resists the redcoats or quails before them. I know you volunteered yourself as messenger and guide to Howe, and feel duty-bound to serve out your commitment. But before you return to his side, I want you to hear me out. Have I not known you since you were a boy? You have, sir. Then you surely know by every deed I've ever done that my word can be trusted." "Yes, sir," Daniel answered. "I know it to be so." "Then grant me your good faith, and believe me when I tell you that General Howe, more than any officer in the service of the British, destroyed our army today. He lost us, through his treachery, many a brave soldier, along with our capital, Savannah. I'm not an officer, but—" Daniel slowed to choose perfect words, lest Elbert take his remark as a personal affront. "I witnessed many blunders in strategy today. None by you, sir. I wish that clear. But errors that caused me to think, were I in charge, I'd act differently. These so-called blunders were made on purpose," Elbert said. "Howe is a conniving blackguard." On purpose? Conniving? Was General Howe a traitor? The accusation raised chills in Daniel to rival the aching frostbite the cold waters of Musgrove's Creek had stung into his hands and feet. The closer he leaned to the fire, the more they throbbed. At last he said, "I don't wish to seek out Howe's encampment or return to him if he's betrayed us." "You'd be correct to disown him," Colonel Elbert said, "but it'll do more good if you go find him and pretend you still have confidence in his leadership. May I give you a prophecy?" Elbert smiled and rubbed his chin on his epaulette. "Forgive me. It's a lie to call this prophetic. It's merely logic. Howe will employ a subtle and disingenuous strategy on the fortress at Sunbury. He'll tell them to retreat, for he knows the commander there's too proud to do so. With Savannah gone, they're surrounded. Granted, they should pull back. They must. But will Lane, the young officer in charge of the fort, be wise enough to so do? I think not. We had a chance for glory and we should have seized it today. We failed. There's no battle left to fight here. Not with Savannah fallen. Georgia's lost." "Instruct me, sir," Daniel said, "before I ride back to this camp of guile and vipers. What's to be my strategy?" Elbert raised his fire-stained saber and dipped a rag in water that sizzled when he wiped the blade. "As I said, Howe will advise Lane to flee. He knows Lane is stupidly headstrong and flush with a recent easy victory over the Redcoats. He knows, too, that Lane will fail to give due respect to the forces arrayed against him. Earlier today, Howe gave orders to obedient officers, such as myself. We followed them to our ruin. Now he sends his orders to Major Lane, a glory hound he fully expects to disobey and bring an even worse defeat upon us. I believe Howe to be just that subtle and calculating." "I'm neither," Daniel said, wishing he were more adept in the methods of trickery. He said to Elbert, "You'll need to advise me how to proceed, Colonel." "When you get back to Howe's camp," Elbert replied, "be yourself. Honest, bright-eyed, naive. I think you possess the gift of cunning, but you've yet to grow into it. This will serve you well. A man who's not yet a liar is rarely exposed as one. You have General Howe's trust already. Take care you do nothing to lose it. Deliver his messages to the Sunbury garrison, no matter the content. Elbert violently drove his saber into the ground. Once you get there, you must convince Major Lane to leave that position. Tell him he's utterly surrounded. Tell him he must take his men and the fort's provisions and head north to the Carolinas. There, God willing, we'll regroup and launch a counteroffensive. Daniel stood from his place at the fireside and knelt beside Colonel Elbert, so that his next words could be heard only by his commander. Sir, you've already intimated that Major Lane will not heed wise counsel and retreat from Sunbury. I know the man. I believe you're right. He'll surely rebuff any advice from me. How do I respond if he won't be reasonable? The colonel blew a dry little scoffing whistle through his teeth. You're more likely to hit a rock with a stick and make it gush water than you are to make Lane act sensibly. Elbert drew his saber from the ground and playfully laid it atop Daniel's shoulder. Grinning, he said, I dub thee. His mirth, aided by the substantial amount of whiskey he'd swallowed, bloomed quickly. Sir Daniel, may you sally into the camp of the charlatans and enforce truth. May you ride into the camp of the proud and impart humility. Failing at either pursuit, may your horse be fast enough to speed you away from the beating you deserve. Rise. Daniel stood, and Elbert shook his hand. Forgive my silliness, when he said, if I don't tax my mind for humor, I'll soon lose it. The last bit, about having a good horse to get away on, that was no joke. Have one at the ready. You'll need it. December 29th, 1778. Accompanied by Dr. Weathers McWeir, aspiring tutor to the rich, who'd insisted upon riding along, Daniel approached Howe's camp at last. The journey hadn't been so long in miles as the verbose diatribes of Dr. McWeir had been long-winded, shrill upon the ear, and burdensome to the heart. The part of Daniel that was secular, the glad fraction of his earthly being that fought for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, would have been happier to have left Dr. McWeir behind. The man was replete with gloomy predictions. The patriot cause was doomed. Mankind would not long survive greed, stupidity, warmongering, and illiteracy. The winter was to be a harsh, killing time of snowstorms. It shall blanket us deep in disease and frozen proof that God cares not a whit for any of us, McWeir prophesied loudly. Through all of McWeir's harangues, a less angelic part of Daniel's nature screamed out that he should shoot McWeir, leave him by the side of the road, and claim bandits did it. Thankfully, the part of him that was Christian, Calvinist Christian at that, spoke loudly to his conscience. Obviously, if God had moved him to save this complaining, carping, whining, blasphemous creature from drowning himself in the river, there must be a reason. It was perhaps in God's plan that Daniel ministered to McWeir, an attempt to apply balm to the wounds on the miscreant's soul. Daniel knew without a doubt that God would in no way approve of murder, so he prayed hard that his anger would abate and that his ears would become inured to all of the unholy rants that issued forth from the foul mouth of this demon in search of pupils to corrupt with his heretical philosophy. Daniel was glad for the end of the journey until he saw that Howe's encampment and the remnants of the force that had escaped with him seemed far more disorganized than the camp of Colonel Elbert. Here there were no attempts at building shelter, nor was there any sign that General Howe had plans to launch a counterattack against the Redcoats. This was not even good enough ground on which to take a defensive stand. In fact, it was a camp that sounded retreat as soon as you laid eyes on it. The few horses left to the Patriots had their reins tied loosely to the trunks of a grove of hickory saplings, and all of them were fully equipped and saddled. The horses, showing the uncanny intuition of animals sensing danger, were poised to bolt. All of them faced north, hazel eyes staring at some imagined safe haven far away from the colony of Georgia. Daniel and Dr. McWeir arrived at dawn. It was well they had the rising sun to guide them, for the fires of Howe's camp were but twig fires, scarcely big enough to cook a sparrow, built small so they couldn't be seen from a distance. As the two men approached the camp, they were spotted by a sentry who called out in a frightened voice, "Redcoats!" The fires were soon buried in shallow ash and sand. Smoke blended with the morning mist. Horses, quickly mounted and panicked by their nervous riders, spun about the campsite, kicking iron cookpots, spraying hot stew over the ground. Afraid the whole bunch would gallop away before he could identify himself, Daniel hailed the camp. Daniel Stewart here, messenger for General Howe. A lull in the panicked scurry, near silence. Daniel and McWeir reined in their mounts and waited in utmost stillness, hoping they wouldn't be fired upon. Long seconds ticked by on the gold watch in Daniel's pocket. He heard the mechanism as clearly as he heard the hammers of muskets click above flash pans, perhaps 100 aimed their way. At last, a man's voice spoke above the deadly machinery. It was General Howe. He rode toward them. "Stewart," he called out, "I thought you captured. Praise God it's not so. Approach. I need you here. We have more messages to send than messengers to carry them." Daniel and McWeir trotted through the meager sentries and the line of infantrymen. Hollow-eyed, bloodied by the recent battle, the soldiers, many still on horseback, formed a bandaged cordon around their anxious general. All of them, Howe most of all, seemed to be set on fleeing. The last leader of courage in the group was a man Howe introduced as Lieutenant Tennell, a slate-eyed man with big shoulders. His face was stitched together with scars and frowns. His bravery was confirmed by Howe's explanation of the orders he'd been given and agreed to carry out. Lieutenant Tennell here was tasked with telling Lieutenant Smith at Ogeechee Ferry, as well as Major Lane at Fort Morris, to evacuate. Howe said, "Now that you're here, Stewart, I want you and the lieutenant to take this on together. You are to instruct Smith and Lane to abandon their present positions immediately and join those of us who have survived the debacle of Savannah. Tell them to rendezvous with my force at either Sisters or Zubley's ferries, wherever we happen to be, given the necessary rapidity of our retreat. These officers will require an explanation for moves so dire." "What will we tell them, sir?" Daniel asked. He spoke with a studied, calm expression, hoping that Howe wouldn't detect the mistrust and doubt in his voice. He wanted Howe to elaborate on his plan in hopes of discerning whether Colonel Elbert's suspicions had been accurate. As it turned out, Elbert had seen to the heart of Howe's treachery and predicted his next moves with great accuracy. "The most important thing is to tell them there's no more time to answer stupid questions. Tell them I am caught in the blindness of a disorderly retreat," General Howe replied. He climbed onto his horse and, using the saddle leather as a makeshift desk, scribbled down letters on a wrinkled thatch of pages. After a pensive moment of chewing the butt end of his pencil and considering, he divided the messages between Daniel and Lieutenant Tennell and said, "The two of you will go as fast as you can. First to Lieutenant Smith and second to Major Lane. Tell them both I am writing this order to evacuate their positions with a pencil, on horseback, in the field, and on the retreat. Tell Lane especially that he must evacuate Fort Morris, and if the stores can't be removed, they should be destroyed. The cannon must be spiked. Stewart, you will use your familiarity with the geography hereabouts to make sure Lieutenant Tennell finds his way to Ogeechee Ferry." Daniel studied Howe's face as he issued the orders. Lips wrinkled, words chewed like delicious fruit. The dark eyes were no less disapproving of subordinates, but there was a look of gladness, self-satisfaction, pride, as if he'd accomplished some task he'd been planning for a long time. The general seemed too pleased with himself, too smug for a man who'd just received such a vicious trouncing on the battlefield. "We cannot," Howe was saying, "afford to have a single communication lost or a single messenger captured. Our plans must not be divulged to the enemy. Am I understood?" "Yes, sir," both Daniel and Lieutenant Tennell answered. "Off with you. Hurry back with replies from the officers in question. I would be more pleased if you brought them both back personally, with their entire commands in tow." Daniel left Cherokee Hill with Lieutenant Tennell and Dr. McWeir riding close behind. It was something of a relief to at last reach Ogeechee Ferry and deliver the tense and taciturn Lieutenant Tennell to Lieutenant Smith's encampment on the northern shore of the river. Smith, having been apprised of the disaster in Savannah, was joyous to see the arrival of 3 living Patriot soldiers. He took it as proof that the Continental Army hadn't been entirely decimated. After welcoming the trio of riders to his camp by the river, Smith listened to the orders from Howe. He was a good man who accepted the disturbing news with a certain generosity of spirit and no criticism of his superior. He was generous with messengers as well, providing each a mug of rum to ease the soreness of the road, along with some roasted rabbit to quiet their growling stomachs. Rum and rabbit were equally pleasant to Daniel. The coal-roasted legs of cottontail were succulent to the bone, and the rum set him adrift in wakeful dreaming. He stared toward the far side of the Ogeechee River. What a smooth-flowing and glassy river the Ogeechee had been in those days when he crossed here, accompanying his father as they journeyed to Savannah and back to Sunbury or back to Tranquil. The banks had suffered little change. Same with the ferry. The ropes were still strong, the boat waterproof. What had changed for Daniel was that going home was no longer as simple as crossing the river. Lieutenant Smith made his way around the campfire and, retrieving the mug of rum Daniel had placed in the sand, offered it, saying, "Drink up. It's no sin to brace yourself against a little disappointment." "No," Daniel agreed as he accepted the mug. "It's not the battle, sir. You see the land far side of the river? My family's there. 2 years and a few months ago, that was declared America. Now it's on fire. My home's become enemy country. I don't fear going back, but I doubt I'll survive the journey." He stood. "Speaking of, I'd best be about the general's business." Smith rose with him. "I can't guess what manner of ambushes you may fall victim to far side of the river," Smith said, "but I give my word to keep the ferry here in operation. Take care in this task General Howe has set for you." He grasped Daniel's shoulder and squeezed. "Your path of retreat back across the river shall be kept open." "Thank you for that. I dare say it'll be a smaller path by then," Daniel said with a worried smile. "That it will," Lieutenant Smith said. "Time's against you. Hurry. Godspeed to you." The two of them shook hands. Daniel turned to Lieutenant Tennell, who was sitting by the fire and listening. "I've enjoyed your company, sir, but with your leave, I would prefer to return to Sunbury by myself. As I've said, it's my home country. I know it, and I believe I'd stand a better chance of getting back out alone." "Not a cowardly man," Tennell protested, "but the general gave clear orders for both of us to go." "He did," Daniel replied, "but far as I can tell, General Howe's overriding orders are for the whole army to run north as fast as it can. There's no sense in both of us risking capture if the idea is merely to retreat." Tennell grudgingly agreed, and moments later Daniel led Cypress onto the ferry. They weren't aboard 5 seconds before the deck began to jounce beneath them. Daniel turned to see Dr. McWeir ride his horse to a stop next to Cypress. "I've no need of your company either, sir," Daniel said. He returned his gaze to the opposite shore. "Of course you do," McWeir said. "If you are like most men, you are miserable and lonely, and you wish nothing more than to gather a whole coterie about you to share in your wretched and God-forsaken existence. As Benjamin Franklin wisely says, misery loves company." "I'm not sure you can credit Dr. Franklin with that saying," Daniel replied. "But since he's said everything else, I forgive you the inaccuracy. I'm merely pointing out that this is dangerous work I'm embarking on, into dangerous country. I won't have time to tarry about and bask in the warm winds of your philosophical rambling. I need to ride fast. My advice to you, Doctor. McWeir, soon as this ferry touches yonder bank, ask the ferryman to haul you back to the safe side of the river." "Taking care of me, are you?" McWeir rubbed his hair the wrong way, fraying the wild curls atop his head. He looked like a puffed-up tomcat trying to scare off a rival. "You will find I am quite your superior when it comes to riding." This bit of hubris came as a surprise to Daniel, who not so long ago had fished the professor from the chill waters of Musgrove Creek. "Oh, really?" "You were hardly my equal when it came to swimming," Daniel said. "My lack of prowess in water is a shortcoming I readily own, but I can acquit myself with the ablest of horsemen." McWeir smiled. "You doubt me? Well and good. When the ferry touches ground opposite bank of the river, ride off fast as you can. Leave me behind if you possess the horsemanship to do so. Outride me, and you shall never again be a captive to my gloomy discourses." Daniel leaned over and whispered into Cypress's good ear, the one left unwounded after Savannah. "Do you hear that? You have only to run fast and we'll be free of this dreary man and his endless complaining." As Daniel spoke, he felt Cypress's heart stir. Life burgeoned beneath the saddle. Excited muscle quivered against delighted muscle. No doubt Cypress was just as anxious as Daniel to get beyond earshot of Dr. McWeir. It was December 30th, 1778. Without undue pride, Daniel considered himself an excellent horseman, yet he found himself racing against an adversary who seemed to have invented riding. Daniel's superior knowledge of the country merely helped solve the riddles of Georgia's backwoods for McWeir, who, for most of the contest, chose to keep tight on Cypress's shoulder till they came to the toughest obstacles of their wild steeplechase. Once they arrived at a creek or a hedgerow, McGuire excelled Daniel in every way. At a high split-rail fence just outside of Sunbury, McGuire and his mount jumped with the weightless celerity of a white-tailed deer and passed Daniel for good, their hoofbeats echoing faint and fainter. Daniel sought to goad the exhausted Cypress, who'd succeeded in the earlier jumps, but his effort at the split-rail fence was a dismal failure. Daniel was slingshotted between the horse's ears and sent flying. He landed first on his shoulder, bounced, rotated a half-turn, then suffered an excruciating moment in which his buttocks became a pair of plowshares, digging furrows into the sandy soil. He stared through the insurmountable fence directly into Cypress's eyes and took umbrage at the horse's utterly disrespectful expression. "I know you to be a creature of God, same as I," Daniel said, "and I know too well the story of how Balaam smote his ass 3 times and was rebuked by an angel of the Lord. But you have caused me to smite my own at least 5, counting that last bit of thistle I bumped over." He stared Cypress in the eye, both man and horse panting steam. "You might at least get the smirk off your face," Daniel said. He stood, rubbed the seat of his breeches, and climbed back over the fence. "You're a cruel horse, but perhaps I'm too demanding a rider." Daniel cupped Cypress's wounded ear in his palm. A twitch signaled that all was forgiven. Daniel remounted, and they continued on to the edge of the moat at Fort Morris. He pulled on the reins and took stock of his miserable appearance. Shreds of brown leaf flecked his shoulders. Green and furry plant seeds, called hitchhikers, layered his pants thick as fish scales. These inconveniences paled next to the thorns of blackberry brambles, drilling into his coat sleeves, bleeding his forearms. Blood, briar, scratches, and nettles proved how fast and hard Daniel had ridden. But Dr. McGuire was already dismounted, waiting with his horse. He stood beside the gate of the fort, grinning like the great fop that he was. Daniel rode on to the main gate, wondering how McGuire could talk like such a popinjay, but ride better than any man he'd ever raced against. It turned out McGuire was no more graceful at winning than he'd been grateful to Daniel for saving him from drowning. When Daniel joined him, his stern eyes lit up. His jowly face raised its folds and wrinkles in a triumphant, yellow-toothed smile as he observed Daniel's bruised and disheveled appearance. "So now you will admit that I am not only a better equestrian than a swimmer, but I am also a better equestrian than you," McGuire said. "You've acquitted yourself admirably." Daniel managed to speak with civility while rage coursed into his fists and made him want to leap down from Cypress and give McGuire a beating. As usual, he restrained himself. "You're indeed a fine horseman," he said. "Not only have you accompanied me to the fort, you've outridden me getting to the fort. I trust you'll soon employ yourself raining misery and pessimism down on the people inside. Perhaps you'll even entice some down-on-his-luck soul to join you in preaching ruin and damnation. It matters little to me, for this is where we part." "It is not." McGuire's flabby jowls swelled pink with indignation. "This is not to be a patriot fortress much longer. That is the fact of the matter. I did not sail from Scotland to let myself become prisoner to the whims of the crown again. You are here to order this garrison to evacuate. Once you've done so, I should like to accompany you in whichever direction you ride." Daniel groaned. Cypress, goaded by the clamping knees of his rider, snorted. "I fail to see how either you or I could possibly benefit from further enduring each other's company." "I remind you," McGuire said, "you are bound by your word as a gentleman. Our agreement was I'd get you to the fort." Daniel knew he was only speaking a half-truth. He was hoping that by some miracle McGuire would forget their terms. But those who lie to themselves are usually punished with disappointment. "It was nothing of the kind," McGuire said. "You wagered that if you won the race here, you were shed of me. To begin, you lost. Second, the fort as destination was only our finish line. It is not a place I wish to stay. Neither do you. Your mission in coming here is to tell the occupants to retreat. I want to accompany you when you evacuate, and you are now honor-bound to let me. As a Christian, you must honor your wager." "Were I Christian enough, I would never have made one," Daniel said. He was jabbed and itching with briar thorns, working deeper into his clothes. His fidgeting about made Cypress skittish. Daniel pulled back the reins just in time to save both himself and his horse from tumbling into the waters of the moat. This embarrassment averted, the only shame in recent days he'd been able to avoid, he turned his anger at himself on the ill-guarded ramparts. My God, don't they at least have a sentry posted? We should have been hailed by now. Hello, the fort. A guard with a plate of food leaned over the wall, belched, and said, What do you two want? I'm a messenger with important orders from General Howe to Major Lane, Daniel replied, and I'll want you flogged if you further delay my delivering these instructions. The gate was opened forthwith. The sentry came down from the wall without his plate of victuals and said, I'm sorry, sir. I missed breakfast and some of the men offered me. You'd be a lot sorrier if I were Major Lane, or God forbid General Howe, Daniel said. The fellow was about Daniel's age, but he acted a good deal younger, and at the moment seemed a lot more frightened. Daniel took pity and said, Look, I'm a volunteer, same as yourself. I won't report you, but you should take this reprieve as a warning to never again leave your post, not even if you miss every meal for 3 days. Give me your word on that. You have it, sir. To Major Lane's great credit, the fortification here at Sunbury, now generally known as Fort Morris, was much improved since Daniel had seen it last. The Patriot soldiers had dragged logs of cypress and oak from the marsh forests to create an officer's kitchen that gave the parade ground more of an air of permanence than he remembered from his earlier visit. But the fact remained that the earthwork, good ground though it occupied, with its cannon gleaming in the embrasures, prepared to rake any vessel in the Medway River, as well as any army that threatened by land, was in spite of these strengths vulnerable. Strong a defensive position as the fort might have been with sufficient manpower, it was garrisoned with too few soldiers to deal with the horde of redcoats soon to surround its walls. Another problem, the minuscule group of infantry and artillerists that comprised its garrison were not adequately sheltered to survive a long British siege. Although the officers of the fort were newly possessed of a log kitchen that allowed them to eat comfortably, all of the defenders, officers, regular soldiers, and militia alike were sheltered in canvas tents. There was no protection from mortar shrapnel. Daniel's mind was still haunted by phantasms of Savannah. Men criminally unprepared and ill-equipped to meet their enemy had been bayoneted, drowned, and captured. Men's faces hammered to gristle by the metal butt plates of Brown Bess muskets because they lacked a few shovels with which to dig proper trenches. With good fortifications, those patriots, now martyred and forever lost, might have driven the redcoats back into the Savannah River. If only there'd been a compassionate man to lead them in the stead of General Howe, who was little more than, what? A coward? A traitor? Just inside the gates of Fort Morris, Dr. McWare jostled his horse so close to Cypress, their stirrups clanked. Daniel tried to shut out McWare's incessant talking, long enough to enjoy the cloud-like piece of white canvas tent flaps, waving in the puffs of heat forged by campfires. Smoke rose in clouds, flavoring delicacies roasting on spits. Bob-white quail, squirrel, cottontail rabbit. Pots of beans, rice, and corn hung on the same iron rods, cooking slowly alongside the meat. The game was flavored with water-soaked chunks of hickory thrown on the fire. The stew pots of vegetables boiled with an equally delicious fragrance, their contents seasoned with spice bush, wood sorrel, or any other edible weed the Georgia winter allowed the soldiers to harvest from the woods close by. Watching the fledgling army at rest and momentarily peaceful, Daniel found himself wondering what he might do to save these men. How could he prevent another massacre like Savannah? As nearly always happens when a soldier needs time to think, he's herded quickly before a superior who wants fast answers. Daniel waited less than a minute before his audience with Major Lane. Informed of Daniel's presence, Lane rushed out, hurried him off Cypress, and led him back to his tent. McWare harumphed and neighed almost as loudly as his horse, but Daniel could see no good reason to introduce him to the commanding officer. He simply allowed Lane to lead him away, taking just a quick look back to see where McWare alighted and whom he alighted upon. The great philosopher dismounted beside the campfire of two soldiers who just happened to have a most bounteous repast, smoking to juicy completion over their fire. No doubt Dr. McWare would so convince them of their doom and the hopelessness of all things that they'd lose their appetite and give the greater share of their hard-won breakfast to him. The mystery of McGuire vanished from Daniel's mind as he followed Lane into his tent. The tent flaps brushed his shoulders and fell away. Morning sun shone through the smudged canvas. Shut up together in this bright prison, Daniel and Major Lane treated each other as old enemies typically do. They struggled for niceties. Daniel pointed to the chessboard on the table and remarked it had been exactly the same when the two of them shared quarters. The only additions were a few extra sitting chairs and a modest writing desk. These observations were innocuous, but the anger Lane exuded upon hearing them was not. He eyed Daniel as if he believed his old roommate was, in admiring his Spartan arrangements, making fun of him. The simple accoutrements gave no clue that Lane had let his promotion to commander go to his head, but the arrogant look on his face did. I hope I can trust you to tell me exactly what went wrong in Savannah. His tone was doubtful. Ignoring the slight, Daniel replied, I wish I weren't forced to bring you news of an apocalypse. Savannah is taken by the Redcoats. Most of our men are killed or captured. General Howe has escaped with a small contingent to Cherokee Hill. He sends orders for... Weary, Daniel paused, sank into a chair. He couldn't bring himself to speak the words. Also, he'd ridden hard to get here. And unlike Lane, who was eager to fight his first battle, Daniel needed a good sleep. What? What does General Howe wish? Lane was growing more impatient. Stop lounging about like a stupid child. Speak up. Daniel leaned forward and stared Lane in the face. He said, I'd rather do anything than tell you what General Howe wishes you to do. He knows you'll behave contrary to his orders. You make no sense. Howe's a traitor. He gave Savannah to the British as a gift. A traitor? Lane began to pace the bright confines of the tent. And you'd expect me to follow his advice as it pertains to Sunbury? General Howe knows that you'll reject his advice. He thinks you arrogant. And Joseph, you are. Howe wants more than anything for you to stay here and fight it out. Why? This fortress is all but surrounded. Campbell's Redcoats will come down from north of here. General Prevost will attack from the south en masse. A fleet of British ships will bombard this position from the river right there in front of you. Your fort will be a ruin steeped in blood. You'll die or be captured. You speak too bluntly for a boy who lacks a commission. I speak as a man who's seen war and learned from it. You've done neither, Daniel said. He regretted at once that his weary mouth had let the words slip. As soon as he spoke them, all of the rancor he'd seen in Lane's face was tempered into the steely, prideful look of a man resolved to prove himself. I've seen war myself, Lane said. I've enjoyed victory, defended this very fort, and lost not a man. Your problem, Stuart, is you lack success. Most of the military ventures you've joined outside of these walls have met with failure, have they not? Angry, Daniel stood and toppled every figure on Lane's chessboard with a sweep of his hand. He cleared a spot and on a central square placed the Black King, surrounding it with the most powerful of the white pieces, queen, rooks, bishops, knights. He said, This is how terrible and hopeless your position is soon to be. Do you not understand the necessity of saving this garrison, as well as the 2 galleys yonder on the Medway? He was referring to 2 small sailing vessels, the Washington and the Bullock. Inconsequential though they were, when compared to the British fleet, they were nevertheless a substantial portion of the Continental Navy. Are you suggesting I can save the Patriot cause by abandoning the Georgia colony's last major seaport, now that Savannah has fallen? To the British? I am, sir. You must withdraw and use your men to strengthen the Patriot force in South Carolina, Daniel replied. Georgia is lost already. It doesn't matter if the guns of this fort fire another shot. You wish this? You, a native of St. John's Province? Your family has homes in Sunbury. Leading men of that town will soon arrive to discuss whether this garrison ought to fight or run. Lane jabbed his finger at Daniel's chest. You tell them that you, a neighbor and native son, want to retreat and leave them to the mercy of the same redcoats who've destroyed and vandalized their homes. Convince them. If you can do so, you might also persuade me to run off to the north with you? Daniel's fist tightened, but he willed himself to keep them at his sides and speak calmly. Naturally, the folk of the town don't wish the army to abandon them. If they had any sense, they'd realize the army can do them no more good slaughtered and captured than it did back in Savannah. In all truth, I've no desire to stay here in hopes of debating sense into the heads of some citizens contingent that's begging the army for protection, especially not if they refuse to believe the army upon which they make their demands is about to be destroyed. Those of us who are not killed will be imprisoned. Number I refuse to speak with these men from Sunbury, nor will I wait here to see you and your command decimated. I've presented you the facts. My duty is to give you warning of what awaits you and take your reply back to our commanding general. Whom you believe to be a traitor, Lane said. I know he's a traitor, Daniel said. I beseech you, Major, abandon this place and retreat toward Charlestown. If we move today, I can guarantee Ogeechee Ferry remains in American hands and will provide this garrison safe passage. But it must be today. For all the talk of how brave the Stuarts are, you, Lane sneered and looked Daniel head to toe, are a quitter. Again, Daniel drew a deep breath, stayed himself, and answered, I've quit nothing but my family and home, my sisters, my niece and nephew back at Tranquil Plantation, to go off and fight this war. They're trapped so deep in this British tide that comes to devour you, I can't reach them without being captured. Were I not duty-bound to avoid capture, I would fly to their aid. I've no doubt they'll forgive my quitting them if my absence wins their freedom. You twist my words. I do indeed, sir, and you may count yourself lucky for it. In a different time, I'd call you to the field of honor for your insults. Go ahead, challenge me to a duel if you have the nerve. You Midway snobs don't frighten me. We're at war, with the British, not each other, Daniel said. When the war's over, I'll be more than happy to bring this to an end that satisfies both of us. You can rest assured I relish the day when I can kill. I'm here with a message from your commanding officer in mind, Daniel interrupted. He expects a reply, sir. If you have an answer, I must ask you to compose it without delay. His face dark with anger, Lane bit off any other insults he had in mind and went to his writing desk. His quill hung above his inkwell only a few seconds before he began to scribble his reply to General Howe. When he finished, he handed the draft to Daniel and said, Read it. Aloud, so that you see how a real commander behaves. Daniel complied, though the act of giving voice to yet another poltroon's half-baked thoughts only increased his lassitude. All of these reprehensible officers were quite capable of scribbling out their bellyaching and their wishes, but few possessed the intellect to set down a workable strategy that could save their commands from ruin. The text of Lane's missive to General Howe, which Daniel read with horror, sounded every possible wrong note. Sir, about 10 o'clock this day, I received your express. I am sorry for the loss of Savannah. Your orders have forced me into a precarious dilemma. At first I thought a retreat practicable, but when I sought among the inhabitants for a guide to direct my route, I could not find any person equal to the task. I held a council of war composed of all the officers of the fort and the most respectable inhabitants who were unanimous in opinion that a retreat was impracticable and that our safety was entirely dependent on the vigorous defense of the fort. I can muster enough men for its defense and am determined, as there is no possibility of a retreat, at all risks of my life to defend it to the last. I feel a most poignant concern for the necessity which urged and prompted me to defer executing immediately upon your orders, but hope it may merit a more delicate appellation when you comprehend the cause which inevitably controlled my conduct. We have provisions sufficiently to subsist the garrison for a considerable siege. In spirit, resolution, and fortitude in the breast and heart of every soldier in the garrison to conquer or die in case of a storm. I hope, sir, when the premises are maturely pondered by your excellency, you will not forget us whenever you have it in your power to support us. I write the sentiment of the whole garrison and humbly hope that it may appear to be a sufficient sanction for my conduct. I am with much esteem your excellency's obedient and humble servant, Jos, Lane Madge and B. Comding, at Sunbury, Fort Morris, 30th December, 1778, Major General Howe P.S. Notwithstanding the contents above written, if your excellency thinks you cannot succor us by a speedy reinforcement, and that we shall not derive any advantage to the state from a manly and becoming resistance, and your further advice and orders shall enforce an evacuation of the fort, I shall, provided I have a guide sent me for the purpose, exert every faculty to execute the contents of your express. As I am totally ignorant of the country, I have no hope of making a good and safe retreat without a skillful guide. As soon as the last word of Lane's reply left Daniel's mouth, he turned a livid stare on the major and asked, "What's this insanity about a guide? I well know every trail between here and the Carolinas. I'm your guide. You've just said your primary task is to get a speedy reply to General Howe." Lane crossed his arms and leaned against his writing desk. The quill pen dangled in his fingers, having bled nothing but ignorance from its ink-stained tip. "You should make your reply to the general in person, and bring this entire garrison along with you," Daniel said. "You've just read my words aloud," Lane replied. "Are you deaf to your own voice? I asked for a guide who's both equal to the task and skillful. You are neither. I'll not take my men out of a sound fortress and have them wandering the wilderness behind an arrogant boy. The British and the renegades who aid them will certainly destroy us if we pursue so foolish a plan as that." Lane pinched the feather of the quill pen and stroked it. "By your own admission, the scheme was hatched by a traitor. Go to General Howe. Tell him to send me a guide I can trust. I'll be happy to move my garrison, if he will comply. You may call Howe a traitor, but at the moment, I'm not at all sure about you." "You're stalling," Daniel said. "No, I'm waiting," Lane said, "for the enemy to commence his siege on this formidable earthwork, and I shall go on waiting securely here until General Howe sends reinforcements or someone better than you to lead us out. I hope he does so before the enemy's on top of us." Daniel creased the letter with a quick snap of his wrist. He couldn't look at Lane without disgust. He closed the letter tight and held it out to the major. "Do you wish to seal it?" "I do not," Lane said. "I want you to peruse it every cowardly step of your retreat from this line of battle." "I am not retreating, sir," Daniel replied. "I'm returning your answer to your commanding officer, who's clearly said that you must withdraw before the enemy closes on you with superior numbers and superior armament. You obviously plan to disobey his orders. If you do so, this garrison will fall. A black mark will go down on your record, and you'll deserve it." "Shut your impudent mouth!" Lane rose and kicked the chess table. Kings, queens, knights, and pawns skittered the sandy floor of the tent as he turned a malevolent glare on Daniel. "Tarry inside my fort 1 minute longer," he said, "and the marks will be on your back. I'll have you tied to a wagon wheel and whipped. Take the reply I've written to Howe and get out." Daniel left the tent, climbed onto Cypress, and urged him toward the main gate of the fortress. Cantering toward the moat, he spotted Dr. McWeir, who was eating up the last of the food offered by the 2 young soldiers who'd been so kind and unfortunate as to offer him a place at their fire and a portion of their morning victuals. McWeir enjoyed these comforts gladly and ate greedily, no doubt destroying the soldiers' morale with arguments about the hopelessness of their lives, even as he borrowed morsels from their skillet and pot. McWeir raised up a greasy rabbit leg, waved, smiled when Daniel rode by. Daniel waved back, gave Cypress a hard spur, and galloped across the moat and out of the fort. He wished 2 things. First, to never again have direct dealings with Major Lane. Second, to never again be burdened with another of Dr. McWeir's end-of-the-world harangues. He rode hard to the Sunbury Road and steered Cypress toward the ruins of Midway Meeting House. Just past the church, he found a place where a weeping willow draped its long tresses into a slow-running creek. Daniel reined Cypress in and led the horse downhill so that he might enjoy a cool taste of water, chilled by the frosty morning. While his horse drank, Daniel took a few sips of water from his canteen and stopped to consider if McWeir's arguments made any sense. Was it possible all human life was hopeless? No sooner did he allow this melancholy thought to take hold than a cacophony of noises assailed his ears. Wagon axles creaked. Babies caterwauled. Horses, frightened by the shrill cries of the infants, whinnied. The bleating of a sheep was cut off by the loud bark of a dog, trying to herd it back into line. This was no tromp of redcoat infantry with keening bagpipes, but more a thunderous din of undisciplined, ridiculously loud people, and apparently they'd brought their babies and pets along. Daniel didn't know where they were going, but it was certain they'd be heard long before they got there. Daniel pulled Cypress away from the chill waters of the little creek and led him up the hillside. The roadside tresses of the weeping willow provided a hiding place where he and Cypress could watch the throng of men and women, traveling with their menagerie. Feet and hooves stamped a great cloud of dust from the road. Watching their procession demanded caution on Daniel's part. They might be a herd of loyalists removing themselves from lands where the armies were fighting. On the other hand, if they were patriot refugees, their noisy pilgrimage would bring attackers down on them as surely as a noisy herd of sheep invites marauding dogs. No matter how much racket the fast-approaching refugees made, Daniel was confident Cyprus wouldn't bolt. He wrapped the reins loosely around a willow tendril. With his horse steadied, he crawled to the edge of the sandy gash, torn through a jungle of vine and foliage, so fecund and jealous of cleared ground that only the continuous passage of men and horses and the churning wheels of wagons prevented the wilderness from stitching its own wounds with honeysuckle and wisteria and brambles. Finally, Daniel recognized one of his neighbors, James McCutcheon, and it turned out he was trying to lead a long parade of other neighbors on the refugee path to safety and shelter. Their dirty faces looked as if they'd been chased through the heart of a firestorm. Just as Daniel was about to step from the cover of the willow and greet his friends, a war cry sounded. James McCutcheon was slammed back in the saddle as if his horse had bucked, but the gentle gray stood motionless, all four hooves aground, insensate to the musket ball that had torn through his rider. McCutcheon recovered himself, but only momentarily. A sudden tempest of musket fire swept him from his horse. He tumbled down, one foot caught in the stirrup. The gray horse didn't spook till McCutcheon struck the ground dead, and their eyes met. Something in the gaze of his deceased master frightened the horse, sent him galloping, the corpse of James McCutcheon bouncing along the road beside him. With the first shots, the chattery noise of the refugees became screams of mothers trying to call children to the safety of their arms. Fathers aimed flintlocks toward the jungle, looking to kill whoever threatened their families. The marauders charged from the side of the road opposite Daniel. They swarmed down without the thunder one would expect of 9 riders heavily armed. The sodden winter ground silenced the noise of their hooves with cold, wet leaves and frost-damp sand. The only noise they made as they swept upon the road was gunfire, the smoke of which drifted like aimless ghosts. Their bullets snatched away every man who got caught in their sights. Up and down the length of the caravan, the assailants flew, massacring every person who resisted, as well as those who fell on their knees to beg for mercy. The 9 attackers were comprised of 1 black man, 5 Creek Indians with rifles and tomahawks, and 3 white men with rifles, pistols, and sabers. Sadness came over Daniel when he recognized the man leading the attack. It was October. Once the 2 of them had been blessed by a time of fleeting miracles called childhood. A time before Daniel or October, either one understood the cruel terms owner and slave. Daniel cocked the hammers of his rifles and crossed both weapons over Cypress's neck to steady the heavy barrels. 3 pistols were ready in his belt and saddle holsters. He sat still and hidden, planning to wait in ambush. But a shrill cry, and he would never be able to remember if it was the cry of a man or a woman or a baby or an animal, caused him to spur Cypress through the dying leaves of the willow and gallop onto the blood-wet sands of the road. He raised his rifles on the white men first, as they seemed most hell-bent on shooting him from the saddle. The bullets, fired close range to one man's rib cage and the other's ear, blew both adversaries to the ground with the swiftness of oak limbs cracked and thrown down by a storm. The 3rd white man kept his calm and fired his rifle deliberately. The ball stung hot across the muscle of Daniel's left arm. He raised his pistol one-handed and fired. This man, unlike the first 2, stayed on his horse, but took on a look of amazement. He fell to the road less violently than the others, but dead all the same. A razor-like object sliced the crown of Daniel's head and glanced away. He wheeled Cypress about and saw a Creek warrior attempting to knock another arrow on his bowstring. Daniel lifted his father's saber and charged. The warrior attempted to retreat, but Daniel struck the back of his neck and cut clean through, severing even the bowstring below the readied arrow. The beheaded Creek rode for a long way, his knees clamped to the sides of his horse. The arrow dangled and spun on the broken, bloodied string. The dead man galloped into the woods and disappeared. The 3 remaining Creeks charged him together. Daniel raised another pistol and dropped a warrior to the road. Another Creek galloped toward him with spear upraised. Snapping off a round with his last pistol, Daniel missed his point of aim, but exploded the man's shoulder. This Creek hadn't the mettle of his fellows. He had the courage to inflict death, but not the courage to suffer it. The pain of his wound caused him to drop his spear to the road and gallop full speed into the forest. The third Creek attacked at a gallop, his bow drawn against Daniel's saber. They closed. At about 40 feet, Daniel saw the razor edge of the arrowhead trembling tight on his enemy's bowstring. Released, it moved too fast for his eyes to follow. It stung the right side of his neck, dug a trench too shallow to discourage him from counterattacking, and winged past him. The brave had aimed too high, and Daniel read doom in the man's face, more a sadness at failure than fear. He couldn't stay his inexorable ride into Daniel's blade any more than he could retrieve his errant arrow for a second try. This last warrior rode just a few feet past Daniel and Cypress before he collapsed to the roadway, his throat cut, his war cry forever silenced. Any sounds left in him splashed red on the sand. 4 warriors defeated. He'd drawn some of their blood and lost a bit of his own, but Daniel sensed a fight yet to come. He intuited the enemy approaching. The cold threat coursed Daniel's spine, chilled him. Driven by this prophesying inner voice, Daniel pivoted Cypress and found himself facing off with October. His old friend waited in the distance like a jouster from olden times. October's refusal to strike at Daniel's back while he was engaged against the Creek warriors proved that honor still mattered, at least to some. The bloody roadbed made a perfect lane on which they could charge each other and exact whatever revenge each man thought to be just. The two of them sat atop horses that huffed steam. Not one loaded pistol or musket or rifle was left. Daniel had his father's saber. October wielded a stone tomahawk. "I won't be your slave again," October called out. "Either you kill me or I kill you." "If you charge on me, I will kill you," Daniel called back. His father's saber hung heavy at Cypress's side, the blood of Creek warriors dripping from its point. Rage hung thick and palpable between October and himself. They sat their horses perhaps 20 yards apart, studying each other, Daniel rehearsing in his mind how, if October charged him, he would parry the blow with his saber, unseat October from his horse, and use the saber to impale. He soon woke from his violent daydream, for he realized he had no stomach to inflict pain on October, his blood brother, his companion through all the battles children endure together. Before him, he saw only the face of his friend. Handsome though he was, October's face bore scars, and Daniel knew their origins, for he'd witnessed most of the wounds, the scabbing over, the putrefaction, the poultices that healed so long as they were applied with prayer enough to bring miracles. Scars are signposts, reminders of God's mercy, for no man lived past 20 in these times without wondering why he was spared, and so many younger than he were not. October had 2 deep marks upon his brow. The first was a pox mark from an illness that had nearly killed him when he and Daniel were 9 years old. The second was an indentation over his left brow made by an overseer who struck October with the knobbed end of a hickory walking stick. As the lying overseer told it, he'd been riding through the slave quarters, and October had been slow to clear the way and let him pass. Daniel, who'd witnessed the incident, went to his father with the true story. The overseer came galloping drunk through the slave quarters and nearly trampled October, who was walking slowly because he was carrying a pot of victuals prepared by Mother Lost Leaf, a most kind woman, also a slave, who lived in a cabin across the avenue, for his youngest sister, who'd been sick for over a week with fever and stomach cramps. The overseer had been immediately let go from his duties at Tranquil. One look at October's face, and Daniel remembered all of their misadventures. Memories raced through his mind and collided with the uncertain future. But today, hope reigned in Daniel's heart. He tried to make peace. "I have no desire to fight with you," he said. October rested his stone tomahawk in his mount's soft mane and urged the horse a few steps closer, eyeing the caravan of wagons for a musket pointed from under a wagon canvas. Daniel saw his suspicious glances and knew they were justified. There might be someone in the caravan ramrodding a ball right this second, looking to help Daniel by bringing down the last of the attackers. Daniel made a clandestine sign on his chest, a hunting signal he and October had used as boys to quietly warn each other that there was game close by without spooking their quarry. On first sight of their old secret code, October turned and galloped back up the hill. Daniel raced after him, slicing at the branches with his saber so that anyone watching would think he was wild to dispense justice on the last surviving marauder. When they came to a clearing on a knoll, Daniel and October rode near to each other. In his time on the plantation, October, with his great size and appetite, had earned the nickname Bear. The name still fit his size, and he was changed into a stronger man, a dangerous man, more like a bear on the hunt than a satiated one, appreciative of meals from his keepers. The muscles of October's arms had been transformed, cut deeper since his escape, sculpted by his newfound freedom, the way stone is carved and defined by wild rivers. Always a warrior, the destruction of war had chiseled him into a man who looked to be indestructible. A whisper of wind brought the frost-brown leaves of sweet gum to rest atop the red of a black gum. Here it was almost the dead of winter, but leaves were still falling with quiet taps and rustles that sounded the warm South's rebelliousness against all adversaries who tried to control her, even the seasons. 2 live oak leaves danced a slow spinning waltz in the cold wind between the 2 men. Daniel said to October, "I've no wish to hurt you." "Don't want to hurt you neither," October replied. "So why did you lead this attack against innocent people fleeing to safety?" "The orders as they come down said anyone innocent would stay in their homes," October said. "Them such as obeyed the order of the king's troops was to be spared. They houses safe from the torch. Not so with people on the road. They most likely carrying goods and supplies. Maybe soldiers to the Continental Army. We was told to stop all such groups and take they gunpowder, they firearms, and take anybody even look like a patriot soldier prisoner." "General Prevost ordered this or McGirth?" Daniel asked. "Prevost orders McGirth," October said. "I see." Daniel had asked nothing of great military importance, and he could tell from October's short answer that there was no point in pressing him further about British strategy. So he returned to personal matters that had bothered him since the night of October's escape. He spoke hesitantly, in a quiet voice. "I'd not understood that you hated me so before the night you rode off with McGirth. We've been friends all of our lives." This quick shift from battle talk to a wistful mention of childhood caught October by surprise, softened him. He quickly relinquished the facade of unbeatable warrior. His eyes momentarily shone with hot reflections of anger in their dark pupils. But the glowing tinder of enmity was soon doused and extinguished by welling tears of good memories. "Had time to think on them words I spoke to you," he said to Daniel. "Hateful, just hateful. I don't hate you as a man. I don't forget you've done many a kind thing for me. I don't forget." "You've done equally as many for me," Daniel said. "If this war goes against the British, will you never come home to tranquil?" October shook his head proudly. "I got a home. In heaven. A mansion if I trust the Bible." "I don't believe it say they keep slaves there, Daniel. If it do, you show me where it say that. Chapter and verse. If it don't, how you call yourself Christian while believing slavery's all right in eyes of the Lord?" Without pause, Daniel answered, "I would find no passage in my Bible that calls bondage either Christian or laudable. There is mostly the example of the Israelites fleeing their Egyptian captors and all the plagues God sent against Egypt. My Bible says the Lord God hates slavery. At least that's what it says to me. But everything your family have built is on the backs of slaves." October's face threatened. Anger flowed like magma beneath the cool surface of his skin. He spoke as one addressing a friend he suspects of betrayal. Like any accusation from a loved one, October's words were deeply hurtful to Daniel. Hoping to steer the conversation toward common ground, "Peaceful ground," Daniel said. "Don't forget that what I have is built on the graves of my father and mother. I can't help what I've inherited." "Ain't the same. Is it not? My great-grandfather journeyed here from England to escape the rule of the king, and I've been at war these past 3 years, fighting for the same cause. I can't grant you a meaningful freedom if I don't possess my own. Ought to be my burden to make my freedom mean something. And why you? Gotta give me something ought to be mine already? That's what you told me Mr. Jefferson's big words meant." October spotted a locust tree, guided his horse to its branches, where he plucked one of the brown butterbean-shaped pods, snapped it open, and partook of the sweet paste inside. They discussed the definition of unalienable rights in late summer of 1776, when the Declaration of Independence was a brazen document that not only defied the world's most powerful empire, but gave all men hope for a life free of monarchy. Since those warm days when they first gave thought to Thomas Jefferson's choice of words, Daniel had witnessed violence enough to understand that the volume of ink spilled on the Declaration was many times inferior to the amount of blood that would have to be spilled to give its words power. He'd learned the pen is not mightier than the sword. The pen is a sword that prods nations into war. Thinking on this, Daniel replied to October as honestly as he was able. The only way any man ever gets his freedom is to take it. You've stolen yours from me, just as I one day hope to steal mine from the king. This I forgive and understand. I hope you forgive me someday. As for now, we're enemies, but... He raised his hand and motioned in the direction of the refugees. I beg you to let these innocents go. They've already suffered. October interrupted with a quick hand signal across his chest, one Daniel didn't recognize. Suddenly, he felt the breath of a horse upon his neck. He spun Cypress and saw that the surviving Creek warrior he'd wounded in the shoulder had crept on horseback behind him with a hunting knife. Daniel raised his saber and swung hard. The Creek parried the blow but made no attempt to continue the fight. No, October called out. He don't kill you 'cause I say don't. It was easy enough to believe. The Creek had slipped in close enough to carve out Daniel's backbone. That's twice you've given my life back to me, Daniel said calmly to October. He kept his saber at the ready in case the brave decided to try his luck again. I wish you well, and I hope the will of God never again allows us to cross paths as enemies. They shook hands with palms scarred from the secret day when a rusty old knife made them blood brothers. Back in the times when blood meant more than race to them, the boyhood admiration for each other wasn't dead. October squeezed Daniel's hand till it hurt like the knife from years ago. After a few seconds, October let go and signaled to his companion. The two of them galloped into the woods. Splotches of the wounded Creek's blood painted the dry leaves, a trail Daniel chose not to show to anyone. Returning to the road, he crashed Cypress through the leaf-drizzling branches and cantered out in front of the caravan. His emergence from the forest brought loud cheers from all the refugees who'd witnessed his fight with their attackers. They crowded in to offer gifts of gratitude such as they had, mostly palmfuls of brown sugar for Cypress. Some of them offered hoe cakes or cornbread, precious bits of their rations to Daniel, who knew all too well the survival value of such morsels and took not a bite. Instead, he accepted the victuals and immediately turned to the generous souls next of kin, be it husband, wife, child, sister, or brother, and placed the food in their hands. As they received it, Daniel smiled and said, "This belongs to you." To his surprise, these hungry, homeless patriots of the road so admired him for abstaining, they tried all the harder to feed him. He finally accepted a cold biscuit from the palsied hand of John Eliot, in whose Sunbury home General Scriven had died. "Thank you, Mr. Eliot," Daniel said. The old man's fuzzy ears tilted up to receive the sound of Daniel's voice. The cataract-dimmed gaze of his blue eyes sought Daniel's face. "Are you Daniel Stewart, the one who brought James Scriven to my house? The one to whom I gave a horse named Cypress?" "I am, sir. Cypress has served me so well, I don't see how I can repay the debt of your loaning him to me." Daniel reached out and grasped the elderly gentleman's hand, which was a tremble like a butterfly with blue-veined wings. He placed it on Cypress's shoulder. "Feel of him. You'll see he's still in fine condition." "This is Cypress, all right, but you do me a disservice." "I don't understand, sir." Eliot frowned. "You must think my memory dilapidated as my eyes and ears. I remember quite well I told you Cypress was a gift. Loan never entered the conversation." Daniel had only a partial recollection of the words passed between them that day, but he was glad to accept John Eliot's generous reminiscence, especially if it meant he could keep Cypress. He reached down and took the old man's hand again. Eliot's skin felt remarkably cool and comforting. Daniel was just beginning to feel his wounds from the fight. They were becoming hot and feverish, swelling, tightening. After a while, the old man let his hand settle atop Daniel's knee. He patted sharply, impatient for Daniel's full attention. Daniel looked into his blind eyes and was drawn closer. They were blue as one wishes the ocean will always be blue. Their glistening blindness mesmerized like the sparkle of the sun. Burnished tide receding, washing up treasure while it retreats to the ocean. Old Elliot said, I couldn't watch what you did, but they told me, you and this horse I gave you are bound to travel many a sorrowful road. Look here at your neighbors running from the war. You'll see barbarity like this again. The victims won't always be people you know, but promise you'll go after every cruelty the way you did today. I will, sir, Daniel said. Grandpa, a boy Daniel remembered as Elliot's grandson ran toward them, the toes of his shoes flicking plumes of sand behind him. Father says come back inside the wagon before you catch a chill. Old Elliot no longer had strength to lift the boy. He let his trembling, blue-veined hand come to rest atop his grandson's head. Have you forgotten what I said to you about this boy? That I do remember, Daniel replied. One seldom forgot having met a lad so precocious, and Daniel easily recalled the words spoken upon their first meeting. You asked that I lift him up from British subject to free American. I'll do it, Mr. Elliot. I'll fight the redcoats till they kill me, or there's none left. With a nod of sadness and resignation, Elliot closed his eyes and took a step back. At peace with Daniel's promise, he let his tremulous hands come to rest on his grandson's shoulders. The child led him back to their wagon, a hulking Conestoga mired in the long and colorful line of post-chaises, phaetons, and hay wagons carrying families and what was left of their belongings to South Carolina, a place where all of them hoped to find safe haven. Many of the refugees had begun their northward journey to the Carolinas soon after their homes were burned. Their cows and pigs and chickens, as well as their vegetable and fruit crops of potatoes and corn, peaches and pears, put away last summer and meant to last through winter, had been requisitioned or just plain robbed from them by the redcoats. If these attacks on the civilians of St. John's Parish weren't bad enough, the British regulars were followed and aided by bands of vengeful Tory marauders and Indians such as the group led by Daniel McGirth. They swooped down to pick the ashes clean of valuable trinkets. They sniffed out any treasure that had been hidden by the plantation owners. The first alarm from Tranquil Plantation wasn't slow to reach Daniel. Someone recognized him as he fought off McGirth's attackers, and word traveled down the long line of refugees till it reached those who hadn't seen the skirmish. A field hand from Tranquil named Jubilee galloped up the road on a horse Daniel remembered as one of Tranquil's finest, and called out, Mr. Daniel, they's one of you folk a mile or so back. They bring in a chili with 'em. Take me to them, Daniel yelled back. The two men galloped down the line of wagons. Some were abandoning Georgia out of nothing more than fear. Others had good reason to fear because their homes had been burned down. He could tell the latter from the strange clothes they wore to keep warm. It was not uncommon to see a woman bundled in a quilt that failed to hide the hem of her nightdress, or a man at the reins in his nightcap and nightshirt, blue knees exposed to the frosty air. When Jubilee reined to a stop beside a covered wagon driven by Clove, another field hand from Tranquil, Daniel assumed most of his family had been killed and their house destroyed. To hear Jubilee tell it, only two had been spared. Terrified, he rode Cypress to the rear of the wagon. He was afraid to lift the canvas flap, for to look on the living faces of whoever was inside could mean that everyone else had been murdered. He steeled himself, prayed quietly for God to give him strength. His eyes half closed, he lifted the flap and saw his sister, Sarah Stewart Quarterman, bent over a black child, applying a poultice to his wounds. She didn't notice him until he climbed straight from Cypress's back into the wagon. Whatever discord had existed between them was lost in a tight embrace. Sarah breathed deeply in his arms, the only sound from her a lonesome, nearly inaudible sigh of gladness. Thank God you're still alive, Daniel said. Jubilee had me worried everybody at Tranquil had been massacred and the house burned down. At this, Sarah pulled away from him, her warm sweetness souring quickly. The house and all in it are safe. We had to fight to keep it so. We're all thankful to my husband, William. He had the sense to come home and leave you to your foolish jaunts. By my reckoning, he saved Tranquil 3 times while you've lost all of Georgia twice. I fail to see how I've personally lost Georgia twice, Daniel said. You slander me, sister. Do I? You lost the skirmish where General Screven was killed. You had a bit of luck when those British imbeciles Fuser and Prevost could not smooth the rough places out of their plans. But did you take advantage of their ineptitude and lead an assault to drive the Redcoats back to Florida? You did not. Now I hear you've lost Savannah, a complete British victory, the very capital of our colony overrun. None of these things were within my power to stop, Daniel protested. He knelt carefully in the waves of blankets draped around and over the sick child. I don't command an army of my own. If you were so powerless, you should have shown the wisdom of my William and come home to Tranquil. You might have done some good there. Once again, Daniel was learning how unwise it was to solicit Sarah's opinion of him. She was only too happy to supply a litany of criticisms. Perhaps it lightened her burden to speak plainly, but he always felt as if her words dealt him a painful sting. Daniel had always thought Sarah the most enigmatic woman he'd ever met. Now that she was finished with him, he asked in a voice both weary and exasperated, "Why have you left Tranquil, sister?" "This child." Sarah reached into a porcelain basin and lifted a wet cloth. She wrung it in her red fist to prevent it dripping onto the little boy's bedding, but left just enough comforting dampness. The linen folded into a rectangle. She placed it gently on the feverish child's forehead. "His name's Joseph," she said, "only 7 years old. He was seized from our garden by Tory renegades. One of the kitchen women saw him taken. William and John rode out, found them torturing him. William would never tell me how exactly. They were trying to get this poor child to say where we hid the family treasure. He needs better care than we could give him back at Tranquil. The livestock's been stolen. There's no milk. We've no eggs. Worse than that, most of the doctors are headed north to save themselves. Little Joseph here needed help to escape. I decided I was the most dispensable when it came to protecting Tranquil, but savviest when it came to getting help for the child." "What about your own children?" Daniel asked. "They're not hurting like this one. Mother Adele is with them. She and William will see they come to no harm." "Father always said you were the strong one. Father was wont to be too boastful of his children, as he was with you, you great ham-handed show-off." There was no real malice when Sarah said this. Daniel could tell it by the blush on her face. Overt compliments made her uneasy, for she was suspicious of flatterers. That was why Daniel most often forgave Sarah's mean and insulting remarks. She accepted no praise herself. That, and by now he'd been bruised enough by life to more fully appreciate his sister's ability to create riddles, tricks, and traps. So far, she was the only person in Georgia smart enough to invent a ruse that came close to crippling and waylaying the redcoat advance. Daniel stared through the canvas flaps at the back of the covered wagon, amazed at the large number of wagons following. He'd already ridden the length of the long line that preceded them. "Where's this band of people headed?" "The Carolinas," Sarah answered. "Some for Charlestown. We'll stop at Dorchester. We've kin there who'll give us lodging. The old church is still there, you know. The old white meeting house from whence grew our own Midway Church, now burned to ashes." Daniel nodded. "Dorchester's our spiritual home." The story of the missionary congregation, of how Daniel's ancestors had braved hurricanes to bring their Congregationalist ministry to the South, was graven into his memory like the 10 Commandments. But lineage and old stories provide little solace when your church has gone up in flames. The sadness on his face was evident, and Sarah noticed. "I wouldn't expect you to be happy while these devils are chasing us from our homes, but—" Sarah paused to dab Joseph's forehead. Her ministrations elicited a weak smile that she took to be a miracle. She kissed the child's hair, marveled at the life slowly returning to his face. Hope filled her and became infectious. She turned her own smile upon Daniel. "Will you not be glad to see some of our kin in the old church? You behave as if you're consigned to the pit." "I'll get worse than the pit if I don't follow orders. I'll be flogged. What's left of me will spend a few days tied to a wagon wheel." That's a lot of punishment for a mere boy. Irked by his sister's description of him, Daniel nonetheless replied coolly, "I'm a messenger. I bear a letter from Major Lane, commander of Fort Morris, intended for General Howe. I believe Howe to be a scoundrel. I also believe that he deliberately lost Savannah to the British, but—" Sarah laughed derisively. "I see. In spite of Howe's ineptitude, you must see to it that his correspondence reaches him in a timely fashion. I have to tell you, my conscientious little brother, if the rumors of his retreat are true, you'll have to chase him faster than a love-struck hound runs after a bitch." The mocking laughter turned into a bitter gaze. She pointed at Daniel. "Listen to me. The fort in Dorchester is held by the Continentals, commanded by a Captain Francis Marion. You should go there and give him your dispatch. I've grave doubts that General Howe is still a participant in this revolution. If he remains in the fight at all, it's because the enemy has offered him a fair price for his soul, and he's accepted. December 31st, 1778. On the afternoon of December the 31st, the caravan of refugees arrived at Subley's Ferry, just northeast of the South Carolina town of Perrysburg. Unfortunately, they were still on the dangerous side of the river. The latest and most reliable rumors claim that the Redcoat Colonel Archibald Campbell was close behind them, rapidly marching his army upstream from Savannah. Thankfully, General Benjamin Lincoln was waiting on the Carolina side with 1,000 of the Continental Army's best soldiers. With the help of 2 long ferry boats, Daniel, Sarah, and their displaced neighbors crossed the Savannah River. Daniel waited until everyone was safe on the other side before he boarded the last boat to the northern bank, and he waited all through the afternoon. At one point, while the sun was starting to set, he looked back down the river toward his vanquished colony and saw a flock of gulls pinwheeling and waving their wings like flags of surrender. When he rode Cyprus onto South Carolina soil, it was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. In a few hours, it would be the start of the new year, and he was in the mood to celebrate a miracle. Somehow, by the grace of God, he'd gotten his people to this place without them being killed or captured. The torch-lit wagons and carriages were almost stationary, as if the drivers were uncertain which direction to take. Daniel was about to spur Cyprus up the line to tell them to wait until he could get orders from the Continental Command when a voice called out, "You there? Are you Daniel Stewart?" "Yes," Daniel replied. "Who are you?" In the dim light, he had seen no officers of consequence, only soldiers milling about the river's edge, preparing to defend the ferry if need be. So he was surprised when the man answered amiably, "Benjamin Lincoln." Horrified by his unintentional show of disrespect, Daniel immediately leapt from the saddle, jolting his weary spine but springing upright into a ramrod straight salute. "General Lincoln, my apologies, sir," he stammered nervously. "I have a letter from Major Lane at Fort Morris, though I'm afraid it's probably irrelevant at this point." "It's not yet irrelevant, unless, of course, it's some kind of plea for help. There's not much we can do in that case." General Lincoln stepped into the lantern light of the aftermost vehicle in the caravan, a postchaise. He had an owlish face with eyes heavily pouched beneath, but bright and knowing and fierce. Daniel had seen more than his share of officers and gentlemen, but Lincoln, so far as the lantern revealed, was the most elegantly dressed. No light was needed to discern his education and comportment. He spoke with a Massachusetts accent that had been troweled smooth by Harvard, yet he came off as more of a wit than a pedant. "For God's sake, at ease, Stewart." Smiling, the general shook Daniel's hand warmly and accepted the letter Major Lane had sent. After his fight with the Indians, the exterior was a bit bloodstained, but Daniel supposed the contents were still legible. "For whom is this message intended?" Lincoln asked. "General Robert Howe, sir." "Ah, General Howe, or the River Rabbit as we now call him, has probably run all the way to North Carolina at this juncture. Still, I'll give the correspondence a look. It may provide evidence for his court-martial." "I didn't know Howe was to be court-martialed, sir. He'll be hanged or shot if General Moultrie and I have our way. Still, he's entitled to a fair and impartial hearing before we execute him. His, labors at Savannah got him a right whipping from the Redcoats, you know." "I do, sir. Sadly, I was there at the time." "So everyone says." Daniel was puzzled. "Everyone, sir? I'm referring to the 200 or more people here in this long line of wagons. While I've been waiting all afternoon and half the evening for you to cross the river, they've been regaling me with stories of how you fought at Savannah. You ran messages for Howe into enemy country, while he was running in the opposite direction. Then you single-handedly fought against and defeated a group of redcoat-worshipping Indians and an escaped slave, who were clearly bent on murdering these good patriots you've shepherded across the river. At least 10 people from this group have told me your story, and I do hope it's not just a story. It's all rather inspiring." Somewhat embarrassed upon hearing all of this, Daniel replied quietly, "It all seems a bit of a blur to me now, but I suppose for the most part it's true." "What is your rank, Stewart?" Daniel felt his face turn red. "Actually, sir, I don't really have a rank. I've been called a scout, a messenger, an aide-de-camp even, but no one's seen fit to—" He trailed off, feeling a bit ashamed that he couldn't state his position more clearly. Don't worry about it. General Lincoln's face took on a beneficent expression. I've had ample opportunity to talk to the militia members in your party here, and I've convinced them to take a vote. It was quite unanimous, and votes were tallied to rousing applause and a good number of huzzas, too. As it turns out, your fellow Georgians have asked me to inform you that you are now to be known as Captain Stewart. The general broke into a smile. And you shall henceforth bear all of the insubordination, indignities, and insults that go along with the title. Again, he shook Daniel's hand. Congratulations. You've been breveted, and quite handsomely, I might add. If he had ever felt a gladness in soldiering like this, Daniel couldn't remember it. There was a quickening of his heart that felt like a cannonade in his chest. Next came a strong desire to cut a backward somersault into the Savannah River. With great effort, he managed to restrain himself and retain his dignity. He gave the general his best salute and said, "Thank you, sir. I'll try to live up to it." "I know you will," General Lincoln replied. Lincoln was the kind of man you liked immediately and intensely, and Daniel was glad to have met him, especially at this moment when his people were in flight and suffering. "Sir, as you say, this is a large group. We hope to get on to Fort Dorchester and offer our services to Captain Francis Marion. But where can we rest for the night? I don't know this country at all." Massaging his temples, the general thought for a moment, before his bright gaze rose over his pouched eyes. He looked like the sort of man who was tired of making decisions, but made them without fear. "You certainly won't make Fort Dorchester anytime soon. You're still about 90 miles away. I would give your people and your horses all day tomorrow, and maybe the next day to rest. For tonight, I suggest you head back down into Perrysburg and find whatever lodging you can for the women and children. You and the men have only to take the wagons and go a little northeast of the town, and you can camp right beside the Charlestown Road. That will take you toward Dorchester when you're ready to travel again." "That sounds perfect, sir. I'm grateful for many things tonight, and your advice is not the least of them." "Very well. Off with you then." General Lincoln started back to his troops at the river. Suddenly, with a crunch of his boot heel in the gravel, he turned. "One more thing. Don't expect to find Francis Marion at Fort Dorchester. He was transferred out of there some time ago. Too many of his men deserting, I believe." "Deserting? My God. I hope Marion's not another General Howe." Again, Daniel kept his mouth in check and only said, "I'm obliged to you, sir. It's good to be forewarned." With that, they parted and the wagon and carriage wheels began to rumble down the night-drenched road to Perrysburg. New Year's Day came with more aches in his head and spine than usual. Daniel peered from his bedroll at a dying campfire and a rising sun. The first thought in his head was gratefulness that the women and children from Midway and thereabouts had all been given shelter by the kind people of Perrysburg. The townsfolk there were a strange mixture, about half of them speaking a Scandinavian tongue, and the other half French. Luckily, all had a smattering of English that kept the township loosely bound at the seams. Wiping the grit from his eyes, Daniel sat up and found that everything was pretty much in the order he'd left it last night, when he'd fallen into the depths of the most painful sleep he could remember. The men were getting to their feet, looking after the horses, who looked even more tired than the men. The whole group, minus the women and children, were lined up beside the Charlestown Road and ready to move out. If only they had the strength. Weighing their present condition, Daniel concurred with General Lincoln that they needed to rest from 4 days to a week before starting their journey. After all, they had 1,000 friendly muskets behind them and an unblocked road in front of them. There was no need to drive his people and their animals harder than they'd already endured. As he was breaking finger-sized oak twigs over last night's coals, a question rose in his mind. Exactly why was any of this his decision to make? Oh yes, his promotion. He was now Captain Stewart. He breathed deeply and allowed himself a smile as he filled the coffee pot with water and rifled his haversack for a bag of coffee. Less than half an hour later, when he'd barely wrapped his mouth around the first good swallow from his mug, he was reminded of his promotion again. A young soldier rode up at a fast clip and said, "Captain Stewart, sir. General Lincoln requests that you join him back at the ferry crossing right away." "Should I bring my men along?" "He said just you, sir." "Very well." Daniel handed his nearly untouched coffee to another soldier who was just rising. He took time to give Cyprus a palmful of sugar, or the horse surely would have refused to lift a hoof, overworked as he'd been. At best, he was only able to manage a canter behind the sergeant as they made their way back to the river's edge. Seeing them, General Lincoln walked up from the ferry crossing, hands behind his back. His expression was perplexed and concerned. "Captain Stewart, I need your opinion. There is a large group of Negroes on the far bank." "Yes, sir. I saw them when we rode up. It looks to be 70 or more. 83 by my count." The general worried the pouch under his right eye with his finger. "As I told you, I'm a Massachusetts man. I know nothing about Negroes." He massaged the palm of his hand as if an arthritic joint were plaguing him. He said, "I've a feeling something isn't to be trusted here. I've sent for you to ask your advice." "I'm flattered, sir," Daniel replied, dismounting. "That Negro in the center there, the one with the musket, he keeps yelling for assistance. Just a moment ago he said, and I quote, 'For God's sake, send over the boats and save master's slaves from falling into the hands of the king's troops.' I said to myself, 'My God, what a loyal fellow.' The very idea that he would resist the advances of those who wish to liberate him and choose to return to captivity. It's extraordinary." "It would be if it were true, sir," Daniel said, feeling all the tiredness and disappointment of the last few weeks descend upon him. "Slaves have no loyalty to those of us who own them, nor have they any reason to. I've just had a hard lesson in that." "I see. Yet there they stand, offering themselves up. If they're sincere, they represent valuable manpower that our side could use. I'll dispatch the boats with a couple of soldiers too." "No, General," Daniel interrupted, shaking his head. "I beg you, no soldiers. Just send the ferrymen. There's danger there. I promise you." General Lincoln pointed toward the two large boats, each about 60 feet long. "Sergeant, do as Captain Stewart says. Send them both across with their proprietors. We'll see what comes of it." The current was not strong, so the quartet of ferrymen found it easy work poling their way across, two men propelling each boat toward the southern bank. The group of black men and women, especially the one in the center with the musket, motioned anxiously for the boats to hurry. When the flat wooden bottoms scraped to a stop on the rocky shore of the landing, a snare of redcoat infantry uncoiled from the low brush close to the river. Some circled protectively round the slaves while the others rushed the ferry boats, aiming 10 or more Brown Bess muskets into the terrified faces of the boatmen. The boats were now British property. "Ready your weapons, men," General Lincoln called out calmly. 1,000 Patriot flintlocks were raised. There were 1,000 clicks, and 1,000 flints hung poised to strike down on flashpans. The redcoats responded in like manner, but the wide expanse of the water would make for errant shooting, and the commanders on both sides of the river knew better than to use powder and ball in a fight more likely to kill innocents than combatants. "You were quite right, Stewart. It was a trick," the general said, ordering his men to lower their arms. "We've lost 2 boats. No need to add a loss of blood to our mistakes." Across the river, the slaves and the British soldiers were making obscene gestures and laughing. "Let them enjoy their joke," Daniel said. "The slaves never meant to cross over, and it's not likely the redcoats can use 2 ferry boats to threaten your position here." "No." General Lincoln had a rueful look, his eyes sadder than they'd been the previous day. "No, but they can float them downriver and try to cross over and flank us. From what I know of this position, the terrain to the east is swampland, but we learned at Savannah not to trust swamps to protect us, didn't we?" "That we did, sir," Daniel agreed. "Captain Stewart, I think it best you gather up your people and get them on the road to Fort Dorchester as soon as you can. I know I'd suggested you take a few days for rest, but now I cannot guarantee your safety." Taking a long, slow breath so he would not come off as snappish, Daniel said, "I beg your pardon, sir, but what you said first was best. The women and children need a roof over their heads and decent food for at least 5 days. Our animals are too worn out from the forced march we went through to get here. The men will stand and fight if need be, but they need a rest too, unless it's a direct order." "No, no, Stewart. You know your people. Let them rest and recover as long as you think necessary. In fact, I apologize for taking you away from them for this sorry business today. You'd best get back to them immediately." "I'm grateful to you, General." Daniel saluted, climbed on Cyprus, and cantered back to Petersburg. He looked back only once. The line of Patriot soldiers was not quite as comforting as it had been the night before. Yesterday, the river had seemed like a wide, protective moat. Today, it was just another path the Redcoats might take to run him and his band of refugees to ground. January 14th, 1779. After a week of rest at Perrysburg, they resumed their travels, slowing their rate to 8 miles a day. By Daniel's reckoning, Fort Dorchester was still about 36 miles ahead. In the end, it didn't matter whether they moved quickly or slowly. The grueling journey made for tired horses and irritable drivers who, grown men though they were, became almost as bellicose as the crying, hungry children, shrieking demands for their supper from every wagon. As much as Daniel would have liked to press on, everyone, including himself, needed another stop. With not a calm nerve left among them, the refugees finally made camp around the modest house of a farmer. The place was a weathered wooden cabin raised off the ground by rough slabs of gray rock at its four corners, and possessed of a chimney comprised of colorful stones that struck Daniel's eye as strange shards of a rustic world he'd never had the chance to visit. Stones crafted by nature had been a rarity in Midway's swampy environs. Raised in Georgia's coastal region, he was accustomed to either tabby or to man-made brick. While the caravan came to roost, Daniel assumed the responsibility of riding to the front door of the house to see if the place were owned by Tories or people friendly to the Patriot cause. With the wounds from his last fight just barely healed, he was not particularly anxious to be fired on, but he fully expected that would be the case. So he was not really surprised when a man stepped out on the porch with a blunderbuss and called, "What you need?" The man's accent was almost French, but like so many of the old world brogues here in the colonies, the sound of the words was different. He sounded neither French nor American. As for his appearance, he was middle-aged. His face was tan. His hair, once black, was fading gray a few strands at a time. This probably shaded him closer to 50 than was just. His real age, Daniel guessed, was at least 10 years younger. "I've come to ask your permission to camp here for the night," Daniel answered. "We're retreating from the calamity in Georgia." The farmer's eyes narrowed. His wrinkles ran deep with suspicion. "You loyal to Z-King or Z-Patriot?" The manner in which the farmer asked didn't divulge which side he was on. Daniel looked into the gaping barrel of the blunderbuss. If he chose the wrong answer, eternal peace wouldn't be far in the offing. "I'm a patriot," Daniel replied. "You're welcome to kill me forthwith if your views differ from mine. I'll happily pay with my life if you would consent to grant one night's rest to this group of women and old folks and children. They've been kept alive thus far by the grace of God." Upon hearing Daniel's words, the man clunked the stock of the blunderbuss down on the porch and kissed him on both cheeks. "I am called Jean-Michel Fontenot. You are all most welcome in my home, and—" He looked over Daniel's shoulders to the line of refugee wagons. "I have room in my house for just a few, but these place—" He spread his arms wide. "I am blessed with many acres. Stay, all of you. One day perhaps the beasts of l'Angleterre will drive me from my home as they drove you from yours. Until that day, you are my welcome guests." Everyone agreed that Daniel and Sarah, in care of the wounded slave child Joseph, would stay inside Jean-Michel's home, while the rest of the Midway refugees camped on the lands of his farm. He offered to divide his winter stores of vegetables as well. The voracious crowd was like a hungry plague of locusts descended upon him, but Jean made them feel welcome. The first night of their stay, each one of their campfires cooked the potatoes, corn, and ham that Jean had preserved to keep his family alive through the winter. He donated every kernel, each slice of meat to his starving visitors with cheer, as if he and his own would in no way suffer from his generosity. Daniel and everyone in his party knew this was not the case. The kindnesses the Fontenot family readily offered would cause them many a frugal meal until the spring and summer months allowed them to plant again and replenish. At the fireside, Jean-Michel Fontenot told Daniel he was a Huguenot whose family had migrated inland from Charlestown. His wife, Adelaide, was a Covenanter from the upcountry. They had met in Charlestown on an occasion when she traveled there with her family to barter goods. As Jean-Michel related the story to Daniel, he had been so smitten with the young woman, he'd proposed within 3 hours of meeting her. Adelaide's father was delighted to marry his daughter off to a man so well landed. Her dowry was generous. It included several cattle, 2 mules, a pair of guineas, and a cart. Adelaide must have seen something commendable, if not marvelous, in a man so decisive as to declare for her after knowing her only a few hours. She'd not been outraged by Jean-Michel's quick courtship in the least. Happy as she'd been with the arrangement, she'd insisted on only one thing: that the mules and cart be required to haul stones enough from the upcountry to build a fireplace just like the one she was accustomed to at home. As he recounted the story of their marriage, Jean-Michel, comfortably seated beside the warm stones of the hearth, spoke of how glad he was to have acquiesced to Adelaide's initial wishes and all others since. Never in their long marriage had he experienced regret at giving her anything she asked. Her requests were all within reason, and every one of them had made his own life happier. He wiggled his rocking chair closer to the fire in the stone fireplace and took up a bit of twig to light the tobacco in his pipe. A wonderfully aromatic blend. He even persuaded Daniel to puff a time or two before weariness sent all of them to bed. All but Sarah. She took up her night watch in a straw-bottom rocker beside the sickbed of little Joseph. Any whimper or cough from the child was all it took to keep Sarah awake. Daniel lay abed admiring his eldest sister's gift for keeping her eyes open and attentive. An approaching rider woke Daniel from the brief sleep he'd enjoyed in front of the stone hearth. The fire had warmed the rough-hewn floorboards to a comfortable temperature, and he was wrapped in a cocoon of wool blankets and down pillows generously offered by Jean-Michel. His fledgling side whiskers plucked at the fabric. His rifle was tucked between his knees. He'd hoped for a full night's rest, but the sound of a rider caused him to forget his weariness. He flung aside the covers. The hammer of the rifle cocked, he slipped to the window to see who was approaching. If he got his wish, it would just be someone on mundane business who would leave quickly. He was laboring against his eyelids. He couldn't keep them open much longer. When he recognized the rider who'd come to interrupt his sleep, he was scarcely able to restrain himself from uttering the vilest oath that ever threatened to stain his tongue. He managed to keep the foul words inside himself only because he inhabited the sick room of a child. The rider was the melancholy doomsayer doctor, Weathers McWeir, whom Daniel had left behind at Fort Morris, with excellent prospects of never hearing the man's heretical mouth again. Yet here he was, stepping down from his horse, his jaws flapping beneath his lips, warming up to speak some new blasphemy. Daniel had come to loathe the man with so much vitriol that his soul was melting in his own stomach acid. Being followed by McWeir was like being chased by the heathen god Hermes. No mortal could outrun him once he got his sights on you. Daniel could only guess at the message McWeir would bring at this hour, but he was certain it wasn't going to be good. Likely, it would be tidings of the sort designed to cause deep melancholy, make your spirit fail, crush every belief you held sacred, and erode your mountain of hope into a ditch of despair. That was exactly how Dr. McWeir's gloomy predictions worked in a man's heart. Against his better judgment, Daniel eased the hammer of the rifle down. Though he was in no great hurry to see McWeir, Daniel raced to open the door lest the dolt knock too loudly and disturb the ailing child, who'd been coaxed to sleep only a few hours previous by Sarah's kind and constant ministrations. He was just in time. He'd no more lifted the latch string than he found himself nose to nose with McWeir, who was about to pound on the door with his red knuckles. Summoning every artifice of poise granted him by a lifelong study of etiquette, Daniel managed to greet the tousled scholar with an air of cordiality. "Dr. McWeir, it's good to see you well. What word do you bring of Sunbury?" "The worst you can imagine. Sunbury is—" His voice was so loud that Daniel gave up all pretense of politeness and clamped one of his great hands over the philosopher's shivery jowls. "Shh," Daniel admonished. "We have a sick boy in here." He pointed to the bed. "He's just gone to sleep, and he's well within earshot of your huge mouth. Speak your horrid news. Don't shout it." Released from Daniel's grip, McWeir nodded and grabbed himself a chair. Jean-Michel and his wife Adelaide, also awakened by McWeir's arrival, rose from their bed and made every effort to continue in their roles as the generous host and hostess. They offered McGuire coffee from a pot placed near the dying fire to keep it warm. McGuire eagerly accepted. As he sipped the mug, he pulled a stool close to the hearth to warm his face. In deference to the sleeping child, he lowered his voice. Sunbury is lost to us. Fort Morris with it. The British took first the town. Easy endeavor, seeing as the place was unprotected. The town was captured January 7th. The business with the fort went just as Colonel Elbert predicted. Next day on the 8th, Prevost set about positioning his legion of infantry and the naval ships, supporting them in such a manner as to make their force irresistible. Break of day, the 9th, he sent a most elaborate message detailing his indubitable military advantages to Lane, and stated quite bluntly that the major must surrender Fort Morris along with its garrison, and do so unconditionally. This got Lane's blood up. He sent a letter of refusal back to Prevost that said, in effect, he was bound by honor to defend his post to the last man. Dr. McWare turned from the hearth and gave Daniel a frown. You may rest assured that General Prevost wasted little time in reducing Lane's post to as few men as the weapons at his disposal could kill. The first bombardment from British howitzers ashore and British ships on the Medway River sent hot shell scalding right over the walls onto the top of the officers' mess. Do you not remember? Lane himself had it built soon after the earlier British attack against Sunbury. I well remember, Daniel said. He placed his rifle on the floor, rolled his blanket into a cushion, and took a seat next to McWare at the hearth. McWare continued. The first cannonade blasted it to splinters and fire. All this blood is spilled before it dawns on Lane that the fort has no parapets to protect the garrison, most of whom lay prostrate on the parade ground, chewing sand and begging God to let them eat many more meals of the same, rather than be blown to cinders. The pewter mug took up the trembling rage of McWare's hands and erupted hot coffee that flowed down his wrists into his shirt sleeves. Oblivious to the pain, or perhaps ignited by it, he exploded into a tirade against Major Lane. It takes all this before this dullard Lane can say, and I heard him say it myself, our position is indefensible. He speaks an obvious truth, yet his ears are deaf to the words from his own mouth. He is beaten but tries to stall the British commander nonetheless. Another idiot of this caliber, and all hope for liberty is lost. Though McWare's dire prediction was somewhat accurate in this case, Daniel managed a comforting smile. Lane's a great one for stalling, he said. I have a letter from him to General Howe that attests to it. He is a jackass who cannot even fart decisively, McWare said in a hissing stage whisper. Someday he'll explode from his own wind. The philosopher turned from the fire, worry shimmering in his eyes. As I recall, McWare went on, General Howe ordered Lane to retreat. Yes, Daniel said, because General Howe knew he wouldn't. Others have told me that Howe foresaw ordering Major Lane to retreat would inflame Lane's hubris and create an opposite effect. That's what Howe wanted. That was General Howe's true desire? McWare asked. That? Major Lane linger at Fort Morris and try to resist a monstrous invasion with but a tiny garrison? How could he know this was to be Major Lane's reaction to his order? You may speak such accusations, young Stuart, but you will suffer the devil's own day if you try to prove them to a court-martial. Then I'll leave others to do the accusing, Daniel said. I'll do what I can with the small portion of wit and muscle God has given me. He gave McWire a goading punch to the arm. Hurry up. Tell me the outcome of Lane's attempt to stall General Prevost. Ouch! McWire rubbed his arm like an arthritic old man. Do not torture me. Life on this trinket dangling between God and the devil is more cruelty than I deserve. I have already given you the best part of the story. It ended soon after the British bombardment commenced. Lane passed by the chance to surrender, tried to match fire with the British guns. The fight was short. Lane realized he could not continue when he saw his artillerymen were unable to keep their guns firing. Why? I've just told you. No parapet over their heads to protect them from the British shells screaming down. I warned Lane he'd soon be visited by the terrors you describe, Daniel said. He ignored me. I told him to withdraw before the fort was put under siege with no hope of escape. He ignored that too. Major Lane is the kind of man who plants hope but harvests hopelessness, McWire said. He took a moment to enjoy the sweet and cynical taste of his favorite word as it touched his lips. After a pause to savor portents of ruin as welcome to his palate as fine chocolates, McWire completed his account of the fall of Fort Morris. Lane, he said, sent word to Prevost in a desperate attempt to negotiate something better than an unconditional surrender. Prevost replied he still wished an unconditional surrender. Lane was tardy in replying, so Prevost loosed the full might of his artillery on the fort once again. To allay this turn of events, Lane sent to Prevost another request and asked if he could have till 8 the next morning to ponder the situation. General Prevost, with no reason to honor so ridiculous an entreaty, refused. Thus Lane gave Prevost what he had asked for in the beginning, an unconditional surrender. It is as I told you. The town has gone to the British, the fort as well, all the officers and men, the cannon and muskets, the gunpowder and ammunition. McWhirr made a rising tornado-like motion with his right hand. Gone. Captured. How did you escape? Daniel asked. I offered to act as messenger to convey the fate of Fort Morris to the Continental Command. Lane sent me out less than 2 hours before he capitulated. I was chased by the English cavalry, but none of their riders could catch me. No, Daniel said and laughed. It was the kind of honest laugh a man reserves for hated people he's begun to grudgingly respect. I'm sure they couldn't. Pegasus couldn't outrun you, not even if you granted him a furlong head start. The next morning, Daniel walked out on Jean-Michel Fontenot's front porch and was struck by how much the retreating innocents, with their tents and myriad campfires, looked like an army. It was a scene that should be witnessed by every congressman, every king, and every general. No longer inexperienced, Daniel had begun to understand how each army of the young and strong that's raised to go off and kill begets another army of old people, sick people, and children who can only struggle to stay alive. Looking out upon the multitude of campfires, he had a vision of houses burned and collapsed and smoking in their foundations. If God was asking him to take his neighbors to respite and safe haven, he would see them there, to a place in the Carolinas, where there was a patriot force strong enough to keep the British at bay. He stepped from the porch and saddled Cypress. To Daniel's surprise, McWhirr had risen from what had appeared to be a sound sleep and stood beside him, grooming and blanketing his own mount. Where are you headed? McWhirr asked. Deeper into Carolina. Fort Dorchester, Daniel replied. I'll ride along with you, McWhirr said, without waiting to be invited. I feel only a little less suicidal than the day you dragged me from the waters of Musgrove's Creek, yet there is a kind of vexing drama in the way you live your day-to-day life that keeps me interested in living also. These were perhaps the least desirable words McWhirr could have uttered, for they preempted the numerous insults Daniel was concocting to drive him away for good. He allowed himself a moment of silence as he snugged the cinch beneath Cypress. At last he said, If your life can be saved by enjoying my troubles, or by your following me down this road. Daniel motioned with his hand to indicate the sandy, rutted wagon path, lined on either side by broom sedge and frost-burned remnants of Queen Anne's lace. I'll happily drag your sorry arse along in hopes that your imperiled soul will follow. Perhaps it's your path to salvation. You behave almost like a Christian, McWhirr said. I have long wished to meet one. If your acts of beneficence prove genuine, perhaps one day I'll be free of my demons and convert to your way of worship. Daniel studied McWhirr's whiskery jowls and greasy lips for any sign of a smirk. He found none. Apparently McWhirr was being honest. This softened Daniel toward him, but he cautioned, Don't think for a minute I'll allow you to be lazy. You will pull your weight. Now the missing smirk returned and curled the corners of the philosopher's mouth. He said, I should not like to take orders from a whelp, but I shall try to be amicable. Pray, is there something you would have me do at the moment? Yes. Stop prattling and mincing like a schoolmaster, and put on your best brogue of plain talk. Ride to each camp like lightning. Tell everybody to rise. We should have been back on the road an hour ago. Daniel shouted these orders to good effect. The words were barely out of his mouth when McWhirr, without further discussion, saluted, turned his horse, and galloped away. So the displaced Georgians left the house and lands of Jean-Michel Fontenot to embark on the road to Dorchester. Daniel rode at the front of the long column of wagons and carriages, some of the latter so opulent and colorfully painted and dainty as to seem overly fragile, weak, even pitiful in a caravan, driven onward by little more than tenacity. The mule-drawn carts of the servants, clanking with iron cooking utensils, were worth far more on this cruel trek than the most elegant phaeton in all of the 13 colonies. No doubt the rich landowners had chosen these vehicular baubles to make their escape more comfortable. Daniel could not condemn the excess of his neighbors, for he was both product and refugee of the same milieu, a place of great lands and wealth, gentle music and gracious manners, the loss of which caused his heart to grieve more with each step of retreat. Many were the times that he brought Cyprus about and stared southward, his gaze allowing him to see only as far as the last bend in the road shadowed by a curving line of leaf-raining trees. If only tranquil plantation lay just beyond the next bend in the road, just hidden by the grove of trees, he might walk there, lie down, and rest his tired body upon those heavenly grounds, in the bounteous gardens that his father had cultivated. It had been Eden, earned and enjoyed by his family, a paradise to which he was partial heir. Until the advent of this war against the king, there was now every chance his family's patriotism would help the British rest tranquil away from them. Daniel touched the Bible he carried in his coat pocket and made a silent oath he'd return to drive the redcoats back to England. The sun rose higher each mile they traveled and warmed the air until the cottony breath of people and animals alike became invisible. Long miles of sandy road wore on till their destination began to seem like a vanishing mirage. While Daniel rode at the head of the column, looking back toward Georgia and making wishful promises to himself, he spied McWeir, superb equestrian that he was, darting his horse among the wagons and carriages, calling out orders to the drivers. Daniel couldn't help but smile. Though he was charged with leading the flock, McWeir was the one keeping them herded together and moving forward. McWeir galloped up beside Daniel and said, "If we continue on at this pace, we should arrive at Dorchester in 5 days or less." "I pray we do," Daniel said. "I don't know what to expect of the place, but my hope is we'll find another grand army there, with officers who have sense enough to help us win this war." He reached out and touched Dr. McWeir's elbow. Some strange, new feeling of kinship made him call the man by his first name. "You know, Weathers, if we get killed, I hope to spend my first breath in heaven asking for peace on earth." McWeir raised a pipe to his whiskery mouth and inhaled slowly. He said, "I do not expect we will have any breath to worry over when we die, but we shall certainly be peaceful. Can you not understand that, Stuart? Enjoy your breath you have right now." He pointed into the shadows of the dark wood. "Think of a ripe persimmon. Every man and animal in the forest has waited for a taste. All summer long, it's bitter, unpalatable. Finally, the fruit is soft and succulent and delicious. Woeful as this life is, the bitter grows sweet if you're patient and allow it. Stop hurrying after heaven. Admission there is fast and cheap in times like these." Daniel steered Cyprus a few feet to the right of McWeir to avoid the sword of the angels should one be thrown to strike the old blasphemer down. "May God spare your life till I find a way to save your soul," he said. The two men rode on, arguing loudly, frightening squirrels to the opposite sides of trees, startling crows from the green pine tops. They exhausted their lungs in every argument that supported their personal dogmas. Hoarse at last, they shook hands, agreeing as gentlemen to go on debating as soon as their voices returned. Both of them, given their temperaments, needed quiet, a pensive moment to consider what they might find in South Carolina. There would be some good things. The first Stuart home where Daniel's father had been born. Some of the Stuart kin might have remained there. They could attend the Sunday services in the old white meeting house, which in a long ago peaceful age sent a great throng of its members on a journey southward into Georgia, where they built Midway Meeting House. Daniel looked back at the long caravan of refugees behind McWeir and himself. Driven back to their beginnings, these descendants of missionaries were retreating from the ashes of a rich kingdom built atop the deadly swamplands. If the war was won, those who survived would patiently return and repair the damage. If lost, the British tyrants would likely decide on new owners for the lands of anyone who'd not been loyal. A whole new age of tragedy would commence. According to Lincoln, he would find a sizable portion of the Continental Army in Dorchester. Daniel hoped to volunteer his services. If his offer was accepted, he would immerse himself in preparations for the next campaign. There would be new battlegrounds, places where the scars soldiers make upon each other wound the human heart forever. And after all these years of fighting, he was still afraid.